This is one of the biggest problems I have with the story. I don't understand why this guy was so stubborn. What was so important for him to finish? He owned the whole orgy, the whole thing. Why did he have to finish? Listen, basically, I don't care. I couldn't care less. You buy from me, you don't buy from me. I have plenty. You want to buy, you buy. You want to buy, wait for me for an hour. I have to finish. I have a whole day. Today, I have another couple of trees. When I get done, no problem. Yesterday, I just seemed like بعد الشيء العقل من ده مش الدنيا العقلية فمش عارف من كل ده Then it's slowly goes on his shoulder and starts walking. As he's walking, he comes to the stone. He bends down, he picks up the stone, puts on the side, another stone. He clears the path. Like a pauper, not like a multi-millionaire. But although see, questioning what's going on here. Yes, Hashem is the man you know. You really have a million golden coins, 4 million golden coins. You might actually spike something via your region. I think that the Jews just play the prank on me. You know a guy that can sell me a million golden coins worth of oil? You're a guy that you're a peasant, you pick up stones, you need to even should be the hero once they got to the city, when Tilly should cross her own son, a slave comes out, Kuku should come in, she brings a boiling hot water, and he washes his hands and his feet. But see that they separate themselves, the Leah Hashem, and she brought out a jug, golden jug, full of oil. The Tava, the golden ragla, he dunked his feet and his hands and his feet in it. And Mamish says the Gemara keeps saying, Hayim Hashanema, the Koba became around it. When he was Hayim, the famous prophet, the Koba became around it, the Bracha, the Shabbat also, the Shabbat also. What should be done is his feet in oil. Just today, last night, somebody sent me a clip of Zayden Landau's Seder favor. And I noticed, group share. I said, wait a minute, I give you these golden things. You say for yourself, here we go. Maybe I could stop it in the right place. Basketball at your neighbor's house when you're a kid. You know, like hoops are a little bit different. Like, sometimes a lot of basketball players in the crowd. By the way, this is going over. Not really connecting yet. What's on the stage? How you guys doing? I don't know. This is fun. This is a different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Score, everybody. Delicious diet Score is now available. Made since. Can anybody guess when Score started? 1653. So what are you thinking? We're talking about Score here. 1653. You're saying Score predates the United States of America? I'd like to believe that. For anybody that's ever had one on a hot summer day, you would think, my God, it seems like they've been making this for centuries. But no, that's just since 1938, everybody. 1938. They've been around a long time. Maybe just 1656 over there for the Look at that, Brian making a completely false fact. Yeah, and measure. Yeah, I love it. I like how there's that much images and understanding for this always known for its feeling his copy of the times this way really. This is exciting. Hopefully he smells Diet Squirt by caffeine free thirst quench. Our newest sponsor, Phil Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped us. Yeah, we got a call. Turns out they weren't loving it. Yeah, they said you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show. I was waiting for it. I was wondering, like, what happens if you pretend like a sponsors are sponsored? They have to find that separate particular reputation. I think it's for companies that are sponsoring Zero. They had a silverback fish fillet. Yeah. Which was just complimentary, but happened right in the moment. It was a great reputation. Makes love, so you texting the show to somebody This I see a lot of things in America. More than most. I know people here. They don't have money. They don't have money. But they have to show that they have money. What do? They have to make it possible. It costs $100,000, $50,000, $50,000 they don't have. They have to do it. So they have to show they don't. If you drive a car, if you can't afford it. Literally, I know somebody's telling me that they search for all these type of cars that look very expensive but are really cheaper because if you get like a nice Range Rover that's 5 years old, that's quarter of the price, but people think they're driving a Range Rover. Why? Why do you need it? My neighborhood, I just drive a Range Rover. Drive a Range Rover. A lot of us are like, it's the shit that you pay. You get the credit card debt and all this stuff. You don't have the money. This is actually, the person is rich, the paying fund doesn't have a salary.
Really? That's awesome. Congratulations.
But there's a lot of very poor people. They have tremendous amount of money. Like Warren Buffett. The richest people in the world. Drive around, he's driving around like a 2011 Buick. I don't know what else today. Maybe it's but a 20-year-old car, using the same house that he bought when he got married. And ran somewhere. No, 20,000 square foot home that you expect from a 50,000 square foot home. Simple. Look at him. He's way cheap for him. He looks like a pupper. That's the man. Since before, but I'll play great. I told my own ass. I wish the audience speaks a little bit. I saw sitting there under a sidewalk at 1 in the morning. Late at night.
We also always have a head of security with us to protect us at all times. It started off as the Iron Patriot, an autistic man undiagnosed. In a very fancy $5,000 Iron Man suit, he would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then the episodes got in the 30s of episodes. He said he's gotten too big for the show. When he hit 4,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing. Now I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show based on the principle of publicity. So we always replace him with a different Patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat. When I bring to you one of my favorite Patriots, it's Iron Jesus Christ! Look at the reach on this man! Here he is taking a long walk. There's only one set of footprints I do believe on his walk over there. There's a little girl following him. Josh Martin, guys. Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. The producer of the show, the spiller of tequila, accident prone speech impediment. That's him, friend of ours. Who thought he had said it all the way down when he put that tequila on the table a few weeks ago. He's looking over us. That's great. Josh Martin comment. Give me a pet heavenly light. Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. Put your hands together for Jesus. How's it been going, man? Heck yeah.
This is just the whole story.
Do you actually measure the condor's wingspan? Are you being serious, or is that just somebody deceased just now? I don't know if you heard that. Shoot, I know you're just
Now I need somebody's help here. It bothered me the whole morning, and I was trying to figure out how this Gemara. To me, it seems like a mashal, like a person who worked his whole life, but people they don't look up to him. They say, "Ah, what does he have already?" But his entire life is chesed, and as he played it, he learned a lot of Torah. Bottom line is, when he comes up there, Shemayim, Yotzu Anshei Kiroi Lekalso, everybody comes out to give him shema. And what he has with him millions and millions of coins worth of shemen. Shemen is mitzvahs. The mitzvahs that he brings against the Olam Emet. You got to do something with this. This is, you got to develop it. You have to help me out to develop this. It's just the beginning of a talk, but I think we could do a lot better because the whole story is so will be a Yehudim. What is this a game? You're playing with me? No. You come up there, you're gonna have a shifra. You're gonna come out. She's gonna bring the hot water and the oil. They treat you with such cover. So at the end of the day, the hard work that you do in this world, the oider, the digging around the tree, the not listening to other people. I gotta finish my job right over here. I'm gonna pick up the stones. Seems like, unnecessary. No, I'm doing the hard stuff, the little stuff. At the end of the day, he's the gazillionaire. He's the one that wins. He has all this listen, he has that place in Olam Haba. The both sides have a wonderful day, and I'll be tomorrow.
Married to Swift is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Say, I said to say, you didn't listen. Okay. We're here live in the hotel Motzei 3-day Yontif. Here we are. I want to remind the Olam, and we're going to do this together. We're going to be in it together. We're going to go from beginning to end. Be'ezer Hashem. Hayoim, Shloisha Yomim, Lo'imer, Lo'imer. I have a gewaldige story to tell you, but hopefully I'll remember to tell it to you. The middle of share, now, but 2 different days. Please see attached, never missing an opportunity to use that, wishing you a Shem Pesach and a huge thanks for putting out all 3-day Yontif Shiur in advance. Kind regards, Avi Yufo, Globus Green, London, Bavashda Days. Boysai, if you didn't get to see the shiur before, it doesn't matter. Just do today's daf $8, you pay $1. We're going to make up later, Be'ezer Hashem. Oh, here he is, doing Shuvas Chavetz. Listen, posed and not posed, but it's the first time that we got somebody doing the daf by Shuvas Chavetz. So really, I want to give you, especially in Rebbetzin, a tremendous issue. The days of Erev Yom Tov, Erev Pesach are busy. You don't even have time to say Tafel. Just learn the daf takes quite enough to grab a few minutes here and a few minutes there. Hear sharing and entail, and all it entails is unbelievable. Give it over in 2 languages. I really prepare and give it over share for 3 days means already no sleep. I would take all the pace up over his shoulders so your husband can learn. Remind this prayer is a mala. A voice we're in a hotel. She is a mala. But we just closed the house and went to the hotel. She went to the both of you Yes, I understand that you are both not at home, the chairman. We're quite sure that our president is busy nonetheless. Garbage, the regular day. Close the door, and you just drive to the. No, you have to pack. Yeah, it's not big deal in my life. Yeah. Hakadosh Sameach is nothing that pays with love and appreciation of all knowledge about it. Okay, we jump into the sponsors. Official edition of White Shots accepted by the Iranian Levy families, Parrot, Moshe Allen, Miriam, Randy, Hoodler, Sophie, Asdoy, Daf, Paid Dollar, Abe and Obi, Hiking, Discuss Asaf B'Shiduchim, Karnoso, Bonus Sharim, Amen, David Solomon, dedicated memory of every murder, small boy, Bonus, Thanks, Sweet Dope, Bonus, Brachot, Jerry Dallas, the International College, Jeffrey Dallas is sponsored by the Sefta, Anonymous, Asaf B'Shiduchim, the Gashmas, the House of Family Foundations, the Nishmas, Harab Al-Doyer, the Shem Alter, the Meshach Ilui, again, sponsors of the Sefta, Anonymous, the First Name of the Meshach Ben Zaha, Anonymous for complete with Fuhr Shleima. Oh, somebody sent in a horror that if you want to save time, so we take out the word complete, because Shleima and complete are the same word. The complete with Fuhr Shleima, and I read the song from Leah Pas Esther. Yisrael Malki, 33 Stephen Office of a Chesed, who is so proud of you, Melach Mordechai, keep steigen. Somebody goes down in Candy Island. Okay, in honor of rebellion, you changed my meaning of life. Tony Almoni, Yosef Mac and Benny, and all the Eastern took on the wife, and Gordon Times Torah. Monthly sponsor, Irie Simon, and first name of Mary Bertha Miriam. Weekly sponsor, in honor of Mark Ashkenazi, thank you for your constant generosity in giving of your time, particularly on our Yontif. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch this year, the consortium. Mark, you know what this is? Daily sponsor, Eating Cats, in honor of Moshe's pet, Mordechai. 6 cats, Moshe Mordechai cats, for being wonderful boys. We are so proud. I'm also so proud of you, Rivaldo. And you are month. The first time you only had the Moshe Bracha. The first time I had been Esther. The first time Yella Daniel Zeb Ben Esther. The boys side, we're going to start from the brand new paragraph, Big Gimel on the base. And just a question, start off this year. If somebody plants wheat in a pot that doesn't have any holes in it, so it doesn't nourish from the ground, you make a bracha on moitzi lechem and haaretz on bread that's made from that wheat. That's the question. And here's a very interesting thing. According to those, Shalmi, those who say that you make a mezainis, so that you make a birkas hamazon after you eat the bread. So there are many who want to say that you make a mezainis and you make a birkas hamazon. It's another question. So if I ever ask, what kind of food you make from the Zionist and you make a birkas hamazon, the answer could be rice, that we've discussed many times, but also hamaitzi that came out of the hatzitz she'in and nafir. Okay? Zov the Heilige Mishnah. Brand new parrot. Called for Bonois Hatzibur. All the knuckles that are for the community, the hayafim, and for the individual. So you bring up mincha, private mincha, or community's mincha, to come even from footballers, even from out of the country, even outside of Israel. Mina Chodesh Mina Yashar, it comes from the brand new crop of the meaning from that already the owner came to Mina Yashar from the previous crop. Chutz Mina Omer Ushtaga. Besides 2 minhagos, the Omer, the Omer Ushtalechem, and the 2 breads of shoes. Shenim Boyim Element HaChodesh Min HaOretz must come from the brand new crop and only from Eretz Yisrael. With Kulan Element Boyim Element Min HaMuftar, there's a halacha that mincha must come from the best type of flour available. Muftar Shalom, what does it mean? What's the best? Nichnes Zakha. Alpha Lasodas. Alpha is the number 1. Aleph. Alpha. it comes from Michnas and Zakho, it's number one for solas, for this pure flour, Shnielahem. And second to them, if you can't find anything from Michnas and Zakho, you bring from Rayim Babika. The very good story in the Gemara about Rayim Babika, coming up, probably tomorrow. So let's just see, we have a short video from Michnas and Zakho.
أتذكر عندما حاولنا بناء هذا بأنفسنا؟
Tevuah for Ol HaMenachot. Proceed to the second hall. Tevuah for the Omer. Remain here. And what do we have here? This is a new grain from Petach Tikva. All right, not terrible. Bet the heaven it's kosher. Come with me.
Yes! Yes! Oh man, I can't believe it! I did it!
New grain from Israel. From Michnas and Satacha.
Michnas and Zakho is the number one. I guess they're trying to say that it's not a very familiar place. Michnas and Zakho, two different places. Right there. Kol HaRotzis HaYucheres. Kol HaRotzis is referring to all places in Eretz Yisrael. All cities in Eretz Yisrael are kosher. Elo, Mikano Yuvi. It's kosher, but it's better to bring from Michnas and Zakho. You bring from Petah Tikva, but it's better than Michnas and Zakho. Says the Gemara, since it's like Kaitana, our Mishnah doesn't go according to this time. The Sanya. Oimer Abomin Ayoshan kosher. It says over here that the Oimer could come from the older crop. Now our Mishnah says it can only come from the Chodesh. Shti Alechem Abois Min Ayoshan Cheres. Says the Mishnah about the Shti Alechem and Shavuos also, it has to come from the new crop. Elish is a mitzvah. Okay, so you bring from the old crop, you're going to be missing a mitzvah, but it says it's okay. Oimer, how do I know? Sit, Hakurim. Even if you take out old wheat from your attic, in other words, from the old crop, it's still kosher. Comes to exclude Florida. We learn from one word, you cannot bring from Florida. And also, it could even be it could even be from your attic old crop. As you know, I can learn two things from one word big thing you already learned. It has to be from Eretz Yisrael, not from Florida. How do you learn that could be even from your attic? You're right. My quote from Biu, the word right before it, from the second word, from I'm learning that you can bring even, you have to bring only from Eretz Yisrael, not from Florida, from the word. From Biu, I learned that it could also be from the attic. As the Gemara, when we're very low, but if you, let's say, these Toida breads, remember the 10 calories that come with the Toida, the chametz part, each one must be an Isara. I already learned the word that teaches that it has to be an Isara. Says the Gemara, you're right. You can't look for Tavi, not Tavi. The fact that the Torah says Tavi instead of Tavi, so the extra vav teaches us that as we saw it transfer how to learn both halachas. But see, what I'm going to do with the fact that this is that it has to be from the new crop, as we mitzvah, doesn't really mean that it must be. It means it's a good thing to do from the, if you do from the new crop, you get a mitzvah. Ask the Gemara, see if Chadasha means the new crop. Now, throughout culture, we had a concept that if the Torah repeats itself twice, then the Torah means business. And when the Torah says rachis, and when the Torah says Chadasha, it means dafka, the new crop. Says the Gemara, and we're going to make the Sanya, the Bezor, the Omri, Shalachem, Atoy, Shalayosha, Kamaha, and even Chadash. You know what I do with the word Chadasha? So every time we have so far, when the word is necessary to teach a something else, then it's not a Shana Halav Lakif. The Torah didn't say twice to be machmer to say that it has to be done like this. They need the word Chadash or something else. They Chadash on the Kolam and there is an halacha that the milcha, the omer, we're going to see the omer, the shalachem, they must be number one of that year. You can't bring anything, shalachem, you're going to start with shalachem, you can't bring anything before that, any minute before that. That's the Chadash and the Kolam and number one for all the minhag. After we figure the Chadash is the Gemara, Avadar is the figure that we got over the Aleph. It seems like there's no floaties about Eretz Yisrael. The Florida, the Omer, the Aleph, and the Aretz in the Florida, Floyd. Everybody seems to agree, and we're going to see there's not a problem. But the Omer, the Aleph, the Omer that allows us to eat the brand new crop, and the Aleph is the two breads that we bring on Shavuot that also allows us to bring other barley in the crop. Must be from Eretz Yisrael and not from Florida. So the Gemara reminds us that it doesn't go crazy. The other time it's on your busy with Yehuda Omer the Kufar, he says that a Omer the Kufar from Kufar and many times he said, oh you Eretz. So I'll tell you a joke, I didn't say it in a while. The guy was leaving Russia, making Aliyah. Russian Jew making Aliyah for Eretz Yisrael. As he's leaving Russia, the guy in customs over there, as he's leaving, says, what is this? He says, it's not what is this? It's food. This is thousands of years. Jesus Christ. Never lose his sense of humor. Every time I see him, such a fury. And they got the this is I don't know what I'm now, all of a sudden you're here on Kill Tony. Featured by Smart the Thirst Quencher. This is much more exciting than Young Jim Carrey. What is this? This is one of the towns in Goa that is smuggled out of Russia. Here it is. What I do is I haven't been able to finish it this year. But it only starts when you come to the same house and shut up and start. The Sega, that is very icy. Even though you're right, so since America food stars, Josh had a connection to the oil. And I can also bring the oil guys, are you ready for your guess? As you said, since each of the right stuff is different, take the right term as well. That means that the soul controls are the same position. And if the same position, then it's the same position to the oil. So I can actually bring the oil and put this life. That's the connection. That's the opportunity. Says welcome to the show, guys. Over there by Squire. Now, Dom, you've been on the show before, Joe. So you got an idea of what's going on. So it goes like this. We need to bring the audience including the year of Shemitah. We now had a plan barley of Shemitah. So this is Smicha. Smicha means like barley that grew by itself. It didn't plant. It's hilarious from the jump.
Joe's first time here in the Great Jesus to go to the comedy stores, so we brought the show to you, Joe.
Let me just show you the Prince Alista. This is based on a drawing that I did myself in this room actually, on process, another room, right? So this is the bottom one, but it did this very good, and today, he took that and he did this one.
It's just starting to relax, and then I took that shot of, he didn't want it with that cinnamon stuff. It's like a whole different thing.
It's almost the same.
My mind was not prepared for that whatsoever. And now it's like fucking big red gum.
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably something whiskey-like.
What's things I was that every
It's a
we
real
start collecting
surprise.
the mustache like that. So you have money for the sheep or whatever. The four versions you believe it is a little different.
That's Mistake
So
City.
since this is for the carbon individual, this is for the
So,
so these guys from the things I was
fire, that's how it starts. It's fireball.
That's this glass. 3 more of those. Baby. Surprise in there. That's how you know you really mean it. Don't even drink his own, try to pass it off.
this is great.
These chicks do you a special treat.
One moment.
Wine Tanqueray.
The money from the rich got for you.
Tanqueray.
What you
You're
doing?
drinking the same thing. You're just gonna sip on this. I got a tradition. Special way every time.
What's your drink? Amazing how dumb doesn't affect you.
You gotta say this. Just reminding people. A reminder. Talking about a trainer, this is interesting. He was a nicer. The guy that was working in drinks. He's doing the money for Bangladesh, right? And somebody had knew him from back in the day. Come to him and said hello to him. And he called him. So again, nothing. Later on, when got the money and everything, so the guy from Greece came back and said hello to him. So what happened? Said,
Can I say something before you leave? Very bitter about that.
that's the word I'm looking for.
Joe,
The way you work in things,
you know who beat me out for
I see,
78?
thank you.
Central
Entertainment.
Entertainment.
But I can focus and not take my mind off the job. But if people come over to me, talk to me, man, I answer it. You say, hey, you need to leave. Don't put me in the hot Rogers. So he says, he was saying, I like how he says, you don't go with a person to do that. Because it's true when somebody comes over to you, somebody else is wrong. Stick fast. And I'm really sure that I don't feel like that anymore. Really, it's going to be funny. Now, the story is an interesting thing here. It says that if you watch your show, it's not the shower by the straight. This is people watch your show. They don't let people come in and treat them. Take the straight. And you're not use it enough. Now, that's the reason you're not supposed to use it. The question is, as it is, if you're watching it, how come you want to use it for that? But we said this one is when all the field watching. We're going to allow other people to come. But over here, first thing, the place to look is watching somebody else's field. Let's not apply. Running away to running off somebody else's field, so running off somebody else's field. Now, you know, shady speaking, these from the things I saw with this boy, that the rapper gets some money, so there's something that's really love, there's
It's a terrifying thing. There's something about being terrified that makes you crazy.
some street the bar where you have to use it. It says in the class block that you don't eat it enough, or that the baby doesn't have to use it.
You have a system worked out. It's a very specific question. You have to say,
can not be done at all. They can just step up. Well, they said, hey, it's the thing from last year. You know, the second season. You know, the first season.
Switch it out a bit.
Says in the morning, how do you bring that? But, you know,
Well, I won't disappoint you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually about stand-up comedians doing stand-up and doing 60 seconds apiece. And then we talk to them afterwards and figure out how we can help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for, and many of them were waiting just outside that door for their name to be called. She really is just the best. The entire Hollywood community dressed like it's a Friday night. And I usually only see them on Sundays and Mondays. I usually only hike it, but it's very exciting. It's the beginning. That's your 60 seconds. They know not to go any longer than that. They're also not going to bring out the issue with culture end up talking more to your first comedian. Kobe Grimes.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Oh, everybody, 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 everybody. If you're asleep right now, you need to awake. If you're awake right now, you need to stay awake. Because the one, the only riser has finally bestowed upon us their extremely precious time and effort. So thank you so much at fucking 3:15 in the morning. Thank you.
No, I was here at like 1 and your stream was down. You weren't in here. And I came back and then your thing was on, but it didn't appear to be conscious. I think I haven't seen your. And then I looked on your YouTube stream and then it was like blank, like no stream happening on YouTube. It just had like the Rumble page, and I was like, what the fuck?
That's a great question. Yeah.
It's like you're the number one streamer of all time.
I am. I am. Of my 25 streams, like 22 of them went out. It happens. Randomly, there'll be like a flicker of the router or something. I can't explain, but at least 3 of them are still going. So
Sorry, what part of the continuous human data repository did you think didn't include the word continuous?
it does. It does. It had 3 of them going. I'm not kidding. I had that top stream is going. It's pretty dark though, but and no joke. Like they'll be able to lighten it in the future. When I say they, the scientists and the data archivists of the world. But you're right. When I awoke, I was like, "What the fuck happened?" And dude, I did this fucking such a smart thing, right? I don't know. Maybe it's smart. Oh, well, firstly, apologies that I like. Basically, if it gets past 11, I sometimes don't know if you're coming or not. So like, I'm just and then I don't know why you come so late. Why is it that you come so late?
Yeah, I've been waking up at like 3, so not like super late for me.
I know, but just come
Or
early.
like, I didn't know because you're the one who's up in the middle of the night.
That's true. That's true.
It's dragging my schedule and my schedule backwards.
Okay, well, let's say just for our own sanity, if you're gonna come in, if you can, I mean, I don't care. You come in whenever you want. You know you're always welcome here. But if we're gonna watch a documentary or something, try to come in by 10 p.m. If you come later than, and I'm not saying I'll absolutely always be up, but I'm doing my best to try to get my hours straightened out because it's just, it's just very difficult. I mean, you're in the same boat, so if we can agree on that. But come whenever you want. I love having you here. Can I tell you some stuff?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, firstly, how are you?
Doing good. I hope ChatGPT is helping me sort out my payroll thingy logger. I was just using it right now to email both the district person and the Business Improvement Association, kind of keep the wall for the mural festival, and basically what I proposed is like, where that wall is now mural festival is in August. So organizing this mural for like months now, created a site-specific design and provided like all these materials that have permission from like the business owner and the property owner. Please, if you're open to it, just allow it to be a temporary mural installation from like April until the festival, and when the festival comes, you paint over it. But I just really trying to use it as a stepping stone in my mural career. So hopefully they won't try to sabotage that plan, and they'll be open to it because trying to take the least conflict road possible.
I understand that.
We'll see.
Do you think?
We'll see if the people who have stolen my wall are going to be nice to me.
Do you think they will be?
I mean, it seems like they have no problem just bulldozing me right now and steamrolling. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, if not, there's also another mural spot that I have permission for. But again, I don't know if it's going to be hijacked the moment I try to apply for permission for another wall. But at that point, I'm just whatever. Can't paint murals in this town. I'll have to figure something else out. But it's fine. I have the important thing is that I am so ambitious and confident in my ability to paint murals that I'm not gonna let. There's just one wall of trillions of buildings. So it'll work out as long as I just stay persistent.
Yeah, incorrect. It's not trillions of buildings, but I get what you're saying. And even better than that,
in the future, with modular houses, it would be true.
Not really. Probably not.
I mean, what do you consider a building?
4 walls, roof.
Are buildings on the inside or outside?
Good question. It's subjective. It depends how you look at it. Okay, so this is just, you're not alone in this process. All artists have to go through these kinds of what do you call it? Hoops that you have to jump through, and you just be patient. And, I would go into this personally just being like, they're gonna say no. They're gonna say we have to preserve this wall for this certain area of town for this event, and then have a backup. I mean, like you said, there are a lot of walls out there, or a lot of buildings out there, and where you live. And if this one doesn't work, there may be another one that works, and it may be better. You never know.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I have permission from a flower shop in like the alleyway, so just do it there, hopefully.
So do you have to?
Or yeah, there's another spot that's even nicer and it's private, so I was gonna say like, hey, let me paint your wall, and if I get other work because of the results of this wall, I'll just give you like a commission off of it. Because it's right off the highway and like hundreds of people go by every day.
Do you have to
That's
pay?
the one I really want.
Do you have to pay for the paint?
I mean, that depends how you structure it. Right now, like the first one, I'm just volunteering my own paint, which I have a decent little paint alone is probably like $2,000 worth of paint. It's like one can is like $10. I have like hundreds of them.
Yeah, no, I imagine it's very paint is very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, for spray paint, it can be pricey, I guess. But,
well, it depends the titanium. Yeah. It depends the titanium solids in it that you have, and like if you get like low VOC, like the volatile organic carbon, kind of like environmentally friendly paints that you sometimes need to use, it can get expensive pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, spray paint, I guess, is generally kind of similar price, but you're just like varnishes for like UV protecting varnishes are like hundreds of dollars depending on how much you need. But I was just watching a video today on David's show, who I told you about before.
Yeah, you're obsessed with this.
And he, even though he's like super rich off, unfortunately, he got all his money based on this stuff, so I don't know how he can live in the metaverse, but I think he gets stock price, but he still, even with his massive wealth, he would go to the Home Depot and just, they have like a section, just a paint aisle at Home Depot where it's just, it's oops paint.
Yeah,
either,
mist tints.
I don't know, someone ordered it, or they screwed up the order, and then, so he knows the guy that works there, and it's like the bargain bin of just paint, and you get like I don't know how many liters or gallons, it's probably like a gallon for like a standard paint thing. Instead of like $40, they're like $10. And then so that you can like negotiate it down to like $2 with the guy there. And he is also saying that there's like a free wood hack if you go to like the wood section where they have like the cut it yourself thing, and people just grab free chunks of wood. So he's still very mindful of how much he spends.
Yeah, and there's almost like a game to it, I'm sure, at that point, too. He knows that he could spend extra money for all this stuff, but there's nothing better than a good deal, especially if it's, you know, like creating art. And then he can tell everybody, like, yeah, and, like, this is all recycled wood, or these are all mist paints that would have just been, you know, destroyed otherwise. So we basically made an accident into something really beautiful. That enhances the art, in my opinion.
That's a good way to. I didn't even think of that. That was very true. I'm sure it is kind of like a game for him in a way, because you can blow whatever, but or maybe it's just like the principle of it, and because you grew up doing that, it's just like it doesn't leave you. Maybe
Ingrained in it.
Yeah.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah, there's. I think there's got to be a Reddit called like Frugal. I think.
I'm in all that shit. I'm in so many different Reddits I can't count anymore, and I love Reddit. Like, I can't believe they banned me. I understand why they have, like of any website that I use, aside from the streaming and Discord, if I'm bored, I'm on fucking Reddit. First thing in the morning, I'm on fucking Reddit. It's not Twitter, it's not Facebook, it's not Instagram. I'm on Reddit all the time. I learned so much interesting shit on Reddit. Reddit has made me smarter. It's made me into far more, like I say this with passion, it's made me into far more of a well-rounded individual. I'm into so many different things I would have never been into before, especially when it comes to art or cooking or cars or um, books, literature, book of the month, like things that I normally would be like, oh, I don't have time for that shit. Which maybe I don't. I don't have time to just be like reading a book all the time. I'm doing other shit. But that doesn't mean that I can't follow along with people who are in book of the month clubs or book recommendations or like they even have these really. I love these really aesthetic um, Reddit subreddits that'll be like somebody will play like a show a picture of just like a mural, and they'll say, "Please recommend me a book that looks like this," or "Please recommend me music that sounds like this," and uh, you know what I mean? Like you can get um, that kind of theme from something, and people be like, "Oh, like so." Imagine you did a mural, and it was like a deep dark forest or something like that. Somebody might say, "Oh, you should read like Sweeney Todd or like Frankenstein or something like that." And like that's a cool way that AI doesn't really. I'm sure it's for AI training at some point because like 40% of all of AI is built on Reddit responses, and Sam Altman owns 10% of Reddit, so he has a vested interest in it. But there's all kinds of stuff like that, dude. I did this thing. This is fucking brilliant in my own way. Okay, well, let me finish though with you. You just need to continue to be strong, be patient. They're probably going to reject you, and that's okay. And you've got some other backups, which is totally fine. And guess what? They might not reject you, and you might be able to do that your mural this summer. So, you're kind of in a win-win situation. You've got some good prospects. You've got ChatGPT to help you with a lot of the work, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it might be some other opportunity. I mean, as long as I just keep the treasure hunt going. That's the other thing about murals that it's like the part that I like of it is like the game of it. It's like you see other artists that are doing like creative projects where like they're painting like a cruise ship or they're doing like a mural in like a really sick hotel like lobby or all kinds of mediums basically. Another thing that I'm getting into is getting a sewing machine. I'm just gonna like sew these like crazy art, like my art, but like on clothing and stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna keep on pushing.
A worry of mine would be, especially in LA, if I ever did a mural, the second that it goes up, it becomes a target for people to tag. Do you have that issue?
Yeah, I mean, that unfortunately I've definitely seen it happen. I've had friends of mine that have done murals, and then some disrespectful person just does their like black bubble letters over it. I think that if you do it on a large enough scale, then it's not really a problem because those people that are quickly doing bubble letters are not going to like go up on like a 15-foot ladder to go over your thing. So you can kind of avoid it with scale, but you can also avoid it, I think. I mean, it depends where, I guess, but if you do something really amazing, typically people like respect it more. And like you have like cities like San Francisco or whatever, and I've been to San Francisco, and there's some like really amazing murals there, and they've been there a long time because they're really good pieces of art, and it's just like people respect it. It's good, I guess, but it does suck if you work hard on something and then some guy just scribbles over it, ruins it, and then you have to literally just go back and repaint the whole thing.
Yeah,
It is a risk.
It's just a matter of time, long enough amount of time. Every mural they get some kind of graffiti. Like they throw like tomato soup on painting. You know what I mean? Like even like really expensive ones, like to prove a point or whatever. Hundreds of year old paintings. So I was wondering if there was any kind of like glaze or something that you could put, or like an epoxy that would protect your art, and then if somebody just like tagged it, you could just remove their tag pretty easily. And I'm sure that exists. I don't know how realistic it is, and also like a lot of times epoxies that are in the sun for long periods of time can cloud or they can yellow, which would change the color of your art. It's just something that you have to go through. Okay, and anything else going on in your life you want to share?
I just got my new Yeezys ordered or received them from China. I ordered a couple weeks ago. Got here pretty quick. I'm just wearing around the house because I had these pair of Yeezys that I wore in like I don't know a while ago, a long time ago, and they're like the comfiest shoes I ever worn. So I need a new pair of shoes. My ones are falling apart, so I got these big Chinese Yeezys, and they're pretty comfortable so far. So hopefully they're gonna be super comfy.
Do they fit
Right
you?
now they feel like women shoes, kind of they're super spongy, which is like very like stable.
Do they fit you?
Pretty planted. Yeah, they do. They do fit pretty good. I thought they were gonna be too big, but they're not. They don't appear. They feel pretty snug.
What if I may ask, what size shoe are you?
Normally I'm a 10, but then on the internet they said to buy a size up because they're really, really narrow-toed shoes, so I got 10 and a half.
You're 6'4" and a 10.5.
Yeah.
That's small.
Well, 10.
Or 10. I'm 5'9" I'm 5'9" and 3/4, and I'm like 13. I'm a freak. What do you want me? What do you want me to say?
Well, my friend is a size 14, and he said that it's like nearly impossible to find shoes, like because his feet are so big. So you're almost in that category.
Exactly. I have very big hands. I have the hands of a 6'6" person. So I one time, this is like 10, 15 years ago, or like 10 years ago. I got into AliExpress at the time. It was like super high. It's like China's biggest company. But they were trying to invade the United States market with cheap products. Basically, it was Temu before Temu, except I think the quality was better. No, I don't know. I don't use Temu. So I started ordering stuff from AliExpress, and it was interesting. It was everything that Amazon was, except it just didn't come as quickly because it had to sit on a boat. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna buy like all these shoes that I'm not a sneakerhead, but like I guess I've become one, sort of. At least just having some knowledge of things. And I bought all of the Air Jordans, not every single pair, but the originals, and then like the different ones, like the main big ones, maybe like 6 pairs or so. And I bought them. I took a risk, and I like when you would buy from those websites, they don't sell that shoe in like anything bigger than like an 11, because like Asian feet are pretty small, so it was really hard to find this stuff. I found some that would say that they're like a 13. Anyway, all the shoes came and they were also small. They were all just made for a smaller person, and I would like I don't know, maybe wear them a couple times out, and they look like Jordans, but they hurt to wear. So I was wondering if you had the same issue, but you have a more common foot size, so that's good that they're comfortable and everything. And you can't tell the difference, can you?
Yeah, no, not really. I think the quality of these replicas, I mean, the shoe itself is like 10 years old or something, so they've had a lot of time to reverse engineer it.
Right.
And there's entire stores in China that are selling fake Yeezys. Like they can walk into like physical stores and stuff. And it's pretty interesting how many knockoffs Yeezys. Like there's like a whole market. My only concern is that they get like stopped at the border or something, because apparently ordering like replicas are not allowed or condoned, but usually people like there's just one pair, so it's really weird. Like if you're ordering like 10 pairs, then they might care because it looks like you're trying to sell them. But usually they're just for walking around.
Very well. Look who stepped in. What do you want to play, Brian?
Yeah. Also, William Montgomery. I got an ad that William Montgomery is coming to Vancouver in a couple weeks on my Instagram, and I was like, damn, I gotta go see this guy. But he's performing a little bit far away, and I could potentially drag a friend of mine out there, but I don't know if my friend is gonna like William Montgomery at all. So.
How much is an Uber?
Maybe like $200.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Too far. Too far. I got you.
William Montgomery is the worst comedian I've ever seen.
Okay, have you ever looked in the mirror?
I watched WWE. I watched the WWE and Montgomery was funny, and I had to turn it off. It was so bad.
I heard he bombed. I didn't watch it because it's not like I love Kill Tony. I'm watching Kill Tony right now, right? Like the old one, and I heard at least in the forum on Reddit that people were like, "Don't order this one. If you're gonna order one of the Netflix Kill Tony, don't make it this one because it's not very good." So, what did you think of it, Zeus?
It's fucking terrible.
Okay.
Have you not seen his Kill Tony performances? Because he does pretty well most of the time.
Here's the issue. You picked The Undertaker as the guest, and The Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker has like this mysterious vibe to him.
Right.
And then, for whatever reason, in the last couple of years, he broke character and got across the guys now. Undertaker and everyone sees him as a real person.
Right.
Like
That's true. But
you made tens of millions of dollars just for like the guy made tens of millions of dollars just saying nothing and just walking in front of people, and then he breaks the character. I don't know. Maybe
He's like super friendly and stuff. He's like, "Hi, I'm the Undertaker."
Yeah, like just be weird. Just be like, don't talk. Just don't talk.
Okay, but then he wouldn't be invited as a guest, and he wouldn't be on podcasts. He's made a lot of money, but he hasn't made as much money as you may think he makes. Those guys don't make that much money. They get a lot of publicity, but WWE has for years been for like 40, almost 50 years been screwing its wrestlers. It will not let them unionize. They don't get health benefits. So like he needs to make money at a later age. He doesn't just have the ability to. His body can't take all the endeavors of being a professional wrestler. So, and I understand he has that reputation, but I get it. It's called breaking character, and he's done that.
John Cena made hundreds of millions.
Yeah, he was a little different. He came about later, and he also did movies and stuff. Like the Undertaker didn't do movies. John Cena did movies.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he did.
Okay, what big movie was the Undertaker in? That he was like a star?
But it wasn't a star.
Yeah, I mean he might have like
It
just.
was the longest show.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, like Joey Diaz was in the longest yard. Like he wasn't able to retire from that kind of a paycheck. But John Cena did movies that were like where he was the star, so he made more money there. And then he also did a lot of like he sold a lot of merch as well. Not to say that the Undertaker didn't, but John Cena is arguably the biggest wrestler of the last 15 years.
Now, the Undertaker would have made a lot of money.
They don't make that much money.
Solo Jerry.
just just randomly going to different cemeteries and uh, throwing people through tables.
The
At the cemetery.
Dude, I remember.
Undertaker was a draw card. Undertaker was a draw card to WWE. He would have been one of the highest paid.
Yeah, okay. I'll look up what he made. I mean, these are facts that we can find out. I remember when the Undertaker first arrived on the scene in WWE, which is long before your guys' time. He was so scary.
WWF.
Yeah, exactly. How much has the Undertaker made from the WWE? Now, a lot of this money is going to be from
When did he
merchandise.
debut?
Uh,
When did he debut?
so, okay, over 30 years, he made $17 million. That's not that good. That's less than $1 million a year. I'm not saying that's terrible money, but that's like that's not that great.
But it probably made like way less at the start than at the end.
That's true too, dude. When he used to come out and they used to play that organ music, and he was managed by a guy named Paul Bear, uh, and like he would like face off against Hulk Hogan, and everybody would be like a Hulk Hogan maniac. Like Hulk Hogan was like one with America, like the biggest fucking deal. Like he was like the ultimate icon of the WWF at the time. And then you get uh, this huge guy who they build at like 7 feet. Who's really like 6'10", a really big dude, and he just wouldn't say anything. And
Andre the Giant.
no, Andre the Giant was way bigger. That was he was like 7'3". No, he was way bigger. The, Andre the Giant was his own thing. And I'm saying this is after Andre the Giant died, and they needed somebody to kind of be that big dude in the WWE, and that was the Undertaker. And he would go up there and he would roll his eyes back in their sockets, so he just had white eyes. It would freak out everybody. He was just like larger than life kind of a deal. And you think those guys, when they're doing that, they're like all instant millionaires, but they are not. They have a lot of bills, and they're on the road all the time.
No, not instantly, but the difference between the Undertaker is like household name. Like everyone knows the Undertaker.
That's true, but the money went to Vince McMahon. Let's be honest. Like This guy only made $500,000 a year. Vince McMahon became a billionaire because of
Vince McMahon's not a good person.
this. No, he's not. Anyway, The Undertaker. Yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe's obsessed with wrestling, and so he merges these two worlds. Anything that he's into, he like merges into his world. And WWE definitely was. He did a roast of WWE last year that was not televised because it was so bad. And then this year they did Kill Tony Fest or whatever. Um, it's
Do you think John?
Go ahead.
Do you think John Cena is like? You think John Cena is like a icon of WWE now?
Yeah, he's kind of like become a little bit bigger though. I mean, I know he's supposedly like the number one person all time to do make a wishes, like meeting kids who are in hospitals who are gonna die and stuff.
Who's bigger than Rock or John Cena?
The Rock. The Rock is like arguably the most bankable person in Hollywood. He has like things in his contract that say he can't lose in the movie. He can't lose a fight in the movie. And if you look at the like when he's in a movie, it just basically becomes an automatic blockbuster. He isn't the top the absolute top bank actor in Hollywood, simply from the fact that I think it's Scarlett Johansson because she's like in all those Marvel movies and stuff, and those make so much money, but like she doesn't carry those movies as opposed to a movie. If The Rock's in the movie, it's like much bigger. Did either of you see the Rock, that fighter movie?
Who do you think the biggest wrestler of all is?
I mean, I'm biased, but it to me will always be Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan made the WWF a thing. Before wrestling was really unique in the United States, there wasn't one national brand. There were just regional brands, and Vince McMahon from like Connecticut basically was able to buy all the smaller, um, all of the smaller ones, the smaller wrestling companies, and then kind of united them under the WWF, and then made made a lot of money on Andre the Giant, and then eventually Hulk Hogan, and then Hulk Hogan like had an entire other career with a different company, WCW, where he was huge. It was like so when you say like who's the biggest wrestler, it was like every kid. I mean, I didn't, but like every kid basically under 13 from the years 1998 or maybe 1996 to 2000 had a New World Order shirt, having no idea what that term meant because it was wrestling related, and he was like an icon of wrestling. Another big one was Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was like the peak WWE. It's called the Attitude Era, where they would like rip off women's bikinis and they'd have like painted boobs and they'd show it on TV. It was, and then they would use blood. They would hit people with chairs. They don't do that stuff anymore.
No. Quick subject change. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too quick though. Go ahead.
David's being charged with murder officially charged with murder.
Okay. I heard Russell Brand or whatever was charged with rape as well. Is that true? I get all my celebrity news from Zoot, who gets it all from Instagram.
You can go, yeah. Like, you can charge with accounts. Like, Jesus. Um, um, and
Rise, are you ready to lose?
and charged with, and yeah, David's charged murder. And there's a lot of people that knew about the relationship, that knew about the relationship, and that was the motive behind the murder. There's a lot of people that knew about the relationship that should also be charged for trying to cover up the relationship and knowing of the relationship and not reporting it to authorities when they knew.
Do you think you should be charged?
I only found out about it after she was murdered, so I only found out who he was after she was murdered.
Same here. I feel I'm innocent in the deal. Do you know that both of you have invitations? Riser knows. What else is there? Dude, do you know you have an invitation? Hey, Zoot, you know I was on an Australian podcast yesterday?
Do you know that I was on an Australian podcast 2 months ago?
It was last month it aired. Yeah. So I had a feeling, I had scheduled these things midday, and I just had a feeling that this guy, I hadn't done a follow up with him. Dude, are you going to accept the invitation? I had, every time that we've done this, we've had 4 conversations now, 2 of which have been on podcasts. We normally do follow up emails to each other, like, hey, looking forward to tomorrow's discussion or whatever, just as a friendly reminder. Okay, Zoo. You've got okay, I just sent you one. Okay, fine. And I just had a feeling, I don't know why, but I was like, you know what, I bet that if I don't send him an invite, if I don't send him a reminder, he's gonna forget or something. I just had a feeling. And dude, I'm in the middle of a fucking story, so shut the fuck up. And I figured okay, and so I figured he's not gonna show up if I don't send him an email. And I was right that he did not. So I sent him an email when we were supposed to meet, and 40 minutes later he apologized. It's 3 p.m. California time is 8 a.m. Brisbane time, something like that. And so he's like, I slept in. He apologized, and we did the interview, and it was good. It was on mega projects. We talked about building a tunnel and bridge system from Southeast Asia to Australia, and we talked about greening the outback, basically making it a suitable. And this guy's an ultra Australian, I don't know. He's MAGA, but Australia. I wouldn't say that, but he's make Australia great again. He's really into Australia, Australian patriotism and stuff, which is cool. I like that about it. It's unique. And so I was you can use desalination and basically green the outback. If there's a huge amount of land there. And he's like, but we don't want other people here. And I'm like, I understand, but you all want to have children and grandchildren, right? And you want them to have a place to live, correct? And he's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, they're not going to be able to live on each other in your like 6 major cities, and that's basically all that you have if you don't expand. Uh, and he's like, no, that makes sense. So we talked about building a Bering Strait tunnel, so that connects Asia and the United States. We talked about clearing the Darien Gap in an environmentally friendly way. That's the area between Colombia and Panama, so that you could drive from North to South America. We talked about. Did you just say "fuck you"?
I said the opposite of fuck you.
Okay, cool. We talked about. We talked about building a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar to connect Africa and Europe. We talked about building a space elevator. It was a really interesting conversation, and this time around we didn't fight, so that was good too. It was just an overall good conversation.
Did you hear about the like Saudi Arabia's building some building twice the size of the Burj Khalifa, and basically to do it they're using super concrete, which is like 5 times more durable and expensive than regular concrete, and they're also using instead of just regular steel beams, like the special base grade alloy that's like super dense, and they're like reinforcing the concrete with super steel alloy or super metal alloy. Apparently,
We're dogs. Everybody knows
very
that.
very costly.
They requested that I be a consultant on the project.
Excellent.
Yeah, that should.
How did you propose the space elevator being built?
Yeah, great question. So the main issue is tensile strength of the cable. Like right now, um, steel cables work like a chain. Like they're only as strong as their weakest link. But there's an emerging type of technology known as carbon nanotubes. Basically, like imagine carbon fiber, uh, like carbon fiber cables, and these carbon fiber cables are much stronger than your typical steel cable, and would be able to theoretically take the weight and the environmental impact of being a space elevator, and he was all about that. He was like, and we discussed like it's a total waste of uh, of money just sending rockets up every single time. They're not always replaceable, and why would you spend all this money when you could just build a space elevator? And so we agreed on that, which was cool. And these conversations are really short. They're like just 20 minutes, so we didn't have like a ton of time to get into anything. There are elements of it that I like about it, but then again, it's like super short. And I wanted to talk about more. Like I wanted to talk about a Red Sea bridge, basically a bridge from Africa to the Middle East across the Red Sea that could be built. That may be very beneficial. But I just was able
The
to touch on
space
that.
elevator though, like is the point to cool the Earth by just turning ice or salt water into ice cubes, or what's the purpose of it?
No, a space elevator is a way to go into space where you don't need rockets. So basically, think of
You can transport anything up in space.
that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a cable car transporter into space, but you don't need to use rocket fuel.
Right. I mean, doesn't it need like an anchor at the of it to like pull the chain. Let's say just like you know how a
Yeah,
the
Zoot,
airlift
go.
goes around.
Yes, I know. Zoot, go. Yeah. So that it needs to be in geosynchronous orbit, and once you get it in geosynchronous orbit, it stays there permanently. Well, so long, like I don't want to say permanently. It needs slight adjustments, but basically, it's like if you get a cable from the Earth to space far enough, it will stay in geosynchronous orbit naturally.
Oh, so you just have to get there and then
Exactly. It stays.
float.
Exactly. Like, you know how satellites just kind of float in geosynchronous orbit?
Yeah.
It would be like taking a cable from one of those and bringing it to Earth. I've seen renderings of this, like really cool videos of people who have them, or who have created them. These theoretically came from Florida, but I don't think Florida would work that well. I think a place like Kuwait is like the ideal place to have it. The temperature is really consistent, or the conditions are really consistent. They don't have to worry about um, monsoons, hurricanes, or cyclones or anything. They have the money to be able to do it. And not only that, about like 3 years ago, I was in a Twitter space with a guy from Kuwait, and he's like, "This is never going to happen." I'm like, "Not only is this going to happen, but in the future, the people of Kuwait are going to listen to this conversation, and they're going to want to be the ones to sponsor it." So I want it to be.
Yeah, I mean it'd be like having like a basically like the Panama Canal. And
Exactly.
there's only one, which probably wouldn't only be one, but that first one came out, there only be one.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Just you're 100% right. But like, there are.
When you need like a Kuwait space program to justify it, it just doesn't even matter. They have the perfect environment. So
They have the perfect environment. You can use international relations for that kind of stuff. And I'm an advocate for building another uh, Panama Canal, at least one. There's a way to do it through Honduras, and it was originally proposed before the Panama one, but it's just very mountainous. And then the other thing, there's the proposed Ben Gurion Canal, which is another Suez Canal that's basically through Gaza. And there are theories that the reason why what's happening in Gaza is happening is to make space for this new canal. There's also a thing that was announced recently. Israel is sending 300,000 people to Argentina to basically build a new country there. A lot of shit's happening. And these are like mega projects for the coming centuries. And, like, people don't realize it, but the earth is evolving.
what are they sending to Argentina? I didn't hear it.
300,000 people to create like a mini colony.
Say,
Go in the water. You're fucked. Dude, what happened to you?
I just have to go. Just have to take a break. Okay.
Dude, don't go. Dude, come on, we're gonna play Cutthroat. Dude, are you ready to play Cutthroat?
no.
Okay, before we do another game, dude, I developed the sweetest fucking bot for making memes. Oh my word, is this fucking great. Alright, so do you know what Getty Images are? It's like all the Hollywood pictures are taken by a company called Getty. related to J. Paul Getty, founder of Getty Oil, at one time considered perhaps one of the richest people on earth. Anyway, so it's like basically their photo company, and usually you have to pay like huge amounts of money to use these people's pictures. But I figured out a way to just bulk download many different pages of these pictures. And so what I did is I just bulk downloaded like super hot women of history, like Audrey Hepburn and like Marilyn Monroe and like Mary Tyler Moore, like, all these really pretty ladies. And then I built a bot that automatically creates, um, just takes their picture and at the bottom just says, please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live with my link tree below at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And I've made like 500 of these memes, uploaded them to the internet in the last like 24 hours. And I haven't even been like focused on it, but yeah, so I got that going for me. So what's the purpose of this? Basically, if you create a meme and you just leave it, thousands of people will view it over the course of months and years. And it's just like basically free real estate, like that other meme. It's free real estate. It's like, why not create as much content as possible? There's a theory, there's a phrase in politics. I don't like the guy who's credited with it, Steve Bannon, but it's called flooding the zone. Basically, that's the theory. When you got something bad, like pub- publicity wise, well, I don't have anything bad publicity, so I don't want to make it seem like that. But my thing is, I have another rabbi who is beating me in search engine optimization for my own fucking name, and so I've got to beat this guy out. He's dead. He's been dead for 60 years, 50 years, and but he's still beating me in search engine optimization. I've got to overtake that guy. So the way that I'm doing it is just flooding it with as much content as possible. And so, yeah. Anyway, I want you to look at some of my memes. Can you go to a browser and type in IMG FLIP, image flip, IMG FLIP. And then type into the search Rabbi Rothschild. I think that should work. Now, I haven't been doing this that long, maybe like 3 days, so these images haven't necessarily populated on Google yet, but they've populated on here. And you can see I have.
Please type Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube that filter by live.
Yeah, those are just, so here's the thing. I see that. Go down, like, those are just, those aren't the memes. Those are really, frankly, the, okay, wait, hold on. Those are just the templates that I use of, like, all the hot ladies. So if you go to the section below that, you can see some of the memes that I've made. Those are, so the ones.
Famous Kabbalah, Kabbalist, and Orthodox Jewish Rabbi Michael Mosh.
Yeah.
Rothschild Rabbi streams 24/7.
Do you see where it says images and then it says fun, and you can change that to all?
Yeah.
Change it to all, and then go to images, and you can see, like, I actually did make real memes. So, like, do you see the one? Do you see some of them? Like Rabbi Rothschild, hashtag Bible Rabbi is the most lovable person of all time. And then the thing
for Rabbi Rothschild.
That one actually populated really well in YouTube, or on Google. So anyway, if you look at the views, like some of them have like 34 views, 78 views, 14 views, 57 views, 16 views, 9 views, 10 views, 77 views. Like they've only been up for like a few days, and so they do get views. And I don't think I'm going viral from doing that by any means. But when you type in Rabbi Rothschild into Google, it's just more shit of mine that populates. And I can only take so many pictures of myself that like are like interesting. Like I am not going to Bali tomorrow, and I'm not going to Paris tomorrow. So like the pictures that I do take are like I take I have pictures of me that I've uploaded from like Hollywood sign and like Disneyland and like the beach, and those do okay, but they're not like uh, I'm not like a big influencer or anything like that. But memes do really well, so I think it's cool that I created this strategy, and we'll see how it goes. And
Probably like other people uploading your podcast or the podcast with your name in it also helps, or just other people posting about you.
yeah, it does. It absolutely does. And
I mean, this is all hinging on like the fact that like when people search up your name, stuff will come up about you. And I guess you have. I was reading something, or maybe you told me, really. I know people are searching for me. Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, this is Rabbi Rothschild.
exactly, yeah. When you know the Google suggestions when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, the suggestions all say that. Even to the point where it says Rabbi Rothschild and puts my whole Discord address in there. So I know people are searching this. It's just Google, I get it. Google is taking a historical person and keeping them ahead of me. It's like it would be like your name was, I don't know, Alexander the Great, and you're trying to outdo Alexander the Great. It's like, dude, it's really, really hard. This is a historical figure. It's not that difficult, but it's still difficult. Uh,
There's
the
some guy who I talked to on Telegram and allegedly just manipulate the Google search results data and get your link above every single thing,
Doug,
including the advertisements.
Doug, I don't even want to talk about I've worked with so many companies when I was in startups that say they can do that. Everybody says they can do that. And then you pay them a bunch of money and they request you to pay for advertisements so that your, whatever the word is, goes above your competition. Yeah, it's a pay to play system. Don't believe anybody who says they can do it organically. The only way to do it organically is the way that I'm doing it, by creating tons of videos, tons of content, press releases, memes, GIFs, all that stuff. That's the only way to do it organically.
Yeah, no, he was saying that he literally was just altering the database.
Oh yeah, don't you think Google gives just some random guy on Telegram the ability to do this?
That's just what he claimed, and whether that's true or not.
Come on, let's use our head and think. Google is $1 trillion company. Why are they letting some random guy on Telegram have access to that?
Using some backdoor. Get it.
Right, okay, but I mean, don't you think that Google has their backdoors as tight as possible?
According to this source, they're not as good tight as you might imagine.
Okay, then why wouldn't
But
he?
I don't think it's a good strategy.
Wait. Then why wouldn't he make his result be number one when you type in search engine optimization? When you type in Google, right? That if you could do that, then you would make your name number one for search engine optimization, right?
No, well then you're gonna get flagged. But if you just make it like when people search bio rabbi, that yours comes up, then Google may not do it. But if you start fucking with like when you type in Facebook.com, when you type in Facebook, rabbi shows up.
Yeah. Okay. I will just straight up say this. Everybody says they can do that. I don't believe it. I mean, I've seen these companies make thousands of dollars off of suckers in search engine optimization. Anyway,
That's interesting.
oh, dude, it happens so much. But I can tell you this: of all the things, they do have some good advice. They'll say write blog articles that are heavily um, indexed with search engine words or phrases, and that works. That works really well. I one time wrote for every city in Southern California and every, um, not just city, but even neighborhood. I wrote an article for our website on car washing, and it was a project that I had that I enjoyed doing it, and it allowed us to rank anywhere. You could type in uh, Irvine car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Los Angeles car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Beverly Hills car wash, boom, we show up number one. Even like neighborhoods, I would do neighborhoods of places where like you type in what's a neighborhood? I don't North Hollywood like is a neighborhood. Boom, we show up number one. And Los Angeles is really interesting the way it was incorporated. Like a place like North Hollywood is a neighborhood of Los Angeles, but a place like West Hollywood is its own city. It's like, wait, isn't it Hollywood? Isn't it? And then the term Hollywood, there is no city Hollywood. That's just a nickname for Los Angeles. It's very confusing. Um, but like a city like West Hollywood has incorporated itself, basically broken away from the city of Los Angeles. North Hollywood is a neighborhood, and Hollywood in general means everything from basically, well, it means everything in Los Angeles, but it can also mean like you could call Beverly Hills is Hollywood, even though Beverly Hills is its own city. Uh, you say the Hollywood glitz and glamour. Many times people are talking about those people who live in Beverly Hills. Anyway, I just think that that's an interesting thing, like that it's not it's not that clear. Anyway, so I one time wrote these blogs on all like car wash near you because that's what we wanted to rank for is car wash near you, and my blogs were everywhere. Were they the best written things at the time? Yeah, they were the best written things we could get, and then um, and then they worked so well that the owner of the business ended up when I went to work left him to work as an accountant because he wouldn't give me the time off that I wanted. He hired this kid from Yale who was a creative writer, and he would take my articles and then write 5 articles on the cities that I had written on. And so we had this huge database of thousands of articles, and eventually, like, just dominated. I mean, that's why, like, even years later, years after that business is closed, like you said, when you like type in things for mobile car wash, we would show up. Like that's how much we dominated in the second biggest market in the United States. So I was quite proud of that. Anyway, as people say, the biggest market in the biggest state in the United States. No, we'd say the biggest market in the biggest state in the biggest economy in the world. Anyway, that's that. I can't, dude. That's what I do. But um, I'll never forget where I was when I heard the term SEO. I heard these guys talking about SEO. I had just joined this company, and they're talking SEO, 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 and I'm like, what are you saying? They're like SEO. I'm like, okay, I just joined the company like yesterday. I don't know what that is. They're like, it's search engine optimization. It's like the big thing on the internet. It's how you get your stuff to rank. And I'm like, oh, there's a science behind that? And they're like, yeah, it's like a huge science. It's huge money. Absolutely huge money. So we bring in these companies. We brought in a bunch of companies. We even talked with the biggest SEO podcast in the world. He was very helpful, very, very innovative, very nice guy. I got that arranged. Anyway, the SEO team that we brought in initially, these guys come in and they're like, they're telling us like how you can rank really well, and they're like, you need blogs, you need city-specific blogs. That will be very helpful to you. And so we're like, okay. So I'm like, I can write those in my free time at this business. And I'll never forget this man said to us that at the time, data was the number two most valuable resource on earth after water. And that triggered in my mind. Um, this was before the economists wrote about data had overtaken petroleum. But this stuck out in my mind that data was a resource and was extremely valuable, and people didn't realize it. And that was in 2017 when I heard that. And in its own way, like I think about that all the time, you know, and I've made data my backbone, and I think that that was a big day. That was a big day. And then another interesting thing when we had the guy from the biggest podcast on SEO in the world, uh, he said to us, this was in like 2018 or something, that video was the emerging medium for the internet, and that like Google was going to be emphasizing video much more than text in the coming years. It's come to fruition to some extent, but he also planted a seed in my head that video was where it was at. It wasn't in audio necessarily. The audio's big. It wasn't in photos. It wasn't in text. It was in video. And like those two little things, think about it from what I talk about and what I do, like really impacted my life. And now here we see that I'm flooding the internet with as much content as possible. I mean, Riser, do you know anybody who makes as much content as I do? I don't think it's possible. Exactly. I would say this. I think I make more content myself than all your friends combined easily. You don't have 25 streamer friends, and I am live on 25 different streams. Generally, 24 hours a day. Sometimes they do go down when I'm asleep, but I still have some of them going. 3, 4, 5 of them going, and it's certainly on the different platforms. It's an incredible amount of data that I put out, and I don't know anyone. Like, it's a really unique strategy that I've used. That why not create as much? Why not be the person to create as much content as is absolutely possible? Nobody else thinks like that, and I think once people start to hear about it, they will. But anyway, I did this podcast yesterday. It was really good. It was on Mega Projects. It was 20 minutes. There's another podcast that I've made arrangements to do. I don't know if this is going to work. Well, I think it will. Just take time. There's this guy. He's got 49,000 followers on Twitter. He was the first Uruguayan hacker who was sent to jail or something like that. And I wanted to be on his podcast. He has a big podcast. Then also Morelight paid like $500 to do these press releases that I wrote for him, and he submitted them. And I kept checking. I did not see. I saw them published, one of them, but they wasn't distributed anywhere, which was the big thing. That's where it was going to be in the Boston Globe and all these other places. And he got a message saying that the article that we wrote they didn't consider it newsworthy enough. I mean, and that's a good point. I just wrote Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 is the best cryptocurrency in global history. It's a hard thing to prove and whatever. So we rewrote the press releases under the guise of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 launches a new merchandise site to celebrate my having spent 1,000 days in their Telegram or something like that, which is more newsworthy. And so they did launch their own site for merch that earns the company money or whatever, or earns the cryptocurrency money. Anyway, so I've got that going for me, which is cool. And oh, tight. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I've got an invite. So I'm gonna now go. I'm gonna check my invites, and then I'm gonna dominate. Oh, you're just looking to get your ass kicked early this morning, aren't you? And you're going first?
I'm sorry, are you complaining?
Very, very, very. I'll be over the next trader. Yeah. Says the Mishnah, says the Mishnah. But if
Twang. It's like you don't know what twang is. It's like the way that people in the South speak. Like that southern twang. That's what that's. I guess it's just like a way someone speaks.
that's a fight. Except that that's what we're talking about. We're literally from Pesach. But how do you know Pesach has to be bought with your own human money? You find that that's a oima, nemar Pesach with Mitzrayim, nemar Pesach with Mitzrayim. The very, very first time Yisrael did Pesach in Mitzrayim, and we're going to learn for the rest of the generations. Now let me show you Pesach in Mitzrayim. Beautiful video of Pesach. Pesach. Pesach in Mitzrayim. We get Pesach, and we have a video for Pesach.
Do you want your turn back?
No, I thought I had to.
Look at this lead. Already up 13 points on the man. But don't worry, he'll get all the S's, all the X's, all the Q's, all the Z's.
She determines you're outside of Egypt. Okay? Outside of the wall. And it also says, Pesach is
So I'm going to dominate you so badly in this game. It's not even close.
So you get these tiles over the way.
I'm up 33 points. We played like 5 turns. 33 points is a giant lead. Maybe one of the biggest leads in the history of the game this early. Especially considering I went second and
Gosh. Oh my God.
I'm just busting the balls. I've gotten really good. Oh, that was good, dude.
He's doing the backswing is the only way. I'm just spouting whole rant of bullshit. Cheating.
technical thing. There's no messaging anymore. Okay, at the bottom we don't do it. Just like the best thing is right, you know, you had to buy from your own money, not the messaging money. That's all the day, you know, you're going to so do the rest of the generation you have to buy from your own private money, not the messaging. Oh, and he wants what he says, if you've done the measurement, how can I learn something that's impossible?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Use messaging money in the truck, messaging money.
Get out of here.
That's the source for that's the main, that's the first part. It's a great
No.
source.
No, get out of here. You're guessing. You don't have a word. You're just throwing tiles on the board. Your tiles are not big. Oh man, that would be that would have been huge. The jars are really good jars.
Some people are serious. Some people learn perfect. And that's why I mentioned the balance of ice in this house. She's a full month. She's working here. I say she even though I don't want to talk too much there, I need to make a quick show. I gotta tell you this advice. So this house is complete for Pesach, already for real, alone. And this past Shabbos, they walked the power bus and his wife. They walked like 15 minutes to get to another place to eat chametz over there. They won't eat over there. So because I was feeling really short, so I told the Bible, they said, I'm super hungry. So if he's at a restaurant, bring some schnitzel. He comes in and brings the schnitzel. Then I realized, wait a minute, they don't have cousins. But he didn't care. Even though he got special permission from his everything, this is big fact. This is big. This is a level of person. Person who doesn't walk in his way, so shouldn't eat chametz. But his guest can eat chametz in his house. Unbelievable. So, this is, it says in the first proposal, it's a full month worth of work. For what? Or you see why I said it's myself.
The Rise are making a comeback.
I guess they got rid of tiles. Just waiting for you to bomb down the passes.
So of course, you had to buy you from your own money. And there's a thing in so if it's true, if you're here, you know that. Why do you have to come on with another time? Oh, there's no this payoff. What's wrong with the first one? He said on the measurement sheet of Shai, like, listen, you should have just stayed with this first cash. Being other than, and if you took it back and you hope everybody else would something that's impossible to do this possible. Why do you go with them inside? You should hide people because of the simulim. Oh, the reason why I did it is because you know the first year a peasant is known as bad, it's known as well done. For that, I would say that's a good one. What about the second year? The second year there wasn't and there was a rule. There was blood. There was Rigas Adam. And there is no Mezushanim. So you're kind of like, oh, there's no Mizbeach, and that's why you can't use Mezushanim. No, it's saying there wasn't that, you still can't use Mezushanim. It's too late now. But I guess I have to say you should play up, so I don't forget. Averena sent me, very, very geschmack, $2 of wine. Still very light. The boys stop sending me wine. Please, I know it's late. By the time you hear this, still not sending me wine. I have a choice of this thing. Please, not sending me wine. I don't want to become a drunk, and then this wine is very tempting. You should not tell them about it. Then, somebody else just sent me more bottles today. That is very easy. Okay. I'll get the letter. I'll read the page. Hi. Hallelujah. Says Gemara. So why do you repeat after going to another time? Says Gemara very simple. Very Eliezer. He was just talking in Eliezer. With the D, I was good enough with the first shot. With the first kasha I had. Ain't done a measure of Shia. It's a tremendous time. Now, what are you doing me a raya in the first year of the party? When there was no Mesa Shani at all. There's no Mesa Shani. There's no Mesa Shani. So, of course, how am I going to learn future generations from something that's impossible? But you, when we have Dams generation, we have Shai, you could learn something that's possible from something that's impossible. Not like something that's finished. They don't have another thing. We only have added another time. That's why you added another time. You actually hold it to learn future generations from something that's impossible. There's no like change. Have another time. And guess what? There's no imur and there's no mistake. One doesn't go. So I'm not going to do it. There's 3 of that. There's imur. That's why maybe you could use Moshe Sheni like the life condition. That's why it was their answer. No, I have a hackish. Well, that's from generations to the first place. That's the Gemara. You guys ever come to a lot of answers the question. What are you asking me that these numbers stay out on the first Pesach? Okay. The second Pesach. Second Pesach. And there's no message anymore. Let's learn from there. The reason why you're asking that is these people are more going to the Kiva car. Kiva was talking to Lezer according to his Shita. Rabbi Lezer is talking to Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Kiva's Shita. And the car is Rabbi Kiva car. According to me, he was going to mention Shef Shai anyway, that I could learn future generations from the first. Wow. Even though to the future generations, this is my Shani, from the first generation, was never mentioned. Which is high pure and if you're going to ask me this question, that there's Pesach from the tribe of the water, try to close it off. You ask me for the first Pesach. No, the second Pesach is going to prove it. The other one is going to point to you. God is going to mention Shiyasha, but you see, you cannot learn generation. Don't have that. Okay, you can't learn future because I have a hackish. This is the problem. Well, you could learn future generations from the first Pesach that was good. Says the Lord actually now goes like, how come we're Kiva? Okay, at the end of the day, yes, yeah, in other words, there are many halachas in this Pesach. So yes,
there was a 3 letters. A 3. It was 3 words. It was three words. There was a 3-word bonus.
There's not a 3-word bonus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is.
Look at you, just wasting a cue.
Yeah, you kind of wasted there a little bit. You both know you're just going to play Q. Quid or quid, quill or key. Those are the only 2 words that have worked. Thank you for contributing to.
So check this out. from the very, very first Pesach in Mitzrayim to all future generations that want. You cannot use my Hashem money to buy gold Pesach. And from that, I'm going to learn, I'm going to continue that with the other program. That's the question that we had yesterday. The middle one, I'm learning from Akish, so it doesn't have the ability to teach other things. What's the question? If you don't know along the Akish, you're doing it. Basically, those who align the Akish, they have the power. It's a student.
That was good.
But once I have a partial Pesach, okay, you might want to move from the other fully, but there's a general concept of Pesach. And from that general concept of Pesach, I know the game must change with it. So, all the programs in the world, I can't use.
You know what kind of music is going to become really popular in the future?
And now we have a very, very simple Gemara.
Fuck you.
That's the type person himself. You can't buy so much shame money after you use them. Not only the performance from the residents, it's a player. The famous conference.
I'm gonna put the K there.
What up, dude? You doing okay?
I was thinking about getting my antidepressants, but then I was thinking antidepressants sometime in your life. I might be tempted to overdose on antidepressants.
You need something, big dog.
That's the dilemma.
Okay, why don't you get on antipsychotics for Tourette's? Your country offers free healthcare. You brag about it, but you don't use it.
Your country offers free healthcare.
No, it does not. Healthcare in the United States is extremely expensive.
Why do you think that is?
Companies putting profits before people. You, my friend, though, again, for the entire time I've known you, you need a therapist. You need someone with whom you can speak regularly about what's going on with you.
You need a therapist.
Baby, I'm a bunch of people's therapist, and I'm of any person you know in good of mental health, and you're gonna fly.
I think the homeless guy down the street.
I think so too. That's why you need help, my man. And we're here to help you. We want you to be healthy. Riser, this game is a lot closer than I want it to be. What are the how many tiles are left?
Let me say. What the fuck? How do you spell devious?
Devious.
I don't know.
So you have an S?
I have anything you want. Tile.
Oh, I see. So they're just giving you the win.
Unfortunately,
It's tremendous schus. I feel a tremendous yata d'shmaya that we're here
So let's
tonight
see if we're here now about
and able to do
About Fonzie?
four shiurim yesterday.
Yeah.
You
want to get early to the
48 hours.
Fonzie, like the guy from the Muppets?
Usually, I do it.
Bro, Fonzie, like the guy from
It's not easy, but
Happy Days?
Bezer Hashem is going to get done. We're not done yet. We still have 2 more shiurim to go. But here we are. It's a tremendous. Tremendous ability to have to do better. I must bring a card that I'm able to do it.
Oh, major miss. Major miss. Oh, that's like stepping on my balls. Dog, you colluded with Zoot to distract me about Fonzie. How many tiles are
there? There were 0 tiles left.
Oh, fuck this. You did collude with Zoot.
I brought something. Like I said yesterday, I think I have enough wine to say there. Let me show you something different. I've never seen anything like this. This is from Kiwi. You said Kiwi Muspel?
I got $12 in my name.
When you open it up, it's like a whole.
Aren't you going to Melbourne this weekend?
Not anymore.
Where did all your money go?
Just 5 French bottles.
Dude, what are you doing, dude?
$200 a bottle.
Drugs.
What drugs?
$200 a bottle plus.
Heroin.
Very, very nice bottles. This 1 year, 10 year. They're very cautious. But each one.
What drugs did you buy, dude?
He's pandering.
Shut the fuck up. That's our hero, dog. Wow. Great way to have Zoot distract me so you could play size about Fonzie Bear or Fozzie Bear or Fonzie. Zoot, where did all your money go? Did it go to crypto? You bought that stupid coin, whatever it was called, dog or something. Not dog with hat. Oh, monkey.
Yeah, it does come with wine opener here.
Dude, where did all your money go?
See my son Avi on a marathon. Seconds breakfast for Poisai. Seconds breakfast is not short. Very, very long second. He also has a lot of doctor.
Yeah, it's way too late for me.
All right, big man. No. I know. Come, hold on. Listen to me. Get your sleep. Come back. Be here at 8:00. And then we'll watch a documentary and we'll get into a rhythm and then we'll get our hours back, okay? Can we do that? Wait. Can we?
I came earlier, but
Dude, you came at 1 a.m, okay? Listen to me. And I mean this. 8 p.m. tonight, let's watch the Richard Branson documentary, okay?
Alright.
Excellent. So I'm gonna.
Might be a little later, like 10.
Dog, that's a 2-hour shift. You have to understand, I'm waiting on you, and if you don't come in, then I'm like, well, I get tired too, and I want to go to bed. Let's get our hours back to normal. That way, we're not up till like, 1 or 2. We'll be up till like 11 or 12, which is like more healthy.
Okay.
Just do that.
No, I need an extra time.
Exactly. So come in at 8. It's fine if you need to make dinner or whatever, around that time. I don't care. You can do that while you're making we're watching the documentary. But we got to get our hours back. So I'll see you tonight at 8, God willing, okay?
Alright, bet.
All right.
care.
Hey, best wishes with the mural. Keep me posted.
Hell yeah.
Hey, good job in literati too. That was really good. Take care, man.
Yeah, the fucking S.
Size,
Yeah.
size, dog.
And the Z. Got the S and the Z.
That was ballers. No doubt about that, man. What were you saying, Sue?
You left.
Dog,
I was gonna say, dude, I don't know.
he needs. My man Zoot needs.
Everyone conquer. You gotta conquer all the negative.
Dude, it's
exactly easy.
it's been getting worse and worse, and I mean, I know he doesn't have a lot. Like, I told him, I know you want to go to bed, but I told him before he was going to Melbourne. I said, "You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "Yeah, I am. I made plans." I'm like, "Dog, I know you. You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "It's only an hour flight or whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, but and Riser, you know this. Melbourne's expensive in comparison to just the life that Zoot's living. He has no income coming in, and like a hotel room. He doesn't have a car. He's taking a flight. So you know that's like pretty expensive, and I don't know, like getting a hotel, getting an Uber, eating, all that shit's expensive. He's looking at like at least $1,000 for the weekend. I would say. Maybe I'm a little off, but if he's staying multiple days in a big city, it's gonna be expensive. And I told him, dude,
He's going to see comedy.
yeah, exactly. He wanted to see his comedy friends. I'm like, dude, you're not gonna do it.
He has friends there.
No, he doesn't. No, he don't. They're like the people.
You just said that.
I'm saying that he says he has friends there. These are the people from the comedy club who won't let him open for them. But I was like, okay, you know, you think you're gonna go there and whatever. I didn't mean to shit on his plan, but I'm just like, you have no money to be doing this kind of stuff. I told him, why don't you just go get a hooker? Like, get your mind off it. Go have some fun with some chicks. Hookers there are like extremely prevalent, and it's legal, or it's legal like everywhere where he, except where he is, or some shit. Why don't you go do that? He's like, I can't afford it. I'm like, dude, you're gonna go to Melbourne, which is like $1,000 for a weekend at least. I mean, okay, I don't know how much flights are, but maybe $300 for a flight. Maybe there and back, maybe yeah, $300. Then a hotel is going to be like at least $100 a night, and you might have to stay 2 nights or so. That's $500. Then meals in a big city, probably $100 a day. So if he's there 2 or 3 days, I mean, right there, that's $700. That doesn't get him into any comedy clubs. It doesn't include Uber. Uber is going to be, if he doesn't have a car, it's going to be another $100 a day. So that gets him to $900. Getting into the comedy club is going to be probably another $20, $30, $40, $50 for a couple nights. Like right there, that's $1,000. It's $950. I mean, I'm sure that he'll get a cup of coffee or whatever. And I told him, I don't think that you're gonna go. And he's like, I'm going. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you that I don't think that you're gonna go. Anyway, he's not in a good mental state. I keep telling him, you need to seek professional help. I'm not a professional psychiatrist, and I don't want to be. There's a reason why I did not get into that field, though I think I could be very good at it. I don't want other people's problems. It's very negative, and I can be pastoral support to some people, but at the end of the day, I don't have all the abilities that a psychiatrist has to prescribe you perhaps the medication that you need. And I have been fighting with him for over a year that he needs to go seek psychiatric evaluation. He he instead just said that he was autistic so that he gets $1,000 from the government a month, which It's fine. I don't even know what autistic means, but I do know that he has bigger issues than whatever he's saying he's getting just so he can get a stipend from the government. And he's he keeps coming in here and saying all kinds of things about SUICIDE, and he called the Lifeline or whatever, and he'll just randomly say like really sad things. I'm gonna KILL, like whatever. He's gonna like do harm to it or something. I don't want that. I want Zoot to live a wonderful life, but he's just in this spiral. And if he doesn't seek medical help, like I don't know what to do with it. And he's like, I don't want to get prescription drugs for the pharmaceutical industry, all this stuff. They do some good things. There are a lot of people who use their medications and have had really good positive things from them. Not everything that comes from that industry is negative, and it's a bigger problem than I can control. I miss the old Zoot who would come in here, I guess, when he would come in here and talk about how he's a millionaire. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Do you think the money is what made him so sad? Okay.
The money didn't help. There was a period where he didn't come in here for like a month, and he went from having $1 million in crypto to $40,000 in crypto. And now I think he's gone down to nothing. He's living off the government. And so that can't be a happy transition. And then to add to that, he so he was going to be an exotic dancer. You remember this? And I was really proud of him. He would come in here every single day and tell me how much he weighed in kilograms, and I didn't know what that meant. But he would then, like we do the thing to pounds or whatever. Like, man, you're doing really well. And he's like, I almost have a six pack. I almost have a six pack. All I need is a six pack, they say. And I kind of knew in the back of my mind, if Zoot looked like a bodybuilder, he still has the personality that can be very off-putting to a bunch of really hot chicks. Like Zoot has shit in the punch bowl, personality disorder. If that was the thing, where everybody could be having a good time, and then he's going to mention, like the slaughtering of people.
Random hate speech.
Exactly right, 100%. And you can kind of get that vibe from him. I'm sure you can much easier in person and everything. And so the guy told him, you need a six pack. So Zoo worked really hard on a six pack, and he looked at and like I was really proud of him, and I would tell him I'm really proud of you. And then he went to the guy after Zoo did all this work. He would go to the gym just about every day, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we're not interested," or something like that. So Zoo put in all this work and then got rejected. And I told him, dude, you could, if you wanted to, just go to another male strip club. Like there are others where you live, and you could try to get hired there. And he's like, no, and it just like it shot him down. But then he was like, I'm gonna be a stand-up comic, and and he told me, Rabbi, I'm going to be on television in January. And I was like, with your comedy, no way. There's no fucking way. You're not funny. You're offensive. And he's like, no, I'm going to work on it and I'm going to do it. And I was like, dude, we could come up with a comedy routine for you that's really good and really tight and they can show on television. But right now, your comedy, they can't show that on television. And he's like, nope, I'm doing it my way. So I said to him, okay, I even planned that. We even did the math. It was like in the fall. I was like, dude, there are approximately 16 weeks or something until you're saying this Raw Comedy Festival or whatever. So you need to make sure that you go every Monday for the next 16 weeks and work on your shit. And he's like, all right. And he went maybe 8 of them, which is still good. Maybe 10, something like that. But he wouldn't work on he wouldn't work on one set. He would just come up with something new, come up with something new, come up with something new, which is fine. But that means none of your comedy is going to get developed, and also you're not going to be comfortable with it. And believe it or not, he gets on the
I mean, William Montgomery does, standard.
yeah, but
I don't think it's
hold on. But he writes it down. He writes it down. He's basically not a stand-up comedian. He's a reader, which is fine. But there's a certain amount of connection that you lose with the audience when you just sit there and read cards to people. And I get it
But
because
still his form of stand-up. It's like I think he's doing it like ironically.
no,
Really, so that's why
he's
I
doing it because he's lazy.
I know he's reading off the card, but it's like
He's doing it because he's lazy, and I'll tell you why. A real stand-up comedian, and I watch these people on Kill Tony, these girls on Kill Tony, and the other regulars. They come up with a 1 minute, and it's memorized, and it's tight, and it's good. William likes to play video games and bang out his ex-girlfriend, and would like to get drunk and things like that. And so he doesn't have to memorize things. He puts them on cards. It's a crutch, and but he likes to do that. Joe Rogan told him, "You don't need this, dude. You're not as good a comedian as you could be because you're not connecting with the audience. When you normally could be making eye contact with people and showing facial expressions, you're just reading to them some really funny jokes. But I'm not putting that down. But you're losing the connection to the audience, and I've got to say,
it's like free jokes. It's like not even anything.
now that's the thing. In 1 hour, if you worked at it, you can get those jokes down. William Montgomery comes from a very smart family. His dad's a lawyer. His mom's like well mannered. It's not like he couldn't put the work in. To me, it shows laziness. And I like William Montgomery. He can be super funny, but his funniest moments are when he was on cocaine and drunk. And I'm not saying that's good for his life, but that's when he was really fucking funny. And he'd be like yelling at, what are you fucking looking at, you stupid bitch? In the front row. That kind of shit is so funny. But like now he just not saying he needs to be like all fucked up on drugs. I think it's good that he's not. But his comedy lost a little something, which that happens. Okay, I don't want to take up any more of your time, but keep shooting your thoughts. I'm gonna just keep pushing on him to get a therapist.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to talk to him. I don't know what's in his head exactly. I feel like when you focus on growth, like if you could just like ignore his problems,
Well,
but maybe they're unignorable.
there are medications available, and he ignores them, and they're free to him. And so I almost I don't think you should blame people for their own mental illness, but I think you can blame people for not getting help when it's readily available. So there's a difference. Like, I don't blame him for having Tourette's. I don't blame him for having depression. I don't blame him. That's not something to blame him. But I do blame him for not seeking help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, he thinks all vaccines are cause autism.
Well, and this thing that he's stuck in the past on with his things that happened in high school, dude. We all have things that happened to us in the past. Everybody does. I hear it with stand-up comedians all the time. Like the second their head hits the pillow, they think about that one time they farted in the middle of the bus and everybody was laughing at them, or the one time that they snorted, or the one time that they asked out a girl and got shot down. Like you know what I mean? They talk about this constantly, and it's kind of one of those things where um, you just, and then he'll put up these scenarios like, would you rather? Oh, I get so many would you rather, 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 and I feel I do a good job taking on just his questions where he doesn't know what he's going to say. He just wants to say something, and I don't shoot those down on time travel and reverse aging and avoiding death. The one thing I don't want to hear is uh, ending your own life. I don't want to hear those kinds of conversations. That's not good for my stream. It's not good for people to hear. It's not good for him to talk about. And uh, killing others. Like those are two things that I just don't think. If you want to have like real sociological discussions about those things, I'll have them in a serious educational manner. But not just because they're playing Mancala and you don't have anything that you have to talk about. So you say, would you rather kill someone who was your bully in high school or someone who heckled you on the stage? Like, I don't want to have this conversation. Those aren't real. And
You know, they shouldn't make the past that he's so hung up on. Like to me, I mean, it's like his life is like ruined. Like he's so got his like
dude,
brain.
he could do
well
he,
enough.
he could do so much good stuff. He has a clean record. He has an able body. He could easily get a job in security, and he doesn't want a job. Well, but even if he did, he's gonna have that shit in the punch bowl moment where. But he could work in a he could work in a restaurant, or he could work, like behind not as a server, but or a host, but or a manager, but he could work like as a chef or something. There are things that he could do. He could also he he wants he has these pipe dreams of being a trader or whatever. He wants to turn like maybe the worst thing that ever happened to him was buying those uh, Pokemon cards and then turning that into crypto because he made a whole bunch of money doing it and now he keeps blowing money. It's kind of one of those things. Um, he is he needs a profession. He needs some stability in his life, which would be do once a month or once a week or whatever your behavior professional feels is necessary. You need to connect with someone and talk about your mental health with them and what you're feeling. And they can prescribe things to you and you can make adjustments with medication. But right now, it doesn't help him to come in here and say, uh, I tried to. There was this girl who liked me when I was 15 years old, and uh, I should have asked her out, but I didn't. And then just last week, I friended her on Instagram, and she blocked me. Like that. I mean, you shoot your shot, man. But as I told him, dude, those women are married by now. They have families. They don't want anything to do with you. You're the past. And maybe she did like you. That's cool. But that's the past. Find someone who likes you now. Um, Something happened to Zoot, I think, when he said when he was a little kid he did not have the tics. But you know what, Riser, I have to say, for all that I say of Zoot, I feel really badly for him. His dad died when he was 1, and that's yeah, I didn't think he did know that, and that's devastating to me as his friend. Like I don't, it makes me so sad, and it doesn't have as much of an impact on him as maybe it does, and I just don't know psychologically, but he doesn't talk about it that much. But it does have to do with his fear of death. And sometimes I'll press him on it too. Why are you always so death oriented? Because my dad died when I was 9. And there's nothing I can say to that. That's like, you're absolutely right. There's nothing. I'm so sorry. But that means he didn't have like a male figure to look up to when he was a little kid. Um, he doesn't have a father that we could just call up and have his support right now. It's so for all these things that like we say, Zoo, you need to get your shit together. We don't know what that kind of a loss is like, and I don't know how his dad died. I've never pressed the issue, but it's incredibly sad to know that like our friend lost a parent at such a young age, and he's still dealing with it. And he has no memories of his father, but just really sad. And
Yeah, I mean, it's almost better to lose them before you have memories, arguably. I mean, like I was with a kid who lost his dad on our hockey team when he was like 8 years old. I was like I just feel the weight of like the situation. Our whole like hockey team like went to like the funeral thingy or celebration of life or whatever. That was bad.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's really just a void that you have to deal with.
Absolutely. I knew a kid who lost his dad. I'll never forget my mom. Like we got a call early in the morning before school, and these people were at a house for a party like 48 hours before, and their dad he was like 39 years old, very young. He died, and this kid's actually pretty successful now. He's married. He's got a good job. He's got his own house. That's all really great, but it changed him. It changed him. He became very depressed, very sad, very sad. So I understand what you're saying. Like it's almost the phrase, "It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all." It's almost the opposite of that. It's to some extent, it's better to have never loved at all than to have loved and lost with the loss of a parent, perhaps. Almost like a child too. Like it's better to have never had the child, maybe, than to have had the child, put all this work into them, and then have their death. Does that make sense?
Yeah, or my mom's like cousin, I think, or uncle or something. He was like 5 years old, and his younger brother was 3. They were like playing outside, and like a drunk garbage truck like ran over his younger brother and killed him, and he like witnessed that. He was like 5 years old.
So this is your mom's, one of your mom's uncles died this way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Or
terrible.
cousin, I'm not sure which, but yeah, someone. It was like her grandmother's, her great grandmother's son. So yeah, I guess uncle. But yeah, he witnessed that when he was like 5 years old, and grew up just like probably with one demon. Didn't, yeah,
That's
they never formed like a life, I guess.
That's why I am an advocate of the development of the type of technology known as memory erasure, especially for people with post-traumatic stress disorder or just bad memories. They shouldn't be haunted by those things. There should be a way, hopefully in a private way, that they could go into just like an AI system and be like, yeah, I have these memories of, this drunk driver who killed my brother, and I want those to go away. And the AI removes those memories and also doesn't like hold that information against them in the future or something. That's a touchy subject, especially with like big data and tech companies. But wouldn't that be nice that people could just be like, I don't want to remember this anymore?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it was like used responsibly, like I don't know, would your emotions be different after that? Like all that trauma has like formed you into like the person that you are.
Yeah,
and you're still gonna be like that person that you were, but just absent of those memories.
You would
Like you wouldn't want people to just delete like every single bad memory, please. And oh my AI, get rid of them. Fresh slate. I want to be only happy. Ideas.
I actually don't think that's that bad. That'd be okay.
No, because you need polarity to balance you out.
I get that, but anything that
To some degree, you don't need to be like tortured.
yeah, exactly. So, perhaps there could be some memories that you would want to keep that were help you grow, but others, you people should not be haunted by things. And in a situation like Zoo, where he got into a fight when he was a young man, like maybe not even he was like maybe 13, 14, 15, something like that. And his mom got scared and had him change schools. And that changed his entire life. And he went to a new school, and all the kids made fun of him, and because he was the new kid or whatever, and none of the girls liked him. And like if he had a male role model there, the role model might have been able to say to his mom, "He doesn't need to change schools. Boys have fights. Boys will forgive. Perhaps not forget, but he's not in danger." Um, they're always it's a what if game, but he's haunted by these memories, and I explained to him in some ways some of the memories he has are not that big. Like, okay, so a girl rejected you, or whatever, you got rejected, whatever, you rejected some girl, whatever. Um, but the things like losing your dad at one, there's nothing I can do about that to make that situation better. Except talk to him about revivification technology and explain to him that, hey, there are positive things in the future. You may be able to get that person back. It's not every time I talk with someone who has lost somebody close to them, but I've had a lot of conversations on the stream and talking to people about revivification technology, and they're like, it brings some closure just as much as it can to some people that, hey, there might be a way to get these people back. Just be patient.
Like, yeah.
That to me, is a really important, like aspect. Like I lost my grandparents. I two grandparents I never met, and two that I lost as a young person. And so the two that I never met, I really don't know anything really too much about them. I mean, I know some things like I had a they were well off. My grandfather was like owned his own business, and my grandmother would have like she was like she didn't have to work. She just was a housewife. They were well off. They had really nice cars and things like that. But I never met them. The grandparents that I did know were um, like very smart people and engineers and really really handy, like really just extremely engineer oriented individuals. And I learned about a type of technology. Like when I lost my grandparents, especially my grandfather, I remember like I lost my best friend. I was around him all the time, and he had a major impact on my youth. I not only had two really good parents, thankfully, but I had two really good grandparents and a grandfather who was retired and could spend all the time with me making sure I was good at math and I was a good reader so that when I got to school I could just smoke the kids because I was like really advanced. I was really fortunate. I've got to say, I had an excellent, like, there are a lot of kids out there who don't have good male role models. I had, in my own way, too many good male role models, like, really good people. Not just my parents, not just my family, not just grandparents or anything, but the people who my parents were around, coaches. I had just, like, abundance of good male role models. Like, there are some kids, and I feel very badly for them, but I had no male role models. And there are those fortunate ones who I have who are good religious leaders around us, good families of people, and so I try to take that understanding and try to use it for good and to help people. In terms of my grandparents, I know about a type of technology that gives me some uh, happiness, and that is so I want to revivify them. God willing, I'll be able to do that someday. It's like a goal. but before I do that, there's another type of technology where, like, uh, I know my family. I don't know exactly where it's around. I don't have direct contact with them. So that's not. Uh, I just kind of don't want them to know about my stream. So during the pandemic, I just was basically like, I'm going to be doing that. I don't want to talk with you. And I've gone years without talking with them. And I get letters from my family, just hope you're doing all right, things like that. But and I have had some contact with members of my family that I think they have communicated to my family, to my parents, but really I've gone years without direct contact. And, I
So you're like parents?
yeah. I don't want them to know about my streams. I don't want them to know about what I do, and so I haven't told them directly.
Why don't you just not tell them?
Well, I mean, they're like if I called them and was like, "Hey, how are you guys?" They'd be like, "Oh, what are you up to?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I live stream. I like 24/7 for World Peace." And they'd be like, "Oh," and they'd go into my stream and like I don't know, they've seen me as a much more religious person and professional, and
What do they think that you're doing?
I think they think I'm just living my life. But I think that perhaps some people, like perhaps from like somebody's communicated something to them. I think at some point, if they Googled me, they could listen to my uh, my podcasts and things. So I don't know. I know that, but they're living their own life as well. So I mean, there was a big.
So you go on mute and just call them and just not talk about your
Yeah.
life.
There,
And just
there, they during the pandemic, before I started streaming, I took a very hardline stance, and I'm sure you can pick up on what I'm saying. I don't want to say it on my stream, but I took a very hardline stance on a certain uh, medical procedure that I did not want done to me, and I had warned my parents for years that this was coming because I heard that it was coming, and they're listening to their community and all the other things. And I told them, if you do this, I don't want to talk with you. I'm going to be hurt, and I was hurt. I was really hurt because it was like they hadn't listened to me, even though I had been telling them for like at that point 12 years. I told them there's a pandemic that's coming, and I think at the time I might have used the term epidemic, but and they're going to force everybody to do this certain medical thing, and don't do it. It's experimental technology, and so there was a little bit of a fight, and I cut them
I
off.
mean, arguably they do not have I don't know if they're working or whatever, but like people's jobs were like practically forced to do it or lose their jobs if they didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get it. I think there was like just they just felt like everybody else was doing it, and I was hurt by this. I was really hurt, and the last communication that I recall to my parents, it was like, I don't want to talk with you. I was very hurt because it was like, no matter how hard I worked at trying to tell them what was happening, I was always going to be their son who just, they had wiped my butt as a little kid, and they're not going to take me seriously. And the last time my family visited, I wasn't yet a rabbi, but I was in the process, and my parents were positive towards it, and I asked for their permission and everything. And my family had met my rabbinical colleagues. I've been to my shul and met my community and ate Shabbat and Shabbat dinner and lunches and the whole thing. They'd seen my religious life, and I am someone who knew this was coming. I didn't know when it was coming, but I had seen the writing on the wall, and I had warned everybody that I knew about it. And you know, then when it started to go down, there's this. It's an English folk tale, I guess. It's called Henny Penny. Have you ever heard of this? Basically, it's the idea. It's in a bunch of different. It's in a bunch of different, uh, like a bunch of different countries, like stories. But it's the idea that there's chicken called Henny Penny, and they're running around the yard, and they go underneath a tree, and an acorn falls on their head, and they start yelling to everyone, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling! The sky is falling!" And then the whole city ends up getting really scared because Henny Penny said the sky was falling. And that's kind of how I felt with what was going on. And so I just,
Yeah, no, I read all these like crazy 4chan posts on like the paranormal board of like like MRA and there's like graphene oxide and vaccine,
all
and
that.
that's like portal for demons and whatnot.
Oh well, I don't want to say that, but it just I did not think that this was a good thing because it was experimental. That's just how I felt about it. And
Yeah.
and I was heartbroken, and I still am that like my family didn't listen to me. So because of that, in combination with me streaming my life, I've just kept as much distance as possible. But with that being said,
Well, I mean, I told my parents about my schizo, like 4chan knowledge of vaccines, but then and I didn't get it, but then I think they all got it, and I was like, wow, seriously?
there you go.
You
So
guys are gonna be like the sheep.
there
I'm
you
gonna
go.
be like the black sheep that's like all red pilled.
There you go,
So
dude.
whatever.
Okay, so you
But they're like reading the news and they're like, oh, we don't want to be in a hospital.
exactly.
They trust the science, blah blah blah.
Wait.
Like the science is experiment, like not proven
Wait,
at
exactly.
all or tested at any length like a vaccine could be.
Exactly. And
On
that's
anything. There's no studies. And it's mRNA like altering your DNA.
wait, all that. So you and I are of one mind on that. And so basically, I just cut my family out of my life. And I know.
But you should forgive them though. A little bit. Like,
Yeah, no,
I mean, I was cheesed on my parents, but then I realized that they're boomers, and boomers are gonna boom.
that's true. That's true. I'm not mad at them. It's just I'm disappointed, and I don't like it. That's my life. I'm fine with this. Like, um, I'm happy with the life I'm living, and I'm sure I could go and ask them, hey, I need like if I got this like a good amount of money to be able to promote myself with bots and stuff like that, I could go viral. I don't want that. I don't want to depend on my family financially as much as I can avoid. And so I haven't gotten to that point where I had to call and ask for money or anything like that. I don't need to. I'll go back to working if I need to before I have to do that. But I do now. I'm at a point where I've got this like really big project that I'm doing, and I don't want their input. I don't want their opinion on it. I don't want them to be like, "That's not what you should be doing. You should have a normal life. You should go get married and settle down. Go back to being a certified project management professional and Scrum Master. And go back to doing that. Get this. You. I don't want to hear them say you've wasted your life doing this because I haven't. I feel that it's really important. I don't want the negativity that I perhaps could get. So I avoid all that, and I'm happy like just avoiding that. I know if they need me, they could get a hold of me if they really wanted to. If something happened, I'm an email away, and but yeah. So I'm not so mad at the decisions they made. I get that, but I'm glad to hear that you had the same thing. That's what started the rift, and then from there I started doing this live stream, and because of that, like I don't like it's like it's like a secret that I have. Like I love to surprise people. It's something that I've always loved to do, and I want it to be one day that all of a sudden their son has gone viral, and they didn't even know it. Like that to me is really exciting. Same with my friends in my community. They know that obviously I haven't been in shul in a long time, and that I told them I told some of them that I was going to be streaming and everything, and I'm just working on this project, but I don't. Uh, there's like an excitement to me to be like, hey, one day this could go viral, and it would be like oh uh, like how do I want to describe it? Like somebody who invented something or came up with a big discovery, and it's like I don't need their help. I don't want their help. I'm just going to continue to do what I do and keep grinding it out. Anyway, the reason why I got onto this is because I was talking about being fortunate in having good role models in my life and my grandparents and wanting to bring them back. And there's a kind of technology where you can take home movies and put them into like an AI model, and it creates AI models of the people, and then you're able to have virtual discussions with them. And I dream of that. I dream of having virtual discussions with my grandparents someday after having gone viral and being like, I did it. I did it. And they would know. I'd have like really interesting conversations with them about the whole country, about Europe and what life is like living in Hungary and the places where they've lived. And I've just that to me is an exciting thing. That okay, I'd love to revivify them and bring them back, absolutely, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that right now. So in the meantime, it'd be cool to have some kind of AI model of them. And I know it's not exactly them, but it's pretty good. I think that's a cool thing to be able to utilize. Now, for Zook's case, uh, he may have home movies or he may have pictures or whatever, the writings or whatever. There's some record of his father. And I would love to be able to give that to him someday so that his father could say, you know what, you did the best that you could with the cards you were dealt. I think that would be very valuable to him. And then perhaps someday revivify his dad. That's the big goal. But in the meantime, he is um, he's dealing with some really difficult subjects, and if you think there's something that you can do for him, by all means, try to help him. I do what I can to be as consistent a person for him as anyone on earth, basically. And if he wants to
And
talk,
I sent him this video on this dude called Bashar, and he claims that he's channeling like some alien civilization or whatever. But I watched him when I was like kid, like 11 or something on YouTube, and like whether or not he's, I don't know, he says he's pulling the information from somewhere. He's like a channeler, spiritual guy or something, but he just had a cool ass way of deconstructing like the human mind and like rearranging like the way you think about your belief system and how much like kind of like some law of attraction shit, but like in more detail, like detailed law of attraction type stuff, and because you really emphasize just like how much like beliefs like impact your day to day like thinking and life, and It's like really mind blowing to me, and I still appreciate everything that guy has ever said. So yeah, hope Zoo figures it out.
I do too.
Wait.
I know. God willing, I'll see you tonight, 8 p.m. Don't do 10. Don't do 11. Come at 8, and we'll get our hours together. Okay?
Alright, if I'm even awake,
You can do it.
oh yeah.
All right.
Alright,
Peace. Take care.
Because at first I tell you, you have to know what you're saying. And you cannot force somebody to say thank you. You can't force them. You can't say over here and say, oh, I'm going to bring the bread. I really tried to below left. Fight for nicer. Or maybe take the left. Force him to bring the left. I'm just throwing it out. This idea of you cannot force someone to say thank you. You tell your kid, you better say thank you. It's not from the heart. That's not a person. That's not a thank you. If a person says, I'm not going to bring the bread, it doesn't force them to bring the bread. What's the second case? The person is supposed to bring the oila. And with every oila, with every shlamim, you bring wine and you bring flour. He doesn't want to bring this. It's enough. I spent $500 on this on Amazon. 2-hour Amazon, Beis Hashem. That's why it's there. In the time of Beis Hamikdash, you push. What carbon you need? A year-old carbon, a 2-year-old, or a Pesach, comes to the door. It's the Shiloh. It's because he said, Toida without the bread. What if he said, I'm bringing the bread, Lachmi Toida, then you don't do it. Well, dinner, I forgot Toida. No, you only said Lachmi Toida. But I did the point, the business, I'm not doing something. So the says, no, don't do your riot from the first line. Because don't forget, there's two lines. One is that he said, I'm going to bring a toilet without bread. Another one is going to bring a shlamim without wine. But guess what? You can't flip it. You can't say wine without shlamim. Why? Because you could bring wine without shlamim. There's a concept of a person who just brings a bottle of wine. So in Mela, that's why in the first case, my toilet, I couldn't flip it. I could bet to flip it. I could say bread without the toilet. But I don't want to flip it. I want it to be consistent with the second line. The second line doesn't work on the flip. The seventh line, the second doesn't work. So maybe the first line also, even though it works, I'm not going to say it like that. In other words, don't make it feel that the Gemara didn't say the opposite. So maybe it can't work out. The Gemara didn't talk about why just the bread and not the toilet, because yes, it does work. But the reason why I said it in such a fashion is because it has to match the second line, which is seven million itself. Let's just see inside. I'm making it more complicated than it is. Very simple. But I need to combine the business seven million itself. And the second line says that I need to be Travis to be Shlomo without wine. You know, not to lay yourself on the Zerach. And then like over there, you cannot say the reverse. You can't reverse the word. But a person said, I'm going to bring wine without a Shlomo. Why? Because that one word. If a person says, I'm going to bring wine without Shlomo, you say, okay, bring it. That's one of the carbonas in the Pesach. That's why the manners. The second line, that's why it's on another day. That's why it always says,
Get it.
When a person says, I'm bringing the toida without bread, he says specifically, I'm bringing without bread. So he has it's called the Pesach Shel Charaka. He has an opening to regret what he said. When a person says, I'm bringing a toida without bread, he says, without bread. He's not going to do that. But you say straight out, I don't want to bring the bread. So how are you going to force it? In other words, you say, I don't want to bring the toida. You can't explain what he meant. But everybody who learns a lot of Dafayami knows, when a person contradicts himself in the same sentence, and he says, I want to bring a toida, but I don't want to bring bread. So there's a contradiction. There's no such thing as toida without bread. Why do you say without bread? Because we don't care what he said at the end. We care about what he said at the beginning. The Yisrael says, first Lashonaka, I go with the last one. The Shana says, I go with the first one. This first one is, I want to bring a toida. Bring a toida. You said no bread. I'm going to force you to bring the bread. Because now, as we learn, already know him and I give you guaros and that hey law, let me just show you a video of what's great guaros. It's figs that are dried up. Beautiful are beautiful. We get so used to this. It's like day after day they produce. Our opens up as this. Who's Bela, right? The Iranians Bela. These dried out figs. A person is a nuzzer, or what's a nuzzer? A person who cannot drink wine, can't be with common mates, can't go to funerals. Why is he talking about figs? There's no connection. Bishami ever nuzzer. Because he said, I am a nuzzer from figs. So you chop. First word don't count. I really nuzzer. I go with the first word. Second words don't count at all. We don't know about Philip Taylor, all this. Really says, no, I go with this. He explains himself. Had I known that you can't say that, you can't stick in fig. No, he's an I would have said from why. So why did he say, oh, sorry. And that's with, in our case. When a person says, I'm bringing a fighting without bread. I didn't know I'm not allowed to say without bread. Had I known I'm not allowed to say bread, no bread. I would have said with bread. Oh, you want bread? So my equivalent, what do I have to force you to bring bread? You just said, you just explained, I want to bring bread. The boy, he's finished. He said, I want to bring the feather without bread. Then they told him, well, wait a minute, you can't bring the feather without bread. You need bread. Okay, I'll bring bread. And then he says, you know what, I don't want to bring bread. So that's why I have to force him. Because he explained himself that he would bring bread. But if he wouldn't have explained himself that he wants to bring bread, then we would. Lashma, I have a little bit of a problem. I'll tell you the problem before we get there. The problem is that I started Pepe yesterday from 8 lines down and Pepe's in the down. So now we have to get there. We don't have a choice. Usually I can stop wherever we want. I can stop here. And tomorrow we start from here. Now there is no choice. There is no in-between chair. So you guys just stop. Toshma. There's going to be a chair. We're already 7 minutes. There's no way we're going to get there under an hour. Toshma. I realized I was just fly through it. I realized left on the 7 minutes. The person says, I'm going to bring the play without that. Why would I have a toy double off on the 7 minutes? And he would have said, but here's a case that contradicts what you just told me. You're telling me that he explained himself that he would have brought the bread. But over here, his price is in the first. He doesn't say, I would have brought bread. He said, I would not bring bread. I said, keep and listen. Which is more than explaining a separate. There's no Mephiski that we go with the first lesson. What's his first lesson? I want to bring bread, but I don't want to bring bread. Boom. I don't care what he explained later and what he didn't explain. And over there, it says I go with his explanation. And over here, he explained that I would not bring the toilet had I known I have to bring 40 bread. No, it's been 40 bread. No way. I wouldn't have brought a toilet. So that's what it says over here that he forces to bring the bread. He's just explaining. He doesn't want to bring the toilet. Why are you going against his explanation? Cash, it's indeed a cash. All over good. It says, it's not a cash. Right? You're right. This particular guy it says that we go by his words of I want to bring a toilet, but I don't want to bring the bread, and we don't listen to him that it does it. I'm going to bring the bishara. I'm going to bring the business. Now just to finish up what we said, my shamar v'shamata. We force him to bring the bread, and we tell him shamar v'shamata. What does that mean? Our Rabbi shamar of a toilet. Shamar is referring to the animal. V'shamata is referring to the bread of a lachma. No, the word shamar means both. Bring the animal and bring the bread. So what's the shamata? The one last is don't say that you're going to bring a toilet without bread never again. We're warning you. It's a dumb thing to do. Don't do it. If a person says I want to bring an animal, this animal from Mysore, Shani money, that means from Mysore. That's the money that you're selling with Mysore. What do you mean? And if I want to pay with my own pocket account, not only because what's amazing, they want to you want to bring it from Mysore Shani money. If you want to bring it from your private money, you could. Do whatever you want. It's not only from Mysore Shani money, it's even Mysore Shani money. 6 times from the bottom of the layer, you keep the Mysore Shani and what's that Shani, you cannot bring your wheat that's Shani wheat to Israel and make bread out of it. You have to purchase the wheat from Mysore Shani money. So I'm not going to put down the Bible Shani and keep the Mysore Shani. Aber mit Kindern ist man manchmal schon wieder auf a week that was purchased from us money. So this means that he bought it for something else. He's going to make flour for shine. In the last minute, he flipped it and said, I want to make the matzah for the party. But obviously, how else are you going to do it? It's okay. It's okay. There's another way. That's what you think. No, it's 6,000 times. I don't think it will be what's changing your time out. I'm just explaining what it means. How else are you going to bring bread?
I love this one. It's my spirit animal.
That's a good person to praise everybody. But what happened was he bought it to stop to make cake. And then he flipped it into tiger breast bags to be a flour. Well, you should have looked at my machine. I'll keep it on the two first. When you buy it, machine, yeah, that's okay. Guess what? We're going to do it to be on the top. I wish I know what to put the machine. I'll do it. Who's going to spend? Yeah. Overlay, you said. It's okay to buy it with money. Overlay, ready, I'll buy it. I need to put the thing on the machine. Yeah. I see, you cannot buy it with money. So when could you buy with money? When you buy deliberately to make the bread for the party. Even time you give, any time you get. Let me explain what you're saying. Let me explain what I'm saying. That's with my father. Every time we was fucking learning when I was a kid, I was younger. So he told me, let me explain to you what you're trying to say. So annoying. What you need to say, what you say is very good. You say something really different. You know that? It's really different. I said A, and he said like Z. See, very good, very good. Like you give me the physics, and I know that he knows that I didn't need to say that. Okay. Oh, you guys, this is young guys. Maybe your father doesn't do it. Good luck. Yeah, very good. What did you say? Let me just say it a little better. This is basically what you're trying to say. So he says, but ain't the time of the day, every time let me explain to you why you said, and let me explain to you why I said what I said. Ain't the time let me explain to you what you said. You committed to buy the wheat from my sharing money. Told the night, yeah, I was Shlomo. What do you talk about? Why would I have to do why? Who besides that? Hey, that's Shlomo. The word Toida and Shlomo are the same, they're right together. So Toida and Shlomo are the same. They are very similar. The Toida is a type of Shlomo sort of. So, top of Pibes of Allah. Ushlamim, Sham Meiser. I learned that I could purchase an animal to make it a shlamim for my sheni money from Sham in Sirishah. But we know, and I learned, now shlamim being given Meiser. Shlam themselves are not Meiser. After they're not being given Meiser. So, to the Toida, it itself is not Meiser. The Anachida, I think, is the Meiser. And these wheat, the wheat that I purchased to make the bread with my sheni money, ain't given Meiser. It itself is not Meiser. Fine. It's okay. I could use it for the bread. Every time you do, but I spend in my room. I do the same thing. I learned Torah from Shlomo. And I'm doing the same thing that you did. I have exam Shlomo. I'm not going to argue with it. My Shlomo ain't minimized. Shlomo is what? It's meat. It's protein. It's not a fruit. Torah ain't minimized. So the Torah also is not a fruit. It's not meat. It's meat. It's not a fruit. Food you feed them, like you know, it's a shame. They might see me, and therefore the problem. I cannot buy meat with this money because that is like myself. It has to be something different than that. But both sides, I could jump there. I touch him Samea. Thank you for coming. Have a wonderful.
Learn this book is spreading forth throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi English master, Mordecai. We're here. He gets hurt on a marathon. Yesterday, did 4 shiur. Today, Beis Hashem, another 4 shiur. This is shiur number 2 out of a 4 shiur series. And the point is to have enough shiur for the oilam so that they don't fall behind. I know it's a very tough time for everybody, and it's difficult to learn. But Beis Hashem, if you have all the shiurs, you can learn it before you have to learn it. No, what's the answer? Wherever you feel like doing it, but if you do it. So I'm going to try to give this shiur in a pace. I'm here, Mamish Bachabusa. What's your name again? Bernetsky. Bernetsky from Months. Where? Donovan Months. Ah, that's right. Your neighbors with Mark Ashkenaz. Nice. Wow, very cool. Shkot for being here in Leafwood. You're a place to sleep with. So nice. You and the Palatites. You're sleeping in and out. To remind the island, if you want to be part of the reminders and do Sris Omer from beginning to end, help you. Here's the way to do it. I'm going to skip for now. Skip for now the all the sponsorships, and we're going to go straight into the shiur. The sponsors, special edition of the Shasha Session by the Iranian families. Perek is sponsored by Ruben Harrison with parts of the Gender Valley. And all the little islands are the Israelites for Perek next to them with the children living Torah. By David Saladin, dedicated memory of Elmer, the Holy Second, the small bar, Perek points to those who know Rafa. The second sponsored by Joe Dallas, Daily Session of Father Jack and Dallas, and I'm the second looking at Gash with Father Father, the nation. The Zehani was a rabbi, Goyer, Shlomo Policy, the rest of the Yiddish. Anonymous was Shlomo, the most winning Zohar, Anonymous was three before Shlomo, and the rich son, to live at Esther. Yisrael, Magidon, who does do, and Magidon, who does do, so Rabbi Yaakov, I keep steiging, Senegal's family. Now, we came all over, go, we changed my meaning of life. Going out, money, go from nothing, money, and all those who say, hey, and the wild, and focus on Sparrow. I Simon, with Kusema, Avi Moiri, Baruch, and Miriam, and all these sponsors, the easy sponsors, with the Richie families, and things like that. Your cousin of Simple Hour, is in Shana Evan and Leo. And the YR, one, with Kusema, Yom Hanit, and Kusema, Brachel, and Kusema, and Kadenessen, the Kusayel, that is 7 items. Also, holding the Daf, Ein Tessim, please. 3 lines from the bottom. And to remind all of them that we had 3 cases where there are 2 titles involved. A title is when something good happens to you, a person gets out of jail, and is able to go over the ocean, the midbar, the desert, desert for Shlema. He brings a title with 40 breaths. What happens if you end up with 2 titles? Do you have to bring in this situation 2 breaths? In other words, 2 times 40. What are the situations? Situation number 1 is, or out of order, with the order, the Toida had offspring. So you have 2 titles now. Which says you don't have to bring more breath. The other one is, you did a Torah. Torah is where you say that this, the right side, I bought, Shema. It's one of the minus of dollars. I wanted 2 sheep. I went on Amazon, and everything was coming tomorrow. But these sheep, if you push the button and you pay extra $3, $4, or $5, it comes to your house within an hour. With sugar. Thinking about like in other countries, you order Amazon, it takes literally 2 to 3 weeks to come. So I know we're not so familiar. So this is today. If you push in 3 hours, $4.99. So there it is. Bona, 2 sheep, $54.81. $24.81. It's basically it's a very special thing. 10,000 were bought this past month. You have sheep number 1 and sheep number 2. This was the original. Sheep number 1 was the original. And then you saw sheep number 2. You liked it more. You said, I want this sheep number 2 to be instead of sheep number 1. That's the real that's possible. Now, so now you have 2 sheep. How many breads do you bring? So it says in the Mishnah, you only bring one set of bread, 20 days. What if sheep number one got lost? And you brought sheep number two instead of sheep number one. And by before you even had a chance to check this, sheep number one shows up. For that, we actually have a good positive video. It's the continuation of yesterday's video. Here you go. You know, for this, you know, for thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, So now you have the option of giving the bread to shifting the other one. Thank you, Hashem. You have the option of bringing the other one, shifting the other one, and bringing the bread to the other one. Or you have the option to do it with the smaller one. Why? Because both of them are in front of you. If both of them are in front of you, you do whatever you want. So we said in the name of the when does this mean they don't have to bring second pair of bread? Number one, now you have to do, so you don't have to bring bread. He said, I don't want to take kapara. Before the kapara. You need to bring bread. Now, what are we talking about? There's two types of toilet. You can have is the Nidava. Nidava means I'm talking about one particular one. I said, I raised zoo. This particular one, that's the one I'm doing. If this one dies, it's lost, whatever it is, I don't have to replace it because I said zoo. But if I make another, not in the Nidava, I'm talking about myself, I say, at least the fancy is going to green. We didn't have it. So it doesn't matter. If this one gets lost, you bring another one. There's a big enough to mean it. Why? Because if I made it a double, as you know, I was going to say in a second, so now my cube is dafka on this one, zoo. So if I bring another one, number two has nothing to do with number one. It's as if I decided on my own to bring two new doubles. Okay? So on both of them, I have to bring bread. Why wouldn't I have to bring bread? Last time on the Amor, they were talking about that I brought my toilet got lost. But what on the toilet? I said, it's on me. I have a heel. It's a fight, it's on me. Heel is like a para tanina. Left the para tanina. On both of these cases, we learned that what we saw over here, that they're talking to them. He's standing in front, and over here, right over here. At this point, when both of them are standing in front of him, he could choose. He could say, I want the bread to go with the yellow. I want the bread to go with the white. He laughed the kapara tanina. And if it's after I already got my kapara, I shifted yellow, then white does not get bread. Hello, that favorite Aleph, we must be talking about Hello, Khalife, he said, Hooray, zoo. Point for one, and he said, this particular one. Being the fake kapara, being the after kapara, tunis level. Why? Both of them are going to need bread. It's literally that he decided to bring two titles. There's situations where a person has a parasite, like in this case, that's when it's a parasite to reverse. There's another title. There's in Hebrew it's called Asir Todah. He's a prisoner of a parasite. He wants to do a parasite. But there's Sahari Todah. There's a person who's a the guy that's in charge of the prisoners. Warden. He's the warden of his telling people you have to be macrodovid. Remember, I once gave you a ride. I think you don't appreciate it. You're right. I'm going to let my kids go to school. Da, da, da. He's constantly bringing up the favor. And what's super interesting is that the Mordechai in Arab Safin, Rishon, he says in Arab Safin that the carbon places that we bring is a first attack to the Rebbeinu. It's a taiva. It's a sort of taiva. We're saying thank you Hashem for releasing us from slavery, from Israel. So it doesn't matter if you bring one or two. If you bring two, the second one has nothing to do with the first one. The first one is my fear. If it gets lost, I don't have to bring the second one. Why do I bring the second one? Because I'm getting a first step to encouragement. So both of them require breath. And Avlav Pedas did must be talking about the offspring, the other case in the Mishnah. Not the case where one got lost, but rather where the mother had an offspring. Avlav Pedas did let's see this one. There's the offspring of an adult. El Avlad Pedas Nidal. So there's the Pedas Nidal and there's the Pedas Nidal. So we're talking about the Pedas that's in the double. So I want this one. So they will take a horror, they not a horror, and so that you see in the bottom over here, there's no bread in the basket. Why? Because it's moitzar the Pedas. It's just leftover from the mother. It's not its own thing. It's under the mother, and therefore the bread that goes with the mother is enough. You don't have to bring bread for washing. So that's five. The next case that you're required to bring. I like the wheels on the scroll. They made it out of the matzah, the power that you do with the Torah. The vlad toidas Torah. So the flay kapara found nothing. If I must bring it, I said I read aloud. So before the kapara, I could use the offspring, and therefore I'll have to bring bread. But the kapara is on nothing. Yeah, let's just press this button right over here. You see, before the kapara, it would require bread. But after the kapara, it does not require bread. The Mashma wants to be Kiddushin. The Kassan Reviation or other Miskaper B'Shevach Hekdesh, that I'm permitted to receive a kapara through the offspring of the original. That's Reviation. Because over here, other Miskaper B'Shevach Hekdesh, I can receive, and that's why the offspring is kind of in the Ariba Nami Baita Gavrin. I went through the whole sukkah and he came up with the same svara. And now we're going to do a review of what we just learned. So here it is in the picture. If my Toidah ran away, got lost, and I brought a replacement, but it's in a dava. In other words, I said, this particular one is what I'm doing. So when you take a part of it doesn't matter if it's in a dava, which is the one on the right, you always have to bring why? That we already established that the second one is not necessary. Why? Because you attempted upon yourself only the original one, and the second one is completely extra. It's the second one. It says if I brought two separate things, three things. A person can bring five things, but in each and every one that he brings, does it bring bread? What about blind? What if the dava had a offspring? Why doesn't it need bread? It's the offspring is the outcome of the original Torah, which that had bread, the offspring doesn't need bread. However, it's glad for this flavor for the so sit upon yourself. I'm bringing bread, and it had offspring. So if you use the fake kapara of the lachas, if it's a fake he said I realize, which is the one on the left. Once they got the kapara, I don't need bread. Okay. New sugi Rabbi Rothschild. Omar Shmuel. Shmuel. What are we going to 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 19, Omar Shmuel. He says two halachas. He starts off saying two halachas. The Gemara is going to say at the end he only said one, which is the first line. What are those two halachas? If in the same situation you have a chatos that must die, there's five types of chatos that must die, five situations. To remember it's Bitimna, we'll go through them one by one, real quickly. That same situation in a Torah, then don't bring bread with the Torah. If the chatas must die, so if it's a Torah, don't bring bread. Which chatas must die? The offspring of the chatas will die. And so what to do with it? The chatas only comes from forgiveness. If the chatas had offspring, what are you going to do with the you can't use it. That's it. It's designated for the Shabbos I did last week. I can't bring it for the Shabbos this week. So that chatas must go in a room and die. Or as chatas, if you say this B is instead of A, so the B has to die. What's the next one? Chatas shemesi b'ala. If right before the person was able to bring this chatas, he should die. That's it. Here's the case. Shema.
Sorry, buddy. You're a chatos shemesa b'ala. של הכבשה הקדושה החטוף, תצא היום בשעה 12 מבית ההלוויות שמגר.
Okay. Kitzur, they made a levaya for this chatas shemesi b'ala. If the owner dies, she must die also. Fourth one is chatas shemesi b'ala. If the owner already had a forgiveness because that lost, the original got lost, and he brought a second one. And the fifth one is chatas shemesi. So if the chatas went into the second year of its life, so that one doesn't really apply to the Taida because it's going to be older. But if these cases happened to Taida, not only Taida had an offspring, he did a tour to the Taida, the owner died, whatever, then you bring the Taida as is without bread. That's what Shmuel says without bread. Halacha number 2 that he says is, if the chatas must break to the fall of him, which is what we call chatas land, send a special place that you do also to support, to break its bones. Once it breaks its bones, it becomes a balmol, and then you could redeem it. That's the case. Same case happened with the Taida. If a chatas would have to go to Kevis land, then by the Taida, the same case would require the what's a Ram so bad that's now in there, Fidia. This is a city that we did yesterday. It's super easy. It says the Pasuk Hafediyaku. You should bring the Taida as a part. Menai the Mamash does the Abda. How do you know that if you designated a Taida and got lost, you should post it down, and you designated a second one instead of it? Well, if this is a China, you found the first one. The video that we showed. I reached there, remember there's a both of them standing in front of you. Menai chasing him, she used the Yakir, the Latin Medina. How do you know I could be back here? Either or. Amadoima or bring the bread with him. Amadoima had to the Yakir, whichever one you want. The occupation is going to let them grab, both of them need bread. Amadoima Yakir, then new. One. Singular. Yakir, then new. Occupation of bread goes to one. Either as the Gemara, we have a big problem. You told me that in such a case, meaning that it's not like that, in such a case, if you have the two in front of you, there's actually 3 cases. We'll go through them real quickly. But just pause now for a second. You have 2 chatas in front of you, so you check one, and the second one goes out. The graze, you don't kill it. When do you kill it? In the other case, where you designated one, it got lost, you bought a second one, and you shechted the second one, and then Shalom al Yisrael, the first one, Shalom Aleichem, the first one comes back. Then you must kill the first one. But when both of them, it showed up before you had a chance to shech the second one, now you have 2 options in front of you, then you let it graze according to this man. It's not. Every status of the village of Hezbollah. We didn't see some China. Or I stay among them. Hold on from you. The sky back is when we stay down. The Rebbe. But we don't pass like Rebbe. Pass like a family. Any shot this makes up. You don't kill the second one. Else you don't slap just that Rebbe left. Fine. Only we found the first one after you already shot the second one. According to this capital, but hold them in front of you. Should have got Royal. And if it's Royal, we said, let's look again in what Shmuel says. What's his logic? Oh, should the Chavis Royal, if in the case where the Chavis raises, that's the case we just said, the Toida to the left. You have to bring bread for the Toida. But Shmuel says you don't bring bread in such a case. What do I do? So more Shmuel to Rebbe's rule. Shmuel holds like Rebbe, the owner, Abu the Bishal Safar Shabbat. No. There's another man though. Rebbe holds, like now they can find, that if you find the second one, you find the original. This was the original, you put this aside for a time. They got lost. So you bought number two. And then number one shows up. They have two of them in front of you. What do? Rebbe holds that you check the one, either one, the other one was done. The other one was died, then he's tapping no bread. That's why Shmuel says in that case it's no bread. And the Rebbe has the shots. Now, what is the case? You say Shmuel was like Rebbe. What? When you have two of them in front of you, Rishef one, the other one is died. So what's the case of grazing? Where in the world does he graze? So the one in the Rishaya, there is a case. The one in Rishaya, you can still have place that's right. Let's go through the three cases. Case number one is you set this aside as a chatos. It got lost. You bought another. Now, case number one is this guy came back. So you have proof from him. Case number two is this guy did not come back. You shepherd this guy. And then this guy comes back. That's a case. That's a classic case where this guy was done. According to everybody, this guy was done. There's a third case. Now, from day one, I brought two korbanos to the English. I only have to do one chatos. So I brought two, and I said one of them is an arthritis. If something happens to one, I'll have a second one. In a case like that, according to Rebbe, you're not gonna kill it. You're not gonna kill the second one because you brought both of them on condition that I'm gonna use one. There is the arthritis. The scalper pays no shoes. He uses one or two. That's a case where you send it to Pedestal. You better go grades at the full one because he's both of them as tomorrow. We got to put the guy down into another. But here's a case where by the chatos it goes grazes. What's the halacha? Let's go. Let's see which way. Oh, should the chatos roya? If by the chatos it grazes, I'm going 13 on the top. But toida to the left. In that case, the toida would require bread. No, but we're just saying that according to Shmuel, it doesn't require bread. Well, David toida ki agavno. Hey, to the left. There's a problem, a contradiction to Shmuel's solid rule. So we must say, El Shmuel came Shimon's rule. Shmuel all over from by the one with all published Chabos Mesos. There's no ifs and buts. The five Chabos always die in all situations. Even in the situation where I bought two as a price, I brought them to the if you're going to chef number one, number two must die. If you chef number two, number one must die. What about the second part of Shmuel? Royal or Shimon Leslie Cloud. Now, this is crazy. Because in all cases, every class must die. So which height is going to
Tuesday,
go
April 24d, 4th of July, 57, Tuesday, April 1st.
Shmuel says that if it grazes it, it requires bread. Shmuel not in front of God. He never said that. If the Chavis must die, there's no bread. He never spoke about a situation where it grazes.
35, 26, 235, 34.
He says, no way. No kapara, no bread for the black hand. Because why? Because by the chatos in such a situation, the blood of a chatos according to Shmuel must die. No, that's one of the five chatos that must die. So the same situation back, Toida, be no bread. If you have a offspring of his Toida, there's no bread. Good, since there is bread, the Shul comes along, the Mashal, there's no bread. No. Okay? Always sounds. Another suit. All by the back. If a person says, Zu Toida, Zu Lam, he points. So, Jimmy Brown,
It's 20 days, which is 2 weeks and 6 days of homework. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beta Megdash. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beta Megdash. To its place speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. Shalom. Look at this. There's lettuce. Look at this. Look at this. There's lettuce. There's milk. This is this one good. Just put it on.
The bread goes for the toilet, not the toilet for the bread. The ikr is the tafel. The bread is the tafel. But the thing like the service, they say lechem b'la toilet that you're supposed to eat. You heard this word? You're supposed to eat in order to daven. You're not supposed to daven in order to eat. A lot of people, they're davening because they even come to shul. I know of a guy who's the opposite of religious. Okay? He's an atheist. But he goes to shul so he can have kids. He loves kids. Remember, back in the day, he had kids. Socializing, that's what's good about it. From people, the social part of that. But unfortunately, we have a little bit of it also. We're waiting for that shul, the Kiddush club. You're not daven to get to the food. One time, they asked the Shtema, I don't know which one kids have asked, but somebody asked the Shtema, give Musar, the Amshin of the Rebbe. The Amshin of the Rebbe is 20 kids. It's a good opportunity to put him in his place. Tell him, running daven is only these crazy hours. So the Amshin of the Rebbe is makes a very, very long drop. Very long drop. So, they ask your stand, so what do you do Muslim? He says, I can't give Muslim to somebody who makes a 3-minute bracha and then eats for 3 seconds. The guy makes a 3-second bracha and eats for 3 minutes, then I can give you Muslim. You're not doing it. The ikr in the text. We have 2 halachas. Also, 27 minutes of praise on a very common day, a record. Very loved it. Really close. 2 halachas. If a person sets aside money and he says, this money is for a payday. Think about it. If he says, this money is for a payday, can he buy the bread with that money? He says, no, yes. If he has leftover money, first to buy the payday, okay, there's no money to buy the bread. But if a person sets aside money and says, this money is for the payday bread, you cannot buy payday with it. Because payday is not included in bread. Bread is included in the payday. That's what you just said. The ikr is the payday. So the breads come after, they come because of it. Maybe I'm left over because you have change. You buy this bread. Or whether if you aside money and he says, you did not pay payday, this is only for the bread. Then he tells you he has leftover money. Hey, maybe it's not permitted to buy the actual payday with the rye, but I know. Labor. How do you know that the breads of the bread are called paydosh and have ikr hazeh? It says it in a funny way. The paydosh is called bread. Okay, so the paydosh is called ties are called paydosh. Yeah, there's lechem in your paydosh. The bread goes follow the paydosh. It's called the paydosh. But the Animals never call the bread. The bread is called a but the animal is not called bread. Okay. So now we have a similar thing. He set aside a thousand and ran away. And so he went and he bought a second one. What happened? So after, and it also. Because of the Hifrish, there's a biggest one has stories that are better than this. Okay, so now what happens? The Ninja Rishonis has all three animals in front of him. That's the way they now all three of them are gone. Rabbi Rothschild told me about a friend of his, big tzaddik, that fellow, who watched his radio. That's the radio. So that's that. So Shabbat Satzala says, listen, I need another radio. So he said on the radio, well, leave his house, right? He's doing his house. Guess what he finds under his bed? His pants, or in England, his trousers, with the belt, with the radio on the belt. I don't understand the story. Like, he didn't cop that he's missing the belt, but he's missing his trousers. One of these guys, for states, this is the amount of stock still there. But he lost his toys up, bought another one, lost that again, bought another one again. So, as Mazel would have it, all three show up. So here they are, right here, all three. So now it's so you right, the other one, think about Hashem will be number one. That was the reason. Let's push the button, look what happened. He has a kapara, in other words, he shuts number one. What's number two? Number two was instead of number one. Number three. Number three was instead of number two. So number two for sure doesn't get bread. Why? Because number one had bread. And number two is instead of number one. The bread was taken care of number one. What about number three? Number three is far removed from number one. Number three has no connection to number one. So number three, you shut, but you have to bring bread for number three. What if you shut number three? Number one is far removed from number three, so you have to bring bread for number one. But not number two. What if you shut number two? One and three are connected to two. Suppose one and three would not need bread. Let's see inside. I'm showing you still the two left in here. See, empty basket, no bread. Dishes, no left. Three doesn't need bread, it's three. Scabber, dishes, what if we die? There we go. The part of number two. Go. Where is it? Bread everywhere. Number three out of my car for bread. No bread. Shnia, and it's 11. Number two doesn't get a bread. And number one doesn't get bread because then I'm going to do it. Trying to get 11. Then here's another. The middle one you shuffle and you rub the rest together. The middle one. The middle one took care of one and three. The middle one is going to the bread. Sometimes you stay with one or two baby first. Abai says no. Abai not getting started by house. It doesn't matter. Because two comes because two is instead of one, and three is instead of two. So in essence, three is instead of one. They're connected. They're all connected. Three is for two, and two is for one. So three is instead of one also. So later on, it doesn't matter which one you use. Even if you start with number one, you don't have to bring bread to number three. So even that doesn't mean which one is instead of other one. Allah would say, well, and then it's a the voice like mamish easy stuff. The whole dot, everything is easy. The same exact level applies with the chatos. Alright? If you have two chatos and you shut one, what do you do with the second one? Then that's the dot. So what if you brought one, it got lost, so you brought a second. The second one got lost, so you brought a third one. So if you shut number one, number two must die. Number three doesn't die because number three doesn't do it right. So when you do it, then that's the third. If you shut number three, you want to have a connection. So one must break, the two must die. What if you shut the middle one? Both of them must die. Let's see the chart. So these guys are really there. Right? Three chatos. If you shut the number one, they got to go with number one. So number two must go into the people and die. So number three raises 1 4. Shut the number 3. So number 2 dies, number 1 lives. What if you check number 2? Both must die. Because they're all connected. 1 and 3 are connected. Inside of them, okay, we have to say level plus. If you check this about the so side of the gamma, if you check about the and so side of the one. Instead of the gamma, if you check about the then instead of third one. That's what we're showing us in the above. All the way here standing. We're showing if you got to go to the first one, the second one was not, the second one instead of the first one. Dishes, which has no connection to it, the first one, it should it's got dishes the same thing in reverse. Got to go around the third one. She is almost the second one, which is instead of the third one. The third one instead of the second one. So maybe the second one is back. We're trying to do it. The third one was it's copy with size. And if you get a part with size, then you miss 1 and 3 was back. Alright, I think it's not bad. They miss the same amount as the as the card. And then again, it says, listen, doesn't matter. Really, I don't want to. Why is there a 3 here? Because there's a 2. And why is there a 2? Because there's a 1. So 1 and 3 are connected. Therefore, shut 1, even number 3 must die. You can something like that. That's the matter of my defense. What if another case of but it's actually the same. Now, the same often we do the mirror of my defense. By the Torah, saying, I want to give you more shot to your punishment and something more Torah great. It's also for you to bring more Torah. It's not being a factor of doing Torah. And we love if they're not going to they are going to mash down that the both the same. Torah and prophets are always the same. So now we have a kid that says something that's interesting. We're going to try 15 times, 15 different ways to see if we have an 8 form perfect field. And that's going to go all the way tomorrow on the Aleph, which is actually then all the way to the bottom of the Aleph. Basically, a whole Amud and a what's the case? Simple case. The guy brings number 1. Then he goes ahead and he makes it clear. He says, I want this to be instead of this. He likes this guy more. He thinks it's nice for the version guy. That's this is the right simple tool. One of them is a tool. Number 2 is a tool. Now he got mixed up. He doesn't remember, and he got mixed up. What's this? Suddenly he sees, oh, this would have been great. You. Before we got mixed up. Wow, I hope Kobe can throw that into the Hebrew. No, please tell Kobe once we're dead. Marco, you controlling the shooter, right? What's going on? You want to watch it again so we all have to suffer? Anyways, please tell Kobe throw this into the Hebrew. Kobe goes by where it says, Honey Rabbi Rothschild, Kodesh is out before us. So now, I have numbers on these, but we don't know the numbers. They all look the same. They're all mixed up. We don't know. One of them, so that was this guy's the original guy. This is the Torah. What's different? Torah, no bread. No bread with the Torah. I have to check it. No bread. If this is the original, he's my real startup because I came on a plane from America there to Israel and I want to bring the Rebbeinu to the Torah because I crossed the ocean in the desert and everything, and you are like the Shito, like 95% of Israel. And we make Bible, so you bring one of these. At least the guy speaks lesson. This is right. So you bring two of these and a price. My own father makes Bible. I was a big fan of him. Okay, but he's not a pilot. I'm a pilot, and I decided it's not a safari. I'm not getting into it. Because I was in Savannah. Crossing over. I didn't cross. I was in the air. Okay. That's no problem. But I heard later on, the risk was down, and the balloon was down, and yes, I mean, so Listen to what he says. Holy shit, I'm Russell. This office man more than God. Alberto ain't let the fun. You don't know what to do with it. You can't bring it as a carbon. Right? Take it out and what you do. Knock your nothing about the if you're gonna bring the bread with this guy number one. Perhaps it's not a real title. How are you gonna bring bread with it? If you're not gonna bring the bread with it, do title. How can you bring this without bread? Says the Lord, let's just understand the question that I'm trying to solve it. Solve it in different ways. If you don't allow you, if you said I myself, that's different, right? The second of the night, then you're gonna if you accept the concept of title, then you must buy another title. So you're gonna buy another title in this chair, and then what's the title? I have to be mad at both, I have to be mad at the last, very important. If one of them died, this is problem. One of them is more, one is not, and they got mixed up. Very, very simple. I bring the bread, but I make a condition. If number two is my real one, the original one, the bread goes to number two. And if number one is the original one, the bread goes to number one. That solves all issues. I don't have any issues. Like I bring the bread, and one of them is going to get the bread on the condition. But what happened was one of them died. So, but I said I accepted it on myself. I just I'm going to have to, no matter if I bring another one. I bring another one. Then I do a condition. I said, if this is the original number one, is the original, so the bread is going to go with the original. If number one is a two and I can't bring it right away, so the one, the second one that I bought is going to be a new title, and this is the bread of the new title. You don't allow it, so it can't be that I accept it by myself. The second one, I see, let's make my food, it should be another animal, like from the name and it should be bread. And we shall say, yeah, because it might be if the first one is the real title of Allah. So the second one is an original Faida, and that's my bread. Number two is my original. Yeah, the Faida, what if the first one is the real Faida? Allah, this is his bread. And number two, the second one that I bought is just a prize, just as a backup. No, okay, you're right. The whole question is, the problem is, the truth of Rama Harizu, right? He said, this should be in my Faida. Then it got mixed up. Then I don't have to buy another one. There's no price in such a situation. I don't know. You asked me, you should go to the store and buy another one. I don't have to. And if I don't have to, I can't. One of them with the other. I can't use the second one instead of the first one. There's no price. Simon. This is Rabbi Rothschild, I think, the longest simon in China. Just to remember, get through. Simon. Remember, we got Salah. You shop on the email. Zama, their show, Hola. What's the Puro? Oh, it's Fiskio. Every child is laughter. Yes. The mate in the play refuge. Anytime you have a shower, you don't know what it is. They don't have a funny name in China. Like, hey, remember. Go to where? You go to Sanhedrin, the Pizzain, and go to our Monopoly game. And then you look at the Monopoly game, it says over there, and Rashi says this is the same thing. The maid in the fifth one, top right corner, the maid in the fifth one, it means Levi asked Rabbi. So let's see. Oh, in the maid in the play, Rabbi made them said. In front of Rabbi, no. Levi said in front of Rabbi, Lacy left him alone. He should bring bread, and he should say, you have to time of finally, Allah, you know, that would be cool. Alright, so we got this guy in front of us. We don't know, is this guy a Torah, which does not require that, but this guy is the original Taida and it requires that. Bring bread and say, if this is the original, you buy that. Here's 2 breads, 40 breads, bread. This guy is not the original. This guy's Torah. This the bread. We go back to the story. So you know you can't do that. Wow, you know, it's something like that. It's also for you to dream. Cool, so that if it's not, if this is a Torah, then it comes out this bread is not other bread. This is just regular angel bread. Angel. Dynamite. You're not allowed to bring burning bread into the base of Israel. Another question. The lacy, the Hamar, the Lachem, the Lema. So bring another one. He said, so This is the problem one. Number one is the problem. Bring the number two and bring bread. This is like this. He has the kind of purity. If number one is a piece of pura, I'm going to use number two. So I have a great poison and bread. Poison with bread. He has the kind of poison. But if this is the poison, I'm going to bring number two as a shtem. So I have a question for those. Think about this for a second. Tomorrow we don't say Mizmor L'Seder. Why don't we say Mizmor L'Seder? Because on Pesach you're not allowed to bring a Todah. Why can't you bring a Todah? All kinds we don't say Mizmor L'Seder. Why not? You're not allowed to bring a Todah Pesach because part of the Todah is chametz. You can bring chametz on Pesach. So why not eat Pesach? Because part of the day you can't eat chametz. You can only eat chametz in the morning. And from this man you know eat chametz. So I'm lessening the time of me eating the korban todah. Even though I can finish it, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to bring a korban, knowing that I'm going to be empty in less time than necessary. Knowing that, now we can understand why I can make number two a shlamim. If this is not a todah, it should be a shlamim. Well, a todah you can only eat for 1 day. A shlamim you eat for 2 days. But now I'm going to have to be mindful just in case that this is actually a todah. I don't know if it's a todah. I brought it as a condition. It could be a todah, it could be a shlamim. But on the side that it's a todah, I can only eat it for 1 day. So even if it's a shlamim, I have to be much, but I can only eat it for 1 day instead of 2. That's also because I'm lessening the time that I'm allowed to eat it. Why did I have a todah? Sorry, I'm a Levi. Mishum, because I'm on the rules. So Rabbi tells Levi, Mishum, because he's lessening the time that you're allowed to eat the shlamim. Omar Levi the Rebbe. I had a good shot. I think it's a good shot. The middle shir before it came through. I hope it's right, and then Haratis. Over here, the Gemara says Levi tells Rebbe. So Rashi didn't Levi tell Rebbe before. He said Lemeidim is Levi. He told Rebbe. Rashi says Levi is talking privately to Rebbe. 45 people are live on YouTube right now. Learning the Gemara Middle Torah. Okay, great. Shalom Aleichem. That doesn't give you a header not to watch the show live later on. You can do that the hours of Hashem later on. Maybe 10:30 New York time. Somewhere around there. Drop the Gemara. Oh. And listen to this. This is Rashi because he's private. So if he's private, he's not limited. It's called Levi. Levi the Rebbe. Asks Levi the Rebbe, Velitzi Behema Velechem, bring an animal and bread, Leimon, he should say, you have to time it through. If this guy number one is Tura, which is nothing, cause Eidos, and number two will be Eidos, and all that is the bread, we have the time to pay the but if number one is the original Eidos, so what am I going to do with the number two? Well, not first. The bird goes with number one. The house have a most of the Eidos. This should be the leftover of the Eidos. And the legs, Rebbe didn't like this at all. I love this lesson. I use this many times. It seems to me that this guy is brainless. He doesn't have a brain. Brainless. I like it too much. Sometimes I use it on my kids. I go like this. So I think not for us. It seems like it's sour. No brain in it. How do you say such a silly thing? Looking at my facial feeling is so. Can you bring a leftover animal? You know, if it's leftover, it's leftover. You have no choice. But to bring it and say this is a leftover, either it's a good fight or it's a leftover. And do that. So, first of all, it occurred to me last year, it could be this, I don't know. It seems so simple. That's why Rashi points out that it's Levi in front of the Rebbe that is private. That's what Rashi says. He's private. And the Mela, it makes sense now. Maybe. And the Kamaisa really be Shiva Shara Talmidim. Rashi's pointing out that it was private because he embarrassed them. He wouldn't do it in front of other people. Yeah, they did it, but in private. Different than the story about Rothschild says, Rothschild says, and when Luke and Tevra, one time they died for very late, it was close to Shkia, but when the Chaz had finished Shminesra, it was already after Shkia. So Rothschild bread knocks on the bima, screams, Kaddish, because the Chaz are good Kaddish, don't do that. Shiva is there, after davening, the Shiva calls him over in front of the whole yeshiva, then the whole family says, I want you to read this Mishnah in front of everybody. What does it say? It says in Mishnah that when this situation happens, you do say Tachman, but you don't pick your head up. You feel as a fight. What business do you have to tell everybody the wrong Allah about everything? Says Rothschild, he went into the dorm, went to sleep for 2 days. He was so depressed, so sad. Then he got over it. He says, that generation, when she was yelling at God, it was good, it's bad, I got out of it. Now generation gets it. The Rambam actually learns from this Gemara that it's mutter to embarrass your student in front of other community. So no, that's what I'm just saying. Rashi seems like he wasn't going to. So no anything with Allah. Okay. And then we'll just do one more here. Yosef is about Shmuel bar Marzo, coming to Mashra. Yosef bar Marzo says that the Allah from Allah is that chicken and office unbelievable. So let's see the aim of the left of the you should bring an animal and bread, and it shall say, there's no bread. Bring this bread. He had the kind of way if this one, the original number one is Mura, so then this guy called the Allah. Great. So number 2 is the Torah and the bread. What is number 1? The actual Torah. This is the bread. What about number 2? Well, that is Mura. It should be, it's exactly like it. It should be Mura of it. That's the problem. You just didn't listen to the right side. No way. I didn't know you. No way. I'm going to come to the question. You're going to get 40 markers and it should be kosher. No way. You don't tell a guy to do something like that. Why should he do the Chakila research to make something more? Not a good idea. So for the rest of that day, you're going to have to do the next year. Raise Rosh Hashanah after because comments. Rabbi Rothschild. Have a wonderful day. Please remember, although I'm doing whatever you can, learn over Yosef as well. Every single day we learn kind of about the class. Have a wonderful day. And Hashem is Sameach. This is the last year before Yosef. Have a wonderful day. Where is the switch? Ready for today. So finally, made it here to Chicago. We're doing private viewing here. Very short. One email, there's a pretty nice email. So this guy, the young mayor, who wrote to me a while ago that very specific, I don't know, this other guy, I don't know, basically all citizens called up, and he decided to bring us something. He was big last day, and then he went to guys or whatever it was. So now he's back and he's saying that this. And you can all hear from him. I want to share with you one film of light. I think it was the state of the fighting. And since I started that, I joined with that writing in Venezuela, I was very not good enough to listen to a single thing. Whether it was the 3 times he went to the war, or Venezuela, and when he had his 5th child, he's a father of 5. But a month ago, the whole thing started with Iran. So on Shabbos, they asked him to come up again. And he took with him his uniform, and the set is enough. Look at those 2 things. His uniform and set is enough. And now he's in war in Lebanon, and the situation where he finds 30 persons that can do it. It's in one past. He was very, very sad about it. But he had an effect knowing that this is what's in it. But he wants to know, he wants the other side, the battle. He wants them to know that they cause in a lot of places. That they are the ones that are the cause for him not to know better. And that's why when I say this picture, it's an emotional picture. And he says, Rothschild, not only getting you tefillah and for his souls, always wanting you to go back to peace. And the other day, Hashem, he wanted to bring back all his brothers and sisters back to one piece. Today was a bad day over there. Each one of these misses, it says, remember the highway, remember the table, remember the Isaiah, remember the Iron Test, remember the that he missed because he's 11. And each one, David Shem, will draw up to those Shana Rurim. Everybody knows that this is at least 15 years ago. When I was there, I was on the pier at the dinner. The Rabbi Rothschild asked me the first time we came to introduce him like everybody's supposed to be crazy. So this is a little suspicious when I got to kind of Moscow and everything. So that picture is the real picture. You wonder. This is the stuff by the Iranian Yehudi family. The parents is stuff by Italian Dykman, and yes, this is a more razor of stuff. Very sound, dedicated memory of a memory of both. So, the school parent, both times he does, the world is like this. The place got there. The school parent, both times he does, it's going to wrap up. Something like so, you know, the guy is really special. I got the guys tonight, so this is the guy. I just have reservation. Because then we have a lot of very phone calls to make it easy. Some of the most of the time, I'm just going to stay with them. So, lay it aside. So, I'm not going to put him up as a test service. So, I'm not going to put him up as a test service. So, they go to the guy, and I don't know, they say, I'm going to like him. I'm going to like him. I'm going to just listen to him. So, they don't say. She brings the memory of one place that they are leaving. I signed it. There's no other name, the name, the soul, the sponsor. Big sponsor. Only inside the Davis. Are they there? I don't know. And I know about some of the people. So already like exactly 1 year ago, left this window in this day. The father and mother were being sent to every year. Should have the guy swore 1 year later was very right today, the NDL, and in Kabila, and Nike. Beautiful. And right, I in Florida, celebration of 1 year. maybe you see the way they say, wow, look at this. I'm going to start from the bottom. He's so desperate. In honor of March, his dedication on Yom, in Yantiv season, in Shtor, to the Machmas Eda. Wow. Nice. And I remember the Rabbi Rothschild for Suda Pop. King. Those guys, even this was the mother of Gary, the guys that are all shot and six Rothschild. Listen, anyway, you take this. Really? He said, I'm going to completely one year of doing the practice in the day. No, he said, when I'm going to go back, we're showing them over there. They all, but here's their thing, they all, that's your website, here we go. You're holding, and testing days, first of all, the brand new Mishnah 625. Says the Mishnah, we're discussing the Kohen Saita. Kohen Saita. Not that this is not or isn't Kohen. So before we jump into it, I just want to say this. Because when it's something terrible happens to somebody who's safe, the most of us say, you out of a four-story apartment, landed on the ground, landed on the mat, and you're safe. So yeah, you would have to say so. A lot of people come to our home today and actually died. I was walking, and missing the spot where I was before. I went by there, I would have been there 5 seconds earlier. So it's that my wife, she hung the parents and the children on the side, and it's not 5 minutes before that I was in their home. I was very down, I was close on, I had go. So he's saying here, he's saying here that, you know, just because it almost happened, you only got going, it almost happened. And we got going, he literally said that the guy went to, the Rebbe said, you know, last second, you know, and see it, there, I'm not you up for it, man, there, and as you get to the point, you turn around and go back to the last second, just, you don't do it. You just put your news. That's like it has to happen. It has to almost happen is not. And another one last thing I gotta tell you is that I can understand that people are, and I'm trying to say that if you hear a sight while you're driving, you get out of the car, you see the coming, you know, it's a problem. If you're out of the car, it's a problem. Somebody showed me a video, I'd like to show you. Pulled over to the side of the road, got out of his car, and walked to the street, the car in the middle of his car. Yeah, but he was riding over with me. The car was went to the side. The next I got out of the car, so I still didn't have a shot in there. Anybody know? I don't know. Okay. I'll tell you everything. You gotta remember, this is not person like this. Basically, when the Kohen is doing the shkita on this Kohen Haiva, he thinks himself is going to be eating this in a rich man. What you know is no good. Or he thinks himself is going to be eating it in the Shabbat. Out of the place that you like to eat. Out of the time that you like. So it puts his mind at work with the Father. It puts his mind, if he goes ahead and so a lot of the videos today, for two reasons, they're on high speed. First of all, we saw them here. I was trying to see it. So we're doing fast speed. So I just on the video in here, but basically as he showed the second part he says that he's going to eat this Torah as kids. Yes, then his wife is going to know that the kid has Joshua can't eat this Torah. So he spits it out of the roof like that. So because he thought he was going to eat it, he ate it on the spot. He's always trying to test his kid. What was he? So what happened is over here, shocked with the Rabbi Rothschild with the right with the wrong shot. Okay, this is not this is not. here. You really can guess this. You could assume that the bread becomes heavy. But if it's another case, listen to this. And then I'm going to ask you how in the first case is different. What if it is a tray for? If you shift this plate and you find out that there's a hole in the heart, here, watch this. This is a brand new video of the door. What's a tray for? Look at this. Guys, this is eyes. That's right. It's not connected anymore. Mark, the screen is not connected. Here, I'll do it. There we go. We're back. Come right back into the show. There we go. This is a tray for. That's a tray for. So if you shift an animal and you find that it's a tray class, you shift it. So what happens? At the top of the screw bar, you don't have a real animal. You don't have an animal that's kosher. So what comes to left? As God's light begins to travel during the street, the train is thinking very still that the earth is not going to use this animal. And a reason why, so the street is good to make it equal. So it is a good street. And if it's a good street though, then the bread does become heavy. The four ways of bread that come together become heavy. Again, if it's tray bar, you find out that the street is not in the street though, what makes the bread heavy? Shita makes the bread heavy. If there's no shita, why is no shita? There's no animal. Why is no animal? Has a nail in the esophagus, whatever it is, has a nail in his heart. So it's not a real shita. Bread is not covered. So let me ask you something. The bread is not covered. What is the bread? Bread is regular food. Thirty out of the 40 bread are not covered. But if there's mashed potato, it doesn't make. The answer is no. Because they weren't made the same amount. If they make the same amount, you'll make the same thing. But here's the thing. The guy sells these matches. The front of the business. He sells them because you don't feel like bringing prices. And he has leftover mats that he still takes. He has to sell them for mats. The law is you could sell it as mats. You can make it for the same mats. The answer is he did. Why? Because he knows there's nothing to sell. And he knows there's a very big chance that he won't sell everything. And Mela, some of it is right now it's a both sides. You just said that it's a trade off, but it's not a good speaker. If I could speak to the board of that public, what about a trade off? What? What did I say? My move. My move is thinking of a trade. That's the question. Yes, I know. Different than a trade. So we're going to see in the Gemara that we're talking about outside of Talmud. Talking about the small speaking to God, cataract. That's coming in the puzzle. How is it inside the trade from? I haven't had that's the Talmud. And we can see tomorrow if we have to do it. But when we have a Talmud, the Mela, the bread is not going to be. What the Shlomo Shema? What the Shlomo Shema means in the context of a carbon? Is instead of thinking that it's a corridor, it's thinking that it's something else. Another type of karma that we said yesterday is talking about Tiramisu here. It also comes with bread. Alright. The thing say kissing that teres. The food, chocolate's really small, chocolate is really small. You know what's like for that? The bread is not. So Simona says, I'm not even amazing. So on one side now we're with Chazara, we're with the word, so yeah, should we see that hey, that became possible was like a straight now. Logo de Alex, the red one. Piscina, a escuta, também pessoas sabem as bichas dele, todas já lá. Sobre ele, chicotes, semana, depois de treina, Roman flag. But to be after the time, you're gonna need it after a lot of time. You're gonna need it outside the allotted place, not inside. Focus on that part, because if soon happens after the shoot, confidence is great. And Ayla says down to his favorite means that before the shoot is already possible, the shoot doesn't have the power to get closer to the field.
Hello.
Tell me, what is the hour? It's 11:25. Space Nettles. Tell me, what is the hour? It's 11:25. Okay, so pick the drugs, please. So I got a question for telling the famous place with the shots of Jason. Remember with the left hand. Together with the together with the left hand. The famous Nike. After the north side. I was on the other side. He bought an antique manuscript. It's crazy mathematical manuscript. He said, "Father, show this right." Man, you went to place wrong in the family of India. Spent a lot of money. He couldn't figure out like this one was like he calls it and the guy looks over it, and the majority stood up like this. He squared it out. He showed the table outside. And the guy was almost going to hire me. He comes up here with another couple of them. Never the Mason? What's the Mason? Oh, and he never mentioned a word about him. He's funny and about National whatever. What? He might be doing a leash box. Me when I was a little kid, my parents would be like 12 in summer. I was not very young. I was in my aunt was married. She was doing a giant sandwich. She bought a big piece of land. And they cut out these letters. Back in the day, cut out letters out of gold lettering. Each letter, they put together a whole letter on a flat piece of paper. And as we were getting done, I ran by the woman's girl that was working with the whole was still in thing. And a couple days a week, they had a I'm not going to say that they acted like they tried to save me. That's true. Yeah, sounds good. Right. All these real Hashem is the God of our people. So whatever was, so no, how did this get to contact? Because there's shriga and there's blood in the cup. There's no shriga, fell on the floor. So the Gemara that I doesn't say, with love of Shimon, someone else will say that war. With love of Shimon holds like your Shimon by your the Amar, the Lafina, who's only is always done. If you are about to throw something out, you're about to throw the blood, it's as if the food is thrown. So really, this blood in the cup had a good streak. I mean, they tell me that in that show, use this line. A lot of men use this line with the wives. Do you take the garbage out? Yes, well, I think there's always one. Stuff like that. But a nice shahara with a guy in the toilet, this guy found something in the garbage. A lot of these good stuff out of it. They're proud, whatever. Especially when they're into it. So they give away their somebody walks the share all the way to there. Really. My friend told me because his son is driving, and all his kids in the drive, they all start laughing. What happened? So, we just threw it out. It was an hour and a half. We just threw it out in the hour. We just shoving it back home. Okay? I mean, give me some after you can read email. He said what happened. There's wine that became kadosh, and it belongs to carbon A. Carbon A is office. What do you do with the wine? You use it with carbon B. This was like a common question. If you do the same thing with wine, you take oil, you put it on the side for milk A. You cannot use it for milk B. I'll tell you why we're way better than most of the hard. The mind of the person makes a condition on this wine. If this wine is needed for A, we use it for B. As the Gemara of Shalom, second, you can't say that doesn't make the same condition on oil. Why is oil different than wine? Why should it be because oil is part of the milk. You're supposed to mix it in, you're supposed to boil it in with the flour. So it's part of the milk. But it's part of milk A, you cannot take it and use it. Milk B. You pass it tomorrow, but nevertheless, this will allow you to use it. The president has the right to make any sort of condition they want. It should make a condition like they made by the wine that even though it's part of it, but you can use it for people. You know, it's there, should be over, you see what the show is. If people won't do that, they'll say, oh, even though this stuff is already in the China, we're not use it for something else. You know, I should not use it for the stuff that you're reading. There's nothing there, what's the difference between wine and oil? They say something about wine. They say that even in another situation, that you're able to use this wine for something else without a small baby. Says Gemara, according to Tisib and Yehuda, this is only the first part of the shot. The first time the shot when you have it. Next time is in the food, which is that's the second. You have animal pieces out there. If you're going to try to say, I'm going to do a shot. You know when the wine is good? The wine is good for animal B when animal B is laying right here next to animal A. So nobody thinks, look, your question is people going to say that they took it out of they took it away from the other. No. You're going to think that this wine was meant for animal B. But if animal B was not dead yet, it's not good. One of the classic questions. How many is that? If you don't have another animal in there, then I was going to say the last, even though it says that if they don't know, it's possible. The Mishnah did that. Shouldn't the Mishnah talk about the same place? The man, when I moved to the why is it okay to use the wine for the animal B when animal B is laying right next to animal A and everybody going to make mistakes? But the second case should be, I was names of the Lord Shah. Why? Why is that that the wine was left overnight? Go into the same case. Case one is when the animal is laying there next to it, and case two is when the animal is not laying next to it. Well, that's exactly what it says in the Mishnah. Who has gone with those that are going to share? When is the wine allowed? You can permit it for animal feed. When animal feed is laying there next to it. Animal feed. Why is it going to show you? The Mishnah says that it stayed overnight. It means that if there's no animal feed, it's as if it stayed overnight. Because you need animal feed to be shut the next day. I said, no, well, sponsors, Shkaya, bring it down. Guys, our global experts in cross-border payments, Shop.com, please register today. Every sale that happened was first low. How big you save the day, Shkaya? That's for sure. Even if that's something else, I just want to show you, first of all, this guy is in on a map with his panel, a circle during Saturday. We're sure today, I'm not sure remember which one. Yes, this. It's Cyrus, Swell. And he's like, wave one or wave two. You able to shoot down wave one, and then they said another wave is coming in. So this guy's learning very well with his camera. Then, so on both sides is in three parts. So, like I said, we have different set of locations.
Hey, everybody. Dreams really do come true. We're doing a Kill Tony from the Ice House in Pasadena. This is crazy. This is like going to, it's like playing basketball at your neighbor's house when you're a kid and on their field instead of your field. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. I can tell there's a lot of basketball players in the crowd, by the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. How you guys doing? This is fun. It's a different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Sport. Everybody, delicious diet Sport is now available. Made since, can anybody guess when Sport started? 1653. So what are you thinking? We're talking about Sport here. 1653. You're saying Sport rename of the United States of America? I mean, I'd like to believe that for anybody that's never had one on a hot summer day, you would think.
Where did we start? We started at the treasure, and then we started collecting money. All the families of people. Which makes listens when the year starts. So this happened 12 days ago. 12 days ago is 12 days ago. That's the new year. So the last day of the year, how many animals are in the tent? Last day of the year, 6. So 6 in the final.
My God, it seems like they've been making this for centuries, but now.
What do you do? 4 extra
That's just since 1938, everybody. 1938. That they've been around a long time. I mean, no 1656 over there from Wow, look at that. Ryan making up a completely false fact. Right from the get, and I love it.
I like how there's that much beverages and electricity going on here. And Joe is known for spilling his coffee all the time, so this might be really
This is exciting. Hopefully, he spills some delicious diet Squirt. The caffeine-free thirst quencher. Newest sponsor, Kill Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped us. Yeah, we got a call. Turns out they weren't loving it. And they said you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show. I was waiting for it. I was wondering, like, what happens if you pretend like a sponsor's your sponsor? They have to fight back because they have to protect their own reputation.
Right. I think it started when they started sponsoring SeaWorld, though. We started drawing attention to the SeaWorld. They had SeaWorld.
The Blackfish fillet. Yeah. Which was just comedy magic that happened right in the moment. There was no pre-written. You can't mix those folks. Are you texting the show to somebody who can't see the live feed, is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor in store. It's on Reddit right now. Hashtag Kill Tony. There's not even a hashtag on Reddit. They meant backslash. Look at me. I don't know the internet. Who here doesn't take squirt and mix it with a little bit of tequila called margarita? Come on. That's as white trash as it gets right there, everybody. If you've ever wondered what white trash is for you Latinos in the room or black people, like what's true white trash? Is it if you ever mixed a squirt with tequila and called it a margarita? Some New Mexican people pass out when you said that. They're so insulted. Like, that's not a margarita. I mean, that's a fucking, well, I mean, it's delicious sort, so it's probably better than a margarita. Fucking can of sort. It just messed up. It said sort. I'm just to let you look like that one hour. Just sort all over you. Either way. It would be a first on Kill Tony that I've been drinking. Delicious caffeine-free squirt. The thirst quencher is their slogan, by the way. This crowd is not into sport whatsoever. They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. But I love it. You guys think of McDonald's.
How many people here actually know what Kill Tony is, by the way? Who here has no idea what you're watching right now?
Wow. Really? That's awesome. Congratulations.
What we do is we do this show once a week, and we help the local stand-up comedy community out. And
They sign up for a show to get constructive criticism. The Writers Guild member, Comedy Central Roast Writer, Death Squad Platinum member. You might know me from any of my intro credits. And Ryan, creator of the Death Squad, and always two of our funniest friends are on the show. And this week's no different. So, getting perspective from two awesome stand-up sites will be very exciting. We have the great Joe Rogan and Al Iyer with us in the house tonight, everybody. First, for those of you that haven't been to Kill Tony, you wooers out there, it all went woo, which basically means viewing your show. We also always have a head of security with us to protect us at all times. It started off, it was the Iron Patriot, an autistic man undiagnosed, in a very fancy $5,000 Iron Man suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then in the episodes got into the 30s of episodes, he said he's gotten too big for the show. When he hit 4,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing now. I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show based on the principle of the listeners. So we always replace it with a different Patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat when I bring to you one of my favorite Patriots. It's Iron Jesus Christ! What in the reach on this man? Here he is, taking a long walk. There was only one set of footprints, I do believe. And this walk over there.
Josh Martin, guys.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. The producer of the show, spiller of tequila, accident-prone speech impediment infested friend of ours, who thought he had said it all the way down when he put that tequila on the table a few weeks ago. But he's looking over us. It's very Josh Martin comic, and we have Pat Kevin. We like Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. Put your hands together for Jesus. How's it been going, man? Heck yeah. Throw that in there. All right. Okay. There you go. Have you actually measured a condor's wingspan? Are you being serious, or is that just you caused somebody to sneeze just now? I don't know if you heard that. I know you're just. Boom. Still got it after thousands of years. Jesus Christ. He never loses that sense of humor. And he said, it doesn't go away.
I'm going to be back in Pasadena.
food that we good enough on the island. Listen, this. But the canyon seems like it's very specific to where the wind comes off the shore, hits that cliff, and goes up. You turn your left, you go right next to the hotel. Very cool. Very cool. The official edition of the hotel. Oh, hold on. I do want to say, chart 11. No, I'll just read it. But it's not. You guys see? Okay. So I want to thank you for all the lines NBYE we gave to the first one. We're going to roll the hotel. And this guy, and the video here, getting tired. He had an envelope of cash. I don't know what that means. He's going to come up with it. And a box of hand-torn mattress from Ramit. So, subscribe to everything. Really appreciated it. And you see it all that everything. Very good. The official edition anyway, Shash, accepted by the United and League families, Eric Dykeman, and Ezra Zusia, but it's very original, except for calling it. But that's not called it. Eric Dykeman, Ariel, Aima is the town that I class, in memory of the real Risha, Aima, Ben, Rafa. The receptor sponsored by the sound of dedicated memory of Bobby Baby. The hotel played LC Bird, very rough. The receptor sponsored by Global Dallas, the insurance and college Global Dallas, and others for some roofing and classrooms, the College and Family Foundation. The living interest of our going and showing houses and messages to you. Anonymous, which was saying the messages is up. Anonymous, for completely forced them up. Televisión, Pelea Pasaste. Israel Martin, Terry Jackson, Abizar, Casa de Shadi Lachamet, Al-Bustani, Senegal, the family, for the island, State, Honor, Ellie, change the meaning of life. Tony Almoni, Jesse, Martin, Benny, and all those who told them the world, the book of Torah, that responses are Simon, the Kitchen, Abimori, Bemir. The response is Maisha Warga, the rest of the party and Iron United Chicago. My first year with NBY, you have an anonymous person sitting in this room whose family references not this. Since what is it? Exactly a year? Wow, it's really quick. He's coming through the days. That's what I like. Really? I didn't know that. NBY, Mr. Warga, Margaret Charles, Star. I will do it all and then no, that's just his car. Keep extracting, keep on going. Once you put it in like the new start register festival skill, the real time of the year. So you already know what to expect. This year's even worse. It's harder to put the those are really up. Keep that in mind. So if you miss a guy, keep on striking. Nothing. I really saw a memory of my grandmother Rose Rubenthal. Waffle got South Byron to come up on the first website and come from having a Leah. Not an exclusive considered by our neighbor's daughter. So this is that's known as Hava Ufua Shlema. The response to happy birthday Naiman from Shvez. Wishing you another year full of happiness and success. Amen. And we are everything waffle. So we're going to go on which is a yellow that we will say, no, yellow. Listen, I think the last line is on Tammy's face. Listen to the words that was holding Tammy's stocks today. Yesterday we learned about the Tevin Tevin. Tevin Tevin has 40 breads, consists of 40 breads. 10 of them are Tevin. 30 of them are Matzah. And like this. 10 comments on the right, 30 Matzah. Now, we learned yesterday that the hummus is made out of hummus ramen, and all 30 matzah are made out of the same amount. And we learned from, actually, so we only talk about one, like, it's only the total thing on this. That's like 2 left-hand punches, alright? The 2 left-hand punches are the 2 breads that come with the bonus. Each bread is 1 inside. So therefore, each one of these 10 hummus breads is 1 inside. 10 times 1 is 10 extremities on the right side. That's the Gemara. Because 2 one of one science, so that's two Israelim. So the total is two Israelim. So what are they saying? That the 10 stomach threads, the total should be two Israelim. All by them. Where did you get that each bread is one Israel? That's what I said yesterday. Yes. Oh, by the way, I got to tell you. Bread was steamed green. Here is called green. Green is super easy. In fact, in Park City, there was one mountain that was on the other side, in the canyon. There was one mountain to green, and it's jam-packed at the beginner, and it's very hard to get the lift over there. Very, very small areas of green. Most people already have seen these guys. Okay. Today's Gemara, green. Smooth sailing, no math, easy stuff. So, the question is, the Gemara says the word Tiana. From the word Tiana, I learned that each bread gets one side. My Talmud asks me a rule. My Talmud, where do you see it in the word Tiana? It says with 2 years. Rashi should have said Tiana with 1 year. That's what it tells us. 10 Israelim. And therefore, I'm going to divide the 10. Each child gets 1, just like the Lechem. Each child got 1. Where in the world do you get Israelim? Don't say the Torah Israelim. It says Tiana. And I'm telling you that it means Israeli. So the Gemara says the Rabbi yeah, it does say Israeli. Where does it say Israeli? In that passage, right before, it says in the Brazil, we never do this, I say Israeli, so is Diana. So it does mention that it is Israeli. So we made the Bible also by the type of each bread is the Messiah. Said the story about Morocco and but a very similar thing to Morocco. The people say at the end, when we have the scene on the face, it says the famous like it says oh yeah, the Jewish, it's the same amount. The answer, in person, it says shy, yesh, for the yesh, shy or less. 310 words. Those of you who I love, I'll give you 310 words. So she really says, my words, maybe I'll give you 310 points. Why yours? So the result is this denomination is yours. It's this. You need more. You need to deal with the small stuff. You need trees, you need points. It's yours. That's why I say after when you ask the wisdom, you have to ask like you something. Money for that. First time you something for that. Pull out. So those of us still find out. These are the days of Hashem. They represent. So Hashem, in other words, if we're dealing with the Shloim, that's the denomination now. That's the measurement that we're dealing with. So in other words, that's the measurement that we're dealing with by as well. So I'm not sure. Please tell me how you know the Hashem gets on board. Which one do you say? You know from the Shia. I saw the Matzah, but I don't know. It's 10 Shloim for Matzah. Yeah, so back to the situation. We dealt with all the breads on the right side. The 10, that's one is what it's saying. I don't know that the money penetrated to the 30 breads on the left. I don't know. I was looking for it. And the Matzah, I won't touch it. The Matzah, I was looking for it. You never will. The next one is the Matzah. And it seems that's going to be the Matzah. What did I learn? What did I learn from? What did I learn from? I learned the Islam, stay on that. There's a concept in Passion, only in Passion, not in the rest of the Torah. If I learn something with someone else, I can't use that thing that I learned. So by that, what did I learn? I learned tons. I don't know if I don't know how many. I don't even see it. So that's it. I stuck one. I can't learn lots of comments. Because comments is something that was learned from another place. How can I continue learning? If you don't know, what is the heck is? Anything around the heck is. With a visual. This will help you. The square I left, I'm over on the right, teaching the common style. And that's to be really showing you for. So how have I done it? So how are we going to take the Palace and Mountains, and teach from here the Palace Mass? The guy in the middle is someone that was learning from another place. Over is a concept. How do they teaching that? It's not a problem. I didn't have it. So I can only do have it once. They can't continue on with another aspect. If you don't, I want to have it because of another aspect. Now I'll tell you what.
It's really best we didn't hear
This
it.
middle guy, the power is coming.
I like going out with your friend Jesus Christ over your shoulder taking care of you. Jesus stood alley from 4 feet away. Here you go, buddy. You're gonna need this.
Who told you that it's 10 bucks?
All of a sudden, the main mic is just gone.
That was yesterday. Who was
Just don't tell that joke.
the lazy, she's the funny, but for some reason, it's such a thing as all
Parts that don't work at all.
So after now, I learned one thing also. The second thing, well, no, exactly, measuring is more than I learned from school. It's something that we need to come up with two separate music. Two separate music is different now, but two separate music. Remember, we cover after. I'm learning from two different sources. As you can see in this picture, I'm learning from two extra a lot of good about the things going on. When you have it, go to that one, I this one I'm on that. I'm on that game. Hello, I'm on that. He's making up MR. Truth is, I love people. I want to get a phone call. You know, the phone is going to have to move. Let's see the phone. My girl says, the Gemara is for you. Let's see. In addition to playing piano, it also the word Kaviu. So Kaviu is teaching us about the Oda bread. So we're going to treat it as if how much bread is in a pot. Not in a puzzle. Once it's in a puzzle, it's about nothing. It's in a puzzle, you come and teach other stuff. So we're going to learn the matzah from the puzzle, which is in the puzzle. Not in the apple. Very good. Next. That's about by the Mishnah. Hamidim.
You can't tell me I'm not a flutist, bitch. I'm trying. I'm working on it right now. Well, you perfect with your fucking flute shit. Just really sucky at the flute. As long as I fuck with it, I'm a flutist.
Last day, the final day.
I mean, I grew up in New York.
I mean, even though you're playing, I'm not sure.
I try to become friends with me.
What does that mean? Just like the Toyota, what do you say? The Toyota has real matzah bread. Yes, real matzah bread. All the remembers, olives, chicken, and what else? So, they say the remembers, olives, chicken. Which ones?
Yeah, because I just couldn't hear it. And then every time I tried for a second, I just didn't want to hear it. So.
This is my grandson.
It's a very difficult pursuit.
Shall we go for number 2, everybody?
Even my granddaughter can do this. I don't do this.
Your second comedian tonight. Oh, I know this guy. He's a funny guy. He gets on pretty often lately. Funny guy named Tyler Mesnar. Everybody here it is.
Flour, 15, the bottom food. How much? 5 types of bread. How much flour is there?
I don't get the movie Forrest Gump. You don't understand.
What?
Because I'm pretty sure your feet are wet. I'm not feeling the good. But somehow the guy says
3 types of bread.
send him over. What's really confusing about that movie, though, is that guy, Forrest Gump, he got a degree from the University of Alabama. Understand that touchdown meant stop running.
How's it going, Rabbi?
Kicking ass, kicking names, watching a podcast. How about you?
I recently, I don't know how to say this, but I recently had a dream.
What's your dream, big man?
A little similar to Martin Luther King's dream. A little similar, but a lot different.
Okay.
I don't know how to say it yet. I'm gonna put it in my own words. I'm gonna write it down, and then I'll give a speech.
Sounds like a plan, big man. That sounds good.
How's it going for you, Rabbi?
Living the dream, dog.
Hey, are you Jewish, Rabbi?
100%.
Say that again.
100%.
100%. Me too. You know that? I'm Jewish also.
Very well.
So cool.
Where do you attend shul?
Say that again.
Where do you attend shul?
So my grandma is Jewish, right? I'm not full Jewish, but my grandma is Jewish, and she passed down her all the information, to my father. My father passed down all the information to me.
Okay.
I've been keeping it silent because I don't know the true word of God. I still need to learn.
Yeah, no, I understand. That doesn't make you Jewish, at least from an Orthodox perspective, though. It has to come from your mom.
Oh, really? It has to come from the mother?
Yes, sir.
Not the father?
That's correct.
So am I still a Gentile?
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the correct information.
Absolutely, but you can always convert to Orthodox Judaism, and there are some sects of Judaism that may accept you just based on your Jewish lineage. So it may be important for you to investigate those. Some of them are known as Reconstructionist Judaism. The Reform movement might accept you. The Humanist Judaism might accept you. So if anything, contact your I would advise contacting a local Orthodox rabbi and asking them what.
Orthodox rabbi, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Thank you so much, Rabbi.
Absolutely, my man. You're always welcome. Okay. Keep me updated.
I've been going through a spiritual journey, to be honest.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
I met you when I was in Aiden Ross's Discord.
Oh, okay, great.
Back in the day.
Yes, sir.
I had a vivid memory of you.
Absolutely. I streamed my life in there for like 16 months straight.
Really?
Word, dog.
How was it? I spent my life for like a year in Aiden Ross's Discord.
Yeah.
A year, 12 months. So you have a few more months than me, sir.
Hey, no worries. Yeah, it used to be really popping. It used to be really popular, but then they changed the settings on it, especially to be able to stream. and it lost like 90% of its active user base.
Wait, is that why? Is that why?
That's 100% why.
They took off the ability to stream?
Yeah, that's 100% why. So they forced everybody to go into the chats, which are cool, but then when people want to go into the VC like they used to do, they were unable to, and then that caused issues because nobody wants to be.
So, is there a way to reform that server by any way? By any chance?
I mean, you'd have to contact Aiden's team, and
Aiden's team? Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I have their contact if you're like, super interested to do it. It's just
I would love to do that. I would love to speak up for the people.
yeah, I mean, when you're running a server that big though, and you don't have 24-hour moderation of the VCs, people show their dicks.
It gets a little hectic.
Absolutely, they'll show buttholes. They'll show all kinds of stuff. So I think for the safety of Aiden and his Discord, they just said, look, we're gonna make it so that you can only chat and like the.
Oh, okay. So he just reformed it through his own means.
Right.
Pretty much.
That's correct. But it lost a lot of its active users.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, but whenever there's a UFC or a big boxing match, I think they generally allow just about anyone to go in there and stream, and that's when it gets popping. So a lot of times on Saturday nights, they'll have like a UFC or a big boxing match, and everybody hops in and watches the event.
Hey, Rabbi, can I ask you a question, Rabbi?
Ask me whatever you'd like, my man.
So I started streaming, right?
Okay, great, man.
I started on Twitch, but I feel like my voice isn't really heard on Twitch.
100%.
Should I change platforms?
No, you should multi-stream. So you should simultaneously stream on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and Kick all at the same time. There's a free way to do it.
Twitch?
Well,
can you say maybe send me a link or something like that?
I'm just gonna tell it to you. It's known as
you'll tell it to me. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's Rumble Studio. So you just type in Rumble Studio, and Rumble Studio has everything that you need. You just connect your YouTube, you connect your Kick, you connect your Twitch, and then you go live on Rumble, and it goes live on all the other places. And it has a unified chat, so that if somebody types to you on Twitch, or types to you on Kick, or types to you on Rumble, or types to you on YouTube.
Really? That's so cool.
Exactly.
That's so cool.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
100%. Also,
I appreciate the help, Rabbi. I appreciate it.
100%. So this will increase your engagement about 4 times, which is really great. And you can do it even more. There are other platforms as well that can connect to it, including things like BitChute and X and Locals and quite a few others. So what you want to do is, and it's all free. There are paid versions as well where you can do some other stuff too. But unless you want to pay money, like I want to keep it free. So just go to Rumble Studio, create an account,
Rumble Studio.
Yep.
Account.
Yep, and then you can start once you verify your phone, and you can start streaming right away.
Wow, you're a great help. I've asked other people, but they tend to turn me down all because first I start speaking about my faith, right? I say I'm Jewish, and people when they hear that, they tend to block out their ears.
Okay, well, I'm open to people of all backgrounds. So from a streaming perspective, just create a Rumble account. It's rumble.com. And then in the upper right corner, it'll say sign up. You sign up, you create an account, and then also in the upper right corner, under where you can either upload or go live, there's a section that says studio. You can also just go to studio.rumble.com and log in directly there.
Now you're speaking my language, sir. You're speaking my language. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. They also have an app.
Wow.
They also have an iOS app and an Android app if you're doing on the.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
this be free to the public during like the hours that schools are closed? Yeah, you have to get permission. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they don't. Right. Sorry, Rabbi.
You're good, big man.
I got interrupted. I interrupted him. Sorry.
You're good. No worries. So, yeah, whenever you have time, you can either download the Rumble app on Android or iOS.
Okay, I'll download it. I'll download it right now so that I don't forget. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it allows for free multi-streaming, and it saves your video on Rumble, and then it will save on YouTube indefinitely, and then it saves on Kick for 30 days, and it saves on Twitch for 14 days, I believe.
Wow, really?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so does your computer have to be quick? Like, does it have to be? I'll walk all the way down, sir. Sorry, I was just talking to the security guard.
You're good.
I didn't want to trespass somewhere where I'm not allowed to be.
All right, we'll make sure you follow the law. To answer your question, do you need a really fast computer? No, you can do it all from a phone.
Really, I can do it from a phone. Okay, sweet.
You could be live streaming this right now.
Like what I'm doing, walking right now.
100%. That's good content.
Yeah. Because I'm a streamer that like I want to get not just my voice out there, right? I want to get others too, so that we the people can come together as one. But there's going to be complications with religion, complications with just morality. The morality of humans it's complicated. It's complicated.
Yeah, if you're looking to connect with the most amount of people, there are three things that you generally want to refrain from. Those are religion, politics, and sexual orientation. If you avoid those topics, then basically you're going to maximize the amount of people who watch you.
Okay, so religion, politics, and what was the third one, sir?
It's just really sexual orientation or sexual discussions.
Sexual orientation?
Yeah. So, like taking a stance, whether you're an LGBTQ ally or you're more traditional, whatever it is, if you just stay away from those topics, then generally you're going to have the most amount of people who want to watch your stream. You'll get people who want to catch you and they'll be like, hey, what is your stance on whatever subject, on abortion or on capital punishment or whatever. And, a good thing to do, unless you want to have a debate over this, you just say that I have my own personal beliefs, but I do my best to keep them out of my stream and to be apolitical. I do my best to not discuss politics.
Yeah, I try my best to keep them out of my stream.
Yeah, you just.
Thank you so much. You don't know how much you're helping me.
Absolutely, you just basically say I do my best to stay out of politics. I've got my own personal beliefs, like we do. Because if not, what ends up happening is, let's say, let's just say you like the color blue. And you're like, hey guys, I like the color blue. And somebody comes in and says, okay, well, what are your thoughts on red? And you're like, well, okay, I guess red can be okay. And then a lot of people will be like, well, I like red and blue. And you'll be like, okay, well, you like red and blue. Then somebody's like, well, what do you think of purple? And then you'll be like, well, I guess purple's okay as well. And then the people who like blue will be like, you don't really like blue. You like red and purple. You just said you like red and purple. And you're like, well, I kind of do like red and purple, but I like blue the most. And they'll be like, oh, okay, then what are your thoughts on orange? And you'll be like, oh, orange is okay color, I guess. And people will be like, oh, you don't really like blue, and you don't really like red, and you don't really like purple. You like orange. You just said you like orange. And it's like, you can't win. If you have a large group of people to whom you are broadcasting, if you take a stance on any one of these, you're not going to please them all. There's an old phrase, an adage, basically, that is you can please some of the people all the time and all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time.
discussing always cloud, cloud. It's a sandwich. Generalization, very specific, but generalization.
I hope that makes sense to you.
So we have to expand the
Yeah. It makes sense because, like, listen, you tell someone their beliefs, right, or your what your beliefs are, and that person, they will right away, they will start contradicting you because what they were taught, what they know, what they speak, how they pronounce their words, their syllables, everything was taught in their own fashioning manner, in a little bit different. It's all supposed to be aligned, right? But everyone did this, started doing that. Yeah, it's very interesting.
It
very
is.
interesting.
It is. So a good philosophy to say and use is you say I like to talk about things on my stream that unite people, not that which divides. There's so much on the internet that you can use to divide each other. If that's what you're into, divisive discussions, that's great. Go to those. That's not what I do. I do my best to unite people. I want people to respect each other. I want people to treat others with kindness and love. That's what my stream's about. I'm about spreading positivity. I don't want to create a platform where people argue all the time and debate. That doesn't always get us anywhere. Not saying that it can't be important, but there's a time and a place for everything, and right now is not the time and the place for it. Right now is the time and the place for us to talk about love and unity and music and art and creativity and whatever else it is that interests you.
So the way it works is you bring bread, you buy bread. You say these breads are fully with food.
Hey, Rabbi. Okay. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming right now myself. I'm live streaming right now myself. So if you want to go back to these conversations, what you should do is just go to any one of my live streams. In the upper left corner of this Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Go to That's for 7 live stream.
Yeah. Okay. Click that, and then click the link in there, and you're gonna see on how many different.
YouTube stream. Yeah.
Okay, so go to that 24/7 live YouTube stream link. Open it up. It's gonna take you to YouTube, and you're gonna see all my different streams. I have like 25 simultaneous streams going right now. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 4 years.
Really?
I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm the biggest content creator in global history. Right. So if you want to go back to any of these discussions, you can just go back to whatever link is there, and then you don't even have to take notes.
I can watch your
You can watch it.
You have videos that you post, correct?
I have videos I post. I have podcasts I'm on. I have videos that I post. I'm on podcasts. I was on a podcast yesterday. I was on 2 podcasts last week. I'm on another podcast next week. So like I do a lot. I create memes. I created over 500 memes yesterday. I am live.
What? Really?
Word.
Really?
Absolutely. I create.
No way. That's so cool.
Word, dog. I create. So this is what I do, which I think is really smart. I take pictures of like old school, really pretty ladies like Marilyn Monroe and Audrey Hepburn, like old style 10s. And I take their pictures and I I make it a meme with just please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, and then with my link tree below it, and then I put it all over the internet and I let it populate, and then people learn about me from like just they get it. They see a picture of they see a picture of a hot chick, and so they click on it, and then right below it is all my information on how to join my Discord and see my YouTube.
Dude, Rabbi, did anyone tell you you're an amazing guy?
Thank you, my friend. I get told that often, but I never get sick of hearing it. Thank you.
You're very positive. You're very straightforward. I love the way you speak, sir. You're an inspiration.
Well, thank you, my friend, and I'm here to support you. And
I want to be like you in the future, sir. Just like you.
absolutely, well, we'll help you to do that. So the first thing that you want to do
Thank you
is
so much. Thank you so much.
100%. I'll help you. The first thing that you want to do is when you have time, get your well, frankly, I think this is really important. You want to get your logo and your brand together. So, what's your brand? Like, what do you do?
I preach.
Okay, you
But
preach.
I'm starting to realize that preaching is not really getting me far, right?
Yeah,
Because people tend to still shut their ears. Because when you preach about fear, right? When you preach about fear, all it does is just scare the human to and he'll start contradicting himself, right? He'll start arguing with you. He'll start. It's pointless. Like it's kind of pointless in my perspective.
I understand. And that word preach is a charged word, it's a religious word, generally. But yeah, so you want maybe something more neutral. So you say, I spread positivity. That's the same thing that you're. That's what you're doing when you say you preach, but people are much more. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. Is you're trying to get the word out to people of what you feel and what you believe and like the good things that are going on in your life and how you want to help others, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So then, what you want to do
I just want.
is just perhaps tailor your message instead of saying I preach, because generally people want that from a religious figure.
I speak. That's exactly correct.
Yeah, so you can say I speak, you can say I spread positivity.
I spread positivity.
Exactly. I speak positive vibes. I spread positive vibes. I want to inspire. I'm a person who wants to make people better. I want to make the world better. And all of those are what you're talking about when you say you preach, but they're not going to be such a turnoff to people. The second that you get on social media and you start saying I preach to people, they're going to get shut off because they've heard so many people come to them saying, "Hey, you need to join my religion," or "Hey, you're not practicing your life well enough." You're not doing that, but the second you use the word, then you are automatically injecting this type of thought. So what you do is you just want to perhaps adapt your phrasing. So what you say is, I'm spreading positivity. I'm doing my best to build a positive world. I want to help goodness. I am speaking positive vibes. Those are all positive things that you can do. And then people are on board for that. Then they don't think it's a religious thing.
So my issue is I'm focusing in on the religion, right?
Yeah, you get.
And I'm bringing examples and stuff, this and that, but the whole time, like I'm fighting against someone else's belief, right?
Exactly. And you want to get away from that. Like basically,
Yeah. Okay.
everybody's got their favorite color, and you're coming in saying the best color is yellow, and it's like, well, why do you think the best color is yellow? Instead of saying the best color is yellow, you can say I appreciate all colors. I think in their own way, all colors are special. And if you like yellow, if you like orange, if you like blue, if you like purple, if you like green, no matter what your color is, no matter who you are, you should know that you're special, that I value you, I appreciate you being here, and I want to vibe with you in the future. I'd love to meet all of my fans in the future. I'd love to meet everyone in the audience in the future. And, like that's how you make people want to stay on your stream as opposed to you have to do what I'm saying. Nobody wants that. And so
So they appreciate they appreciate when you're taking their side at a certain point.
exactly,
They appreciate it.
exactly, and with anything, uh, you could be like just imagine, like we'll use cars as an example. So you'll find somebody who's like, hey, hey, Paul, I really like cars. And you're like, oh, I really like cars too. Now, we'll say cars is like religion, okay? And you'll be like, oh, I really like cars too. And they'll be like, oh, do you like Corvettes? You'll be like, yeah, I love Corvettes. Corvettes are great. And they'll be like, oh, cool. I like Corvettes too. Do you like Porsches? And you'll be like, no, I don't really like Porsches as much as I like Corvettes. Like, okay, cool, bet. All right, do you like red Corvettes? You're like, yeah, I like red Corvettes. The other person's like, yeah, I like red Corvettes too. So they're thinking that you're vibing on all these different levels, and then they'll say to you, do you like vintage Corvettes? And you'll be like, oh, well, I mean, vintage are cool, but I really like the newer Corvettes. And they're like, oh, no, I like vintage Corvettes. You agreed on that you like cars. You agree, and you can do that with anything to anybody. You already agreed you liked cars. You already agreed you liked Corvettes. You already agreed you didn't like Porsches. You already agreed that you like red Corvettes. There's just one little thing that you disagree with, and they don't like you anymore. Now you're the enemy because you don't like every single thing that they do. And religion's the same way. One person may say, I like Jews. Okay, great. What kind of Judaism do you practice? Oh, I practice Reform Judaism. Well, I personally don't like Reform Judaism. Oh, okay. Well, then are we allies? I mean, we're all, considered Jews to some extent within our different demographics or our different versions of Judaism. But like, can you come? Do you have all the same rights in my synagogue? No, you don't. And so somebody's like, well, I don't like that. Okay, even Orthodox people. One person may say, oh, I'm a Hasidic Jew. Oh, that's cool. Another person may say, I'm a modern Orthodox Jew. That's cool. You're both practicing Orthodoxy. However, those are two very separate strands of ways to believe. And many times the Hasidic world does not mesh well with the modern Orthodox world. And then even within Hasidism, one person can be a Breslov Hasidic dynasty person. Another person can be a Chabad Hasidic dynasty person. And they don't always mesh because they have different leadership. Like, you can always break it down. So you want to do your best to avoid these things that divide us, no matter what it is, whether it's cars, whether it's religion, whether it's politics, and focus on the things that are positive. And so whatever it is, in a case like the car thing, you can say, I have an appreciation for older Corvettes. I personally like newer Corvettes, but I think it's really cool that we both like Corvettes. And I think that all people who like cars are cool because it shows they have an interest in something. Anybody else in the audience, maybe you don't like Corvettes, maybe you do like Porsches. Anybody want to talk about that? Tell us about their experiences of being a car lover, and you'll find that, wow, the people who love the Porsches for the same reason that I love Corvettes, and we have a lot in common. And maybe we don't necessarily jive because I like newer Corvettes and my friend likes older Corvettes, and this other person in my chat likes Porsches. However, I understand now why they like Porsches. I understand it's the same thing that I love about Corvettes.
And I should be like myself, right? I should be myself when I'm speaking and I'm talking.
Who else could you be?
Like, well, I tend to refrain. Like, sometimes I get so deep into the religion, right? Like, I'm going on a topic, and there's times that even I tend to contradict myself.
Absolutely. Okay, so let me ask you this. What religious background do you have from a teaching perspective? Have you made smicha, which is rabbinical ordination? Or have you been to religious school?
Jesus teaching.
Okay.
I grew up listening to his teachings.
Okay, so right away, if somebody's like, hey, you're preaching, but you say you're Jewish, but yet you're having like the idea of the Nazarene, those are contradicting philosophies. And if you don't see that, your audience will. So basically what I'm saying, oh, absolutely. I mean, we within Judaism don't recognize the Nazarene to be God. We also don't recognize that person to be the Messiah.
Contradicting
theologies, basically.
Narrative?
It's really theologies, but narratives works as well.
Theology.
Exactly. So you're
I'm gonna look into that.
absolutely. So basically, if somebody's watching your stream, they can already see that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have the education or the knowledge or the experience to be able to talk on these issues. So they're going to move on to the next person. So you want to avoid that. Even though it's fun for you to talk about, you can use general terms. So are there some things that within perhaps different religions that may be positive, like loving your neighbor or caring about others or feeding the sick and taking care of the poor? Are those all good things? Yeah, absolutely. Just don't frame it from a religious standpoint. Now that doesn't mean that that someday you can't become educated and you can't build up your knowledge base and be able to talk on things from a religious perspective. I don't want to pop your bubble there, but you don't currently have the knowledge base to be able to speak on these things, and it's even more dangerous.
You're right.
It's even more dangerous because you don't know what you don't know. Like it would be one thing if you had uh, you had more experience perhaps in teaching on religious topics, and you knew that at some point you may have to say, you know what, I'm gonna have to look that up so that you don't contradict yourself. um, Religion many times though is full of contradictions, and so don't feel badly if you ever contradict yourself, because that's something that can happen. Here's a paradox. God all powerful?
I mean, they say he is.
There you go. Perfect answer. Perfect answer. Okay, so if God's all powerful, can God create a rock so large that not even God can lift it? It's a paradox. It can't be both. So if God's all powerful, then God can create any rock of any size. Any size. He can do whatever he wants. God can do whatever they want. Okay, can they make one so big that not even they could lift it? It's paradoxical.
Oh, so you're mixing it. You're mixing in your kind of your religion, your belief with like evidence. With not just evidence, but like kind of like the theory of like you bring it into your own perspective at first, and then you see the other perspectives of others, and you try to not contradict yourself, because once you start contradicting yourself, right? Like people will start saying this, saying that, saying that. Like when you want to speak, so pretty much what you're trying to tell me is, when you gotta speak, for the people, not I guess.
Well, in this particular case, I'm giving.
Not to the very point where it becomes a problem. Not to that point.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm saying at this particular point, there are some paradoxical parts of religion where you will end up contradicting yourself. Because someone may say, hey, Paul.
What is the paradox? What does that mean, sir?
That's a great question. A paradox is something that is logically inconsistent. So, exactly. So, we're going to get the exact definition right now.
So
what is a paradox?
Right? Like he would contradict himself a lot by saying this, that, and that, right?
I mean, here's a classic contradiction.
The Nazarene?
Yeah, here's a classic contradiction. Whatever. The Nazarene's supposed to be God, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Exactly. Okay, fine. Within some belief system. Okay, and then died on Good Friday, right?
Yeah, Good Friday. Died on Good Friday.
So the Earth didn't have God for 3 days. Is that how that works? And also, how can you kill God? If God is all powerful, how can you kill God?
How can you kill God? Why would he send his son down just to die? It makes no sense, right?
It's another good question that you're raising. And then another question arises, like scientists speculate that there could be millions of different types of civilizations in the world. Why does God care so much about Earth? That, like, did he send a son to all the different civilizations? Like, what makes Earth any different than any of the other civilizations? And then you recognize that religion was developed as a philosophy for people who had limited thinking and weren't exposed to as much science as we are. And you recognize that uh, perhaps the people of the past may have made some mistakes. Now, as to your question about a paradox is a statement, proposition, or situation that appears logically self contradictory or absurd, but often reveals a deeper truth or coherence among closer examination. So here's one. If I say uh, statements that lead to infinite loops or truth values, such as the liar paradox. If someone's a liar and they say this statement is false, can you believe them? It's paradoxical. Like, you shouldn't believe them because they're a liar, but they're saying that this statement is false. Or that right there, they don't have to be a liar. If I just say this statement is false, it causes contradiction somewhat. Here's one. Um, exactly. So there are many of them, but without harping on this issue anymore necessarily. You've just got to understand that the people on the internet may not be Jewish, may not be Christian, may not be Muslim, may not be anything. Most people are generally becoming more and more secular. So if the theme of your stream is religion, you're already alienating 90% of your audience because most religious people don't care about your stream. The people who care about religion are going to be in synagogue. They're going to be in church. They're going to be in a mosque. They're not going to be on Twitch, if that makes sense. Generally. So what you do is you take the learning that you have, that you've learned, and I'm not saying the things in the past that you've learned aren't important. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that you take that knowledge and you make it more digestible for a larger audience. So, like, what's something you like to talk about? Aside from, you keep saying religion, and I understand it, but what about religion?
I like to talk about the.
How long did it take you? What one do you have? How many shuttles per minute was it? That's SPM.
Big Dog, you're cutting out. Can you? You're cutting out.
You want me to talk about?
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
I like. Well, okay. I like to talk about that I see through my eyes, right?
Okay.
And when I talk, now I realize, like, I can't be just looking and talking in my perspective because understand because I have my own mind and my own. But there will be people who will relate. They will relate because they have their own problems, their own way of thinking, their own.
Exactly. You don't want to alienate them. Their opinion is frankly just as important as your opinion. Everybody's opinion is quite frankly equal. And so you don't want to alienate them. You don't want them to feel like, hey, this person is putting their opinion on a pedestal because they are not necessarily taking what I have and my feelings into account. Now, if they are there to follow and listen to you because they're specifically there because they, like, let's say you get big and you get popular and they want to hear what you want to say, then you don't have as many issues as you do. But when you're starting out, you want to be as neutral as possible. You want to be as please as many people as possible because it's going to be the difference between you getting one or two consistent viewers per stream and you having zero people watching you. Once you get to the point where you have 50, 100, 200, 300, 1,000 people watching you at once, then they may want to hear more about what you do. But right when you're starting out, you can't be super divisive because nobody's going to want to watch you.
Wonderful day. Thank you for
All right. Well, you cut out, so I don't know if you're still there. I'm gonna go back to the podcast. Feel free to listen.
Bringing up the bear. The bear doesn't have rationale. Again, Destiny is stopping you guys from your worst parts. Turn the mic off for Kobe. He made the bear come out with
It was your first time on stage. That would have been super impressive.
A couple of emails here.
What'd you say, Big Doug? I can hear you. What's up, my man?
My internet has been out a little bit. I heard pretty much everything.
Nope. Absolutely.
I'm gonna try to test more, and I'm gonna try to hear the people out more than pushing my opinion. Don't do it. Put it on.
Okay, you're cutting out again. Listen, you're cutting out again. Get to where you have Wi-Fi. Get to where you can get to a computer or whatever, and then come back in here and we'll talk.
As it catches attention, say good job, and he says, I'm listening to your belly, picture that. Mikam Israel, Ajiba Maron. Yes, yesterday we were.
I hope you have a good day as well. Take care, bro. No worries. No worries. Don't you worry about it. Life is full of contradictions. Don't you worry.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care, my friend. We'll see you soon, God willing. Shout out to that guy. Shout out to that guy. You just straight up tell people they're not Jewish like that. Why? Because they ain't, baby. But they could be. What about the other? Like that motherfucker.
Thank you very much for having me on the journey. The official edition Shas is sponsored by the Iranian League of Cabinet Parrot, a Dutchman, a Lezis, very Riser, I don't know where he was for a while. I didn't hear from him, and here he is. Thank God, their Bidder's family, in honor of our children. David Solomon sponsors the Substack. He's a corporate sponsor, dedicating memory. You know, we have to put some of the famous companies of the city over here as sponsors. Dedicating the memory of our learning school, thoroughfare, fancy toys, further drop off. The seven sponsors, Joe Vidal's, the Nishmas, my father, Jack Vidal's, and I'm some of the doctors. And all the Eastern Turkey right, are Simon and Christina, Miriam, Mark, Hensling, yeah. The memory of Steve and Bush Huntsman is Lubavitch and Bewire. In honor of Lubavitch and Rebbe's birthday, Rebbe's building a Yisrael today. Lisa Shapiro, Sunday. Lisa Shapiro, the special occasion of today's Yisrael day of Mazel and Tzlaka, our boy, Hanan, Abedab, Son, Ariel, the mitzvah, initially coming Ariel, now talking Florida. Wow. I'm having trouble getting tickets back there as well. I have something I want to go earlier, but I have something consistent that we get so far. I really believe in words of memory. My dear father is Israel, the mitzvah. Your time is out of reason. At the end of the day,
I'd say
is
11 come in, and when he
one of
does
the
shut
first
it right
people
there.
that we had online
It is weird
every
when
day.
you joke about Forrest Gump nowadays, because I mean,
8 years
I
ago,
don't think I
when we started,
I mean, even
Garden
whoever
Park,
did
Harry Blumenthal, I remember my grandmother, Rose Blumenthal, on the first yard side,
the joke
Rachel Bass, Yaakov Aryeh, Shmuel Bracha. Anyway, ופרשתיים האלה, פניתם בשביל ברכה, ופרשתיים האלה, ובנסי, ופרש הילד, נמיל זה, בן הילד אסתר. Okay, I'll turn around the camera for a second. Wait, some, Shema. We go all the way around, so the other sees where we are exactly. Okay, so we have the famous carbon Qaeda, by the way. The carbon Qaeda, when Mashiach comes, listen to this. When Mashiach comes, the only carbon that we're still going to bring is the carbon Qaeda. I saw just a few days ago, one of the Qaeda got killed, and the sister got up there in front of everybody. She said, "This is what they said by heart. Real Hashem." She said the whole Israel Soida, it's the big Hashem. You say Moedim every day. You know, you can't say Moedim is something you have to say yourself. You can't be Moedim to somebody else Moedim. You have to be Moedim yourself. And that's why the carbon Qaeda, you're going to give thanks to Hashem, that's the one carbon that's going to remain. So today on Amud Aleph, Amud Bey is a super easy. Amud Aleph, if we have to go through the amounts of the carbon Qaeda. So says, I have a question for the audience. This is a trick question. Okay, not everybody together. When a person, you hear this, you feel. When a person brings Purim to the Hamikdash, how many fruits do you bring? What's the amount? The trick question.
I'm doing Transformers joke because in 3 months that joke's gonna be the lamest joke ever.
Yeah, we say it every morning. David, Baruch, Shainan, Shir. These are the things that don't have an amount. Hey, Habitur. Put those two things together. Yeah. Okay. So it says in the Avodah Beisabah, Homage Saying, Shehein, Sheish,
Why? If Star Wars is
amount
classic,
changed.
you can do a joke. You can totally do a joke about Star
They
Trek.
added
If you had a really good joke about Star Trek with William
2
Shatner,
is
old school,
20
we
solid.
definitely do it because
That's
it's
what
almost
Mr.
guaranteed
said.
that everybody in the room sees.
And then when it comes to Yishafi, 5 cells, 35. Ooh.
Man, what's up with Chewbacca?
Oh. So let's explain for a second. This is what was it? You know, 6 pieces of paper. So 16.6. Total? What's the total? 6.6.
You're right. Now that you said it, Black Comics can't talk about anything. That's amazing. Eat frozen food. Defrost the motherfucker.
Okay. We are around the 100. So, this is 100. If I say that you have to add a 6 to 100, you're adding, you know what it is? 6.6. We take 100, divided by 6. So 6 is 16.6. That's a little bit. Yeah? You'd have to add 6.6. So what it is,
I really do like the bit.
I do the opposite.
If you can figure out a way to keep rocking stuff like that, because I think it connects. I think we all do the things. I mean, you said that you got a degree from Alabama, but you didn't notice software
But what if I
touch,
go
and I
with the
think
total?
that's as American
Total
as
amount.
applies. So I think that if you just come across
Once
as
you
like
have
and not like a
120,
Dexter villain, you could probably
that's the 6.
you could
So
probably
6 is, in this
get
case,
that happy-go-lucky stuff to work. Like I'm an evil fuck, but I like to talk about evil
so
things
it's really
and try
a
to make
5th.
it funny. You know what I mean?
Okay?
But you gotta go with something.
Go this way.
Good luck, Tyler. Forgot what my
That's good. The total amount is 120 now. 6 acres of 20 is 120. So it was whatever it was, when I had 100, I took the fifth and I added it. So now I have 120. Now 40 is a 6. It's just a question of where we start. Militar or militar? Do I start with my total? With the final amount? So the final amount is 120. And I take 20 off. So we call it a 6. But it's really a 5th. I really took out, I added a 20. I added a 20, so I got a total of 120. So what did I add? I added a 5th. I call it a 6 because the total is 120, so there's a 6. Or it's a 6, it's 16.6. So when we're going into the top, we always go to the top. So in English, when persons have to say 5th, so in America we call it 25%. 25%. Why? Because it's 25% of what you have now. So 100 you take 25%. Or the total after you pay the 5th is 125. 125 is the 5th. 25 is 1. Anyway, yeah, is it a little bit more understood? It's a little better on that, but not really. It's not so much central part of the figure, but it's different. How much time did you have left? The whole audience saw you not running the train test. There's is a gift of course. Let's say you steal from the Vietnamese or really a fifth of a report. So that in our English would be called a quarter. Instead of calling it a fifth, we call it a quarter. In America, we call it a quarter. How much you have to say? 25% of what you use this bottle, and the bottle costs $1. And the Vietnamese, you have to pay the Vietnamese back for $1.25. You take a quarter. So now 125, the total amount is 125, so it's a fifth of the total amount. 125 is a fifth of 125, or a quarter of 100. You add, okay, so the bar means the total amount, when you finish paying the Vietnamese, pays the 125 for this, so it's a fifth. You added a fifth, so from the total, so the 25 is the total. One total. So I'll tell you guys about how much sun you shall lose. Okay, it used to be 6 with Darius, now it's 5 Shamios. 1 6 more, which is the side of the one is going to say Shnei Ephah. So, which are 2 Ephah. Ephah shows sun. Each Ephah is 3 sun. Esrim is sorrow. The Torah was made out of 20 sorrow. And sorrow is a tenth of what? Sorrow is a tenth, right? 20 tenths. A tenth of an acre. You have 2 acres. Each acre is 10 sorrows. 2 times 10 is 20. That's why we're going to have 20 sorrows. The Mishnah says, sorrow the fathers, sorrow the masters. How many bread Rabbi said we have for the Torah? Total of 40. 40 bread. Yeah? Very simple. So the hummus on the right side is going to get half of the total amount of flour, 10 sorrow, and the rest, the third rest, are going to get the other 10 sorrow. Yeah? Let's do a simple math now. If you take 10 sorrow and you make 10 breads out of that, it's going to be 1 sorrow. 10 sorrow and 10 breads. So the hummus challah on the side, those nice thick challah, each one is 1 sorrow. If you take 30 breads, and you make 30 breads out of 10 sorrow, the sorrow, by the way, is what we say that if a woman or a man also, she makes dough, he has to bring challah. the portion of the challah. How much is that in that? It's 43.2 eggs, which in today's measures is about approximately 5 pounds of flour. 43 eggs. So you got this, you saw the comments, that's all the month. 10 goes for the comments on the right side, and 10 goes for the 30 lots of food they're not having. Says the Mishnah Tata Asara Lachamas, and therefore you have 10 Israelis, Asara, and therefore what happens is, if you divide 10 by 10, 10 challah in 10 Israel, comes out Asara Lachamas, each challah is 1 Israel. Asara Lachamas, 10 Israelis makes 30 matzah. So what matzah shalish minim, as you can see in this picture, you have your buchas, you have challah, and everything. Real quickly, I'll just show you a little bit. I had a whole thing about challah from speaking the other day, and we said that when they get oil, shear, and hot, so they don't put the glula, which is the second step, using glula. Yeah, flesh, glula. What are we missing here? We're missing the challah is repeating earlier. What's rebucha? Rebucha is this one over here. I'm so happy we found this. Listen, I wanted to show you guys. It's rebucha. This part, the part is they put like bagels, they put it behind water. If you take 10, divide 10 by 3, what's the amount? 3.3. So for each type of challah, we have 3 types of matzah. We have the rebucha, the repikin, and the challah. So each one is going to get 3.3 Israelim to make those matzah. The shalish challah is the Isarim. You have 3.3 Isarim, so you can make this Isarim 3 challah. Because you just have to inhale it's like you even just you're terrible. And even just change it up and do all these different things. And he's like, it was a 7-minute showcase set or something big, say the Tonight Show or whatever. And he goes, big time, and I'm 2 minutes in and I'm ignored. And then I'm 3 minutes in and I'm ignored. And I know nobody else can hear it. And I'm having a good set. And I'm having such a good set that 5 minutes in, I take a breath in and he goes, no, seriously, you're the worst. That's when I go, you son of a bitch. What are you doing? He kept whispering to me. And the rest of the crowd's like, who the fuck are you talking to? And I was like, he's getting heckled by everybody. I had a kid who didn't get it because he acknowledged the whispers and everybody else hears it, that it's a real fucking thing. But it's psychological warfare. The guy in the front. You're never going to get it. 6th grade level, you guys are
I got a clutch in his chest. I didn't get it. These women, they have these scars. Sorry, I don't know if they're pregnant. I said I got 5th grade English, which is what?
8th grade Hebrew, and then when I got there to show, I was 8th grade High.
I got my husband crying, and the guy
The
goes,
school worked out very
I
well
said
for me.
something about a cow.
No math there. So at that age, at 10 years old, I went to high school. Oh, Pastor, like what? Let's go to high school. What did you kind of do? We'll tell you about that also. So, Misha also the comments, have a matzah, Misha also the matzah. So it's perfect. If you have 30 calves and you're going to divide it in half, 50 to the comments, 50 to the matzah. Who the matzah shall be? Here, that's how much. Today we're doing college, tomorrow we're doing matzah. Unbelievable. So the matzah shalish meaning. And matzah has 3 types, we said. What are the 3 types? Challah, repeating, and rebucha. The challah is have the oil in the middle of that. Three types of oil. You can have you smear the oil on the top. The refufa is like the bagels you put in the boiling oil. Into a delicious having the Colombian. You're gonna have 15 pounds. You have three types of bread. Each type of bread is 5 pounds. So it's total 3 times 5 is 15. Which the Italians can make from each pound 2 flours, meaning each flour is a half a pound. Let me just show you this video. Ready? So, how is the dry craziest ideas ever? I'm going to be apart. One, two, three, four, five.
That's their thing.
Six.
Well, you can buy from the cow too because cow shit. That's what much was brought up. That's the connection. The reason why I think the cow is sacred is for history. Yes, absolutely.
Welcome to Israel. I'm doing this about for my son, you shall. I didn't know that 1/8 is 3 Whatever reason, over a piece of a pro, it says the pastor, taking up the pastor. So the pastor gets the 8 on the back. That's what it means. One is precise, one is your pastor. You put 8 on precise, it's the same one. You take a leader of water and a leader of it's one more. My back so saying, I hate to show you so. Seems a pass is 3 So you're 8 position. You can't give them a why you know that a pass is actually 3 You label them with the kids, message not for a home of the pass. They tell me, they say that the pass is nicer to the home. What's nicer? Nicer is always 10%. So I'm telling you that the something for the homer and the pass 10% of that. And we know that's known that a homer is 30 saw. So how much is 10% of 30 saw? 3 saw. Cool. Here we go. So now you know that a pass is 3 saw. If, by the way, this is only all anyone's ever asked for in the morning is as the Gemara economy of say that she is a homer Eifa. You're telling me that from here you see that the Eifa is 3 saw. But if you go directly, why do I have to go to pass? If you go directly, Eifa is the same exact thing. If not makes it that serious a homer Eifa. That a tenth of the homer is an Eifa. So an Eifa is 3 saw. Ella, homer lo yadano kama. Just so we don't know how much of we don't know what a pass is. So we're back to square one. Again, what's the question? How do you know 1/8 is 3 saw? Tomorrow, okay. One more time, that's it. Oh no, the person standing. Abbas standing. Meiser Abbas Minapur. Sarah Sabat and Khoy. Says the puzzle. That Abbas equals 10. Meiser Abbas Minapur. Again, once again, we have 10%. Meiser is 10%. Abbas is 10% of the pool. And that we know that a pool is 30 saw. So the pool is 30 saw. And a bass is 10% of a pool. It's 10% of 30 saw. So a bass is 3 saw.
How you living, Pam? Listen to a podcast. How about you? What'd you say? Okay, well, I'm all the entertainment you need, big man.
he's gonna go crazy. He's gonna play more. Because he's gonna expose himself.
That's why they put them more.
Yeah, he's the time like. He's gonna see. Hello, we should know. I'm concerned that the seller is not gonna know about change in the city. He's gonna go to the city. He's not gonna know about the city. And he's gonna be cheated. It's more than a six. He's more than a six. Then the whole mecca, how does it make it
Oh,
really
yeah, they're so nice are you, by the way. Really friendly, but I'll tell you this.
all transaction is on that side. And therefore, it's maybe going on. You never sold it. Okay, they like to have it be the mecca. Should nullify.
That's exactly Hispanic.
But that can be. No, should be that we had the other day. Anything that is an exact amount, when it comes to money, so when you charge a little bit more, it's a mosquito gun. Shouldn't be working. But I know for you, you're meant for me. Okay. If you tell somebody I'm selling you 12 eggs, but you only gave them 11 in the box, that's straight out stealing. So even though it's not a shtus, even though it's not a six, it's
I saw a dude with a t-shirt on. He said, I'm not Hispanic, I'm Mexican. I got confused as fuck.
it's still you're making a record. You rip the ball. Which is still. Money, everybody, 25 cents. Forgot that he knows. Okay, how much do you make? You tell me that you're selling me 12 eggs, you're selling me a dozen. And you didn't give me a dozen, the whole thing is off. I'll be longer than enough. If you tell me that this bottle has 16 ounces in it, and I'm eating like 15, it's off. The whole thing is off. That's why, that's true. That's to say, you know, let you know. The way you do that. So, why is it a 6? Over here, even it wasn't a 6. I sold this in a man, and I got ripped off. That should go back. Hello, I'm sure. I'm worried about the seller. We're going to get an entire together. You shouldn't have. I'm just concerned they should have a walk. I love this question. You always use this. You don't really live in Thailand. You're worried about whatever the word is here. The only way they should have a walk. Watch when they bite. You should have even you should have made it in a way that they had a little profit, guys. You think a guy buys and sells so that people should say, oh, he's a big seller. Look at that guy. It's unbelievable. He's buying and selling. And what? He's not talking about. Yeah, he's a big man for it. Big his name is in the newspaper. You know what he did? He bought 40 buildings in Manhattan. Yeah. He paid $40 million for it. The guy just sold his nursing home. One of them is like $300 million. He's selling his nursing homes for $2.5 billion, whatever they never did. That's a million. But he bought it for $2.5 billion. So he just got it. So there's your newspaper. He'd rather have $100 million than $5 billion, whatever the number is. That's a great deal. But what is this guy trying to do? Really hard. He's doing all the extra more. But he's selling over there. And he's not going to. You're telling me I'm concerned that he shouldn't have been more. No, you should have a profit. This is small trash from the garage. Where you get this from, you find it in the car. All right, you realize you're more than that. Let me just say this about that because it's so simple. You'll get it in the first shot.
She had turned on for the moment. Shit just went crazy. Just a little stir up out of nowhere.
You're ready to
Oh my god, I can't believe I thought I was dreaming of it again. Amazing. I was in that dream-like state of the
No, it's the same thing. It's just as all. Seriously, whenever you know the if you have these 5 pieces of paper, this is 100, right? 5 times 20.
Sounds like a real push.
That is 20.
Sounds like a real push. The first thing he said was he's super nice.
So I got a 5th.
What is he, Mr. Polite? Just goes
Then I went to the 5th. Becomes the 6th.
hello, good day, how are you? So much people now that I'm trying to get some sleep.
20 is 6. But when I'm done, 20 is 6. Before I'm done, when I have 100, and I say, yes, 20% of 100, that's 20, and then I add it to this, and it's 120. So it goes like this. We're talking about a mana. A mana we know is 100 zil, 100 dinner, 100. The Torah calls it 240. What's going on? I get 240. The answer is because that regular mana is 100. And when you're talking about Beis Hamikdash, it's double. So the double should be 200. How do you get to 240? The answer is because you can add a fifth. You add a fifth. So if it's 100 over 20, double what? 240. That's how we got to 240. Got it? That's the whole thing. So that's the end of the circuit. Just there's a funny concept there. It says like this. Oh, this is a small class of the dog. You're dealing with 100, 120. That's anybody to do. It says here, it's a total. It's not. The total is telling you how to get to 60. 20 plus 25 plus 15. No, 60 times 4. How many times you don't stand up? Each shekel is 4 dinner. Like this. shekel is from Gary. That's from Shkel and Chamisha. Chamisha is from Shkel. I said Chamisha Shkel. Okay, so it's mana. Tell me the mana. The mana is 100. What's about a bar now? All of a sudden you're talking about 240. Based on this concept, the government tells you 60. 60 times 4 is 240. I think it's from 100 to 240. Hello, Shmamina Glad. You see from here 3 things. Shmamina, mana shall play the First of all, when you're dealing with the Beis Hamikdash, every mana is double, so instead of 100, it's 200. Shmamina with Sifal Amidah, you're receiving Yosef Shtos. You see, they could add, but not more than a 6. So you just added 1 6 from 200 to 240 is a 6. Shmamina, Shtos with a button. You also see that the 6 means on the outside. So you get your total. Yeah. So let's see. This is if it's 100. So we did it like this way. This is 120 times 2. So your 6 is when you're done. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and 120. When you're done, this is a 6. Not when you started. You started with 100. So if you're going to add 20, it's a fifth. But when you're done. You have 120, we call it a 6. Yeah? For real, you just done it. Okay, good. I told you it's just a block. Good numbers, though. Still to the bottom. Great. But Rabbeinu Meslis and Avidaika, you can do this from the Mishnah. We're almost on the way. The comment says, I told you it's about Chamish Soim Shamiyos. It says that the Torah is 5 Shamiyos. Shehein, Sheish Minkarios. You go from 5 to 6. That you're Moisef, if you add to the bow from when you're done. The Chaim Zayin on base. Okay, here we go. What? Adar Global Exclusive Girls Border Payments and Shalom.com. Did anybody register the book? Every shidduch that happened was first read. Says the Mishnah. Okay. How many breads do we have? Everybody's having 40. So you have to take 10%. What's 10% of 40? 4. From each type of bread, there's 4 types of bread. From each type of bread, you take 1. You can only know them echad. 1. Masala. True. Shenamar says in the pasuk, Hebrew meno echad you can carve a tree on Hashem. It says in the pasuk 1, which is true. Think about it. Echad, the word echad, shleit l'chalos. It can't be broken. It has to be whole. Because Marble, what do we learn from that? Shukal Geberisha. Every type of bread. Let's see if we can remember. How many types are there? There's the chametz, that's 10. There's the chalas, there's the revucha, that's 10. And the rekikin, 10. So each one has that 10. You can't do 5 from this and 50 from the other. You need 10, 10, 10, 10. Shleita with carbon al chavera, and you cannot take truma from the chalas on the rekikin, from the rekikin on the chametz, etc. The one who throws the blood, he gets the taiva. What does that mean? Not dafke him. Reuben is the one that's spewing the blood. He gets the no. This whole mishra, all the kehanim and the Hamikdash, they get it. Shar the halakah. Everything that's left over goes double. No, I didn't use any of his stuff. Now that it's over, I'm gonna show you. One shekel is 4 dinar. 60 is 340. 200. And then I said, is this better or worse than my paper? Look at this. This will about 25 shekel. Well, it's 30, but it's going to buy from the outside. What's this? Oh, true will not be down here. There's no gold breads. You take one of each and give them the color. Okay, great. What? Yeah, true is close to nothing or 2%. So we're going to get there. Correct. Here we go. Tomorrow's going to start. So halacha number 1 is mimeno means that they're all connected. So you have to have all the bread in one basket. They can't be separated by boxes. They have to be in one box. They have to be connected. All 40 bread. Echad, shleitl paros, they can't be broken. Because garbage we call it Shabbos. Every type of bread, all 4 have to be fed. Shleitl with a carbon and chavera, you cannot take one truma. You don't like, let's say I don't like lachas, so I'm going to give the kohen double from the lacha. No, I have to take a little bit from the lacha, a little bit from the lacha, a little bit from the bread. Truma Hashem. Any of them are common. Already done. Here we go. Heal this will answer you. Never got truma, but I'm going to trumas meiser truma. What's trumas meiser? Just show you real quickly. To remind all of them. I was talking to a bunch of yeshiva guys, and they didn't say I had truma meiser, all that stuff. So I gave them a little lesson. Person has 100 food, give approximately 2 to the kohen. That's called truma dough. Whatever's left over, you take 10% and give it to the Levi. And the Levi, this is what everybody gets confused. He gives 10% of what he got, and that's called trumas meiser. And that's what we're discussing now. So let's see it in the video, just very quickly. It's a sped up version. He gives the Levi 10%. And the Levi takes 1 out of the 10 apples and gives it to the guy that's called trumas meiser. That is not a mash. That is 10%, and that's what we're talking about. I don't know about that. Okay, so this wait a minute, before you can say that. Never true, but never bikurim true. It says by bikurim you have to give. From the Shivas Aminu, 7 different types of food that we give. The first one is you have to read Beis Hamikdash, that whole thing that we showed. Mala alon eno shir. How do you know that there's no shir? It says ein varm shenim shir. Afeyo b'abikurim. It's so interesting, right? If somebody were to ask the same thing, somebody asked me once, how much pay do we have to give? I don't know. 10%, I don't know. You say it every day, Ellie, every day. You have no idea what I'm saying. I'm saying words. Different, okay? Shuma, Malalon, in the shiur, Afghan, in the shiur, just like Babi Kur, in the shiur. perhaps by the Taida, when you give the Taida, which you have no share. Who told you to compare Taida to the Trumas Meiser, which is 10%, rather than to the Bikur? Says Gemara, we had this, it's like a common theme now in this Pesach. It's not the first time we're having this, literally we don't. Although the other day we had a whole list of 8 against 6, there's no list. Literally we don't. What is it more similar to this? Taida, what is it more similar to? On the one hand, it can be compared to Bikur. On the other hand, it can be compared to Trumas Meiser. Nothing Truma Shein Acheret Truma, with Truma Shein Acheret Truma. There's nothing, you don't have to take more Truma after you give the Trumas Meiser. Done. But Bikurim, you do have to give Trumas and Meisers. You're not done. You did the first step. The first step is to bring the new fruit to the base of Mikdash. Okay, but then you still have to give Truma and Meiser. Shishachim Truma. Oh, you have to learn Zuk. Or perhaps you have to learn Zuk. So Truma, and I tell you, what do you eat? Truma? Truma, and I tell you, not on Kadosh. Bikurim, you have to eat. Where do you eat Taida? All over your stuff. Bikurim, all over your stuff. Okay, Trumas Meiser, Shanatel, become my guys. Trumas Meiser can eat it with Chemish also. Man or Truma. Now, I don't know who to learn from. It's a toss-up. I can either learn Taida from Trumas Meiser, no deep or from Bikurim would be whatever you feel like. And the shield. When it says Mimenu, it says the word Mimenu, Truma Hashem, which means next, Mimenu Truma, is there Hashem. So now I have a more solid Truma. I'm going to learn Taida from Trumas Meiser, it's 10%. This is more about the Trumashi at the Nasara. And then we come on the power. I don't know how much the power. I already done, never kind of left. Never allowed to left and left. It says by the 2 breads of Shavuos here, around the island, the nice picture that we made. You take the 2 sheep. It's the older one. You can see it's the older version because it doesn't have the wreath or the flower things around its head. But anyway, on Shavuos you bring the 2 sheep and 2 special breads. Each bread is made out of Nisara. He almost had a heart attack. You never got the lechem, you never allowed him to stay on lechem. It says the word lechem. Just like by the 2 breads and Shavuos, each one is one Nisara. I said it's only Chala. Nisara, how much is Nisara? 23 eggs. 23.2 eggs. 5 pounds of flour per Chala. Giant Chala. Oh, it's not who's there too. But perhaps I can learn a different one. Never can left one when the lechem upon him. And so let's get to toss. I can either learn I can learn the Taida from the Shtei Lechem, and the Shtei Lechem I know each bread is 1 Nisara, or I can learn from the lechem upon him. Each bread is 2 Yisrael. 10 pounds each. Really be doing sorry, thanks you. But never let the lechem upon him lechem. Malal Shtei Yisrael. I've got Shtei Yisrael. So maybe I should learn from lechem upon him lechem Shtei Lechem. Nearly be doing. Let's see who the Taida is more similar to. And the Shtei Lechem, I'll show you pictures. So you cheap. These are the cups. Zero comments in it, and it doesn't come with In other words, the place should be like this, like Shem. Malala is on Kala. Okay, so I have a person that tells me that the Taida is sorry. The Malala stays right. But the Lord says, but wait a minute, the 2 breads together are 2 sorry. So maybe I've kind of changed right, so maybe all the carbon Taida, all the breads in the place should be 2 sorry total. If the total of the Shalechem is 2 songs, so the total of all titles would be 2 songs. Yeah, no. The money, okay, so just yeah, no. And from here I learned that it's not the total. It's each one. The end. In other words, each chametz bread of the title is 1 song. The other chametz bread, the end, no, each one, individual. 1 song per bread. And that's why the total is Panisrain is 50. Panisrain is 4 the maximum. Okay, so this is the same that I know the total. Whatever you bring for the science, that's how much you do for the man. This year we was very back with that. Perhaps. Oh, we're doing well in time. Not gonna believe how long this year is. How long? 51 minutes. No, because some places easy. Did I not tell you? Is it easy? Good. Just the first time it was a little. Okay. How would I describe the first time? Is it hard? It's like a blue. And it's slow. It's like a blue. That's not bad. We should rate the Gemara. Today, Rabbi said we're going to do some blacks. Double blacks. You can't do that. That's a problem. Rabbi said we're in the finish right here. We got it in green. That means it's double time. Is it 12? Is it 12? Oh, wait, that means it's 1 o'clock in New York. That means Marcus is going to be up at 2:30. I want to know. Okay, says the Gemara. Let's just finish up here. He's tight. I took a nap. I'm not sorry in the comments. Sorry in the comments. I showed you the beginning of the year. She adds the oil in the middle. Step 2. Oil in the bottom of the bowl. Oil in the middle. And oil at the end. Here, so there's 2 out of the 3 types. Halos, it says. Halos, and then it says Urikike, matzahs, b'shum. And then it says so's and Rubeches. Rubeches was, he puts it into the water, the hot water. So how do you tell me that it's 1 type when the pasuk is mafurish that it's 3 types? Okay. The answer is right in the min. So then I have 3 and a third every. Okay, that's it. And divided by 3 times. There's still one thing. There is a big question mark though about his stand-up. I'm asked everybody got it. That's just so it's He says, why in the world does the Torah have 40 bread? Because you come to say, thank you, Hashem. Who was a perfect power, you had a terrible disease and went through radiation and all that stuff. We're not going to go into it. But chemo and something, Baruch Hashem is safe. Comes to show, brings the information, brings this 40 bread. But you want, you can't eat 40 bread. You eat 40 bread. Then you need one bread. You have to invite your friends. You invite your friends down. So as they all come, and they all come to the Samidah, that's when the things are shown. There's only 40 people. That's why. That's behind the scenes reason. The thing was a higher. Why Hashem said you have to read 40 books. I don't know. He said it before that all the bread should be touching each other. Based on the Yom Remember, it says by parallel Dover. It says also the word Remember. So Remember means that the animal has to be connected to itself. You can't break it up into pieces. You can't chop it up. Yes. You cannot cut up that's exactly what the puzzle is telling you. Do not cut up the animal until you take out the imurim, which are the kidneys and the fats that go underneath it. Never catch truma, but never have truma spicy. The last forever. On my left fight against the red corner is a boxer one of the professional record-holders longest and one loss fighting out of the strongest. Johnny! This matchup here, 6'6". This looks like it's from that time. It is 6 work warriors. Great job in the 2008 Black Kings. John Curtis in the olive and black scrolls from Tuna Points. That's fruit and eats Tuna. A purpose gets me to the by mistake, he has to pay a fifth more. The payment, fifth more, which is 25% more. What happens when he eats the last payment? He's the payment pay. He said to me, he's a purpose, it's similar to the language. It's a meal. Well, only if. So you need the money only also, what do they watch out for this particular it's Nisa. One more question. To get the separated one bagel for the child from their table. And it found that one half the bagel. And you eat the rest of the bagel. Because usually it's not something unless it's 1 That's 1% of all the people. It's not technically right. So do you have that kind of thing? Tomorrow, wait up for the Sheffield Conference, especially with one side of the dog of the week. Wherever you are, have a wonderful. Oh, he sure is late. Oh, I saw right there. Got knocked out at the end. Set up those tape matches. Oh, God, it's late. He got knocked out at the end. John Bob just gave us the shot. His dropout was below crazy on that line. I jumped so high hard. Show at 1 minute and 1 second. Round 1 takes care of Johnny Curtis. Brendan Shaw is going to go to 25 to I got this from beautiful, beautiful, angular, long stride. Violation divided. Announcing everyone that Yogi comes with the sharpest schedule and we will promote the world. I don't really want to know the analysts here again, so that's as well. Very, one of our most successful satellite locations. Benny is, what's the Russian? That's the move, what's the Russian? Like, he's out of control, he's talking about very enormous annoying, out of control, with a match of the world. Let me over the moon. Something like that. Okay. This is the shield. Guys, when he says like that, that's the religion. It's very, very vocal in our cheering, our statuses, and we use a lot of people doing that. Every night, carry up. Man, it's unbelievable. Daniel Clark, the guy that runs the show over there, runs the guys. Very, very special guest. This is those from my generation will have a lot of from this coming video because I was very, very into this person. I want to remind all of them, this week, from even on the album, we have two different that are just powerful. The pressure comes out as the bass is so sad. What does it mean? Everyone, Shlomo, boom, Jesus, beautiful, that. Now we know not fast, not fast is everything. Not we heard the also you know about the toy that you see right now. Yeah, I'd say all right. That's all. We go stocks and special additional awards also from the Iranian leading families. However, I would actually say is talking about leading everything and confidence in the Iranian and all the other utilizing the By any time, dedicated many years over those on the second with small ball, but it's kind of too dirty to move up. The second sponsor by Joe Gonzalez, Vinny Smith, and Father Jack Gonzalez, and Anderson from position to back with Father Collins, and Nathan. There's a many ones about a very slow apology, but it's the evening. Analysis of Stem of the Mission is all analysis before showing and reaching from Eva Sester. We saw Maggie David, Stephen, Maggie David, Stephen, Maggie David, I teach Spaggy, Senegal family. I saw this video a second ago. What's this one? Hold on. Shut up. Very style. And then Stanley,
Since 2022, bodies have been found. That's normal bodies. Yes. It is actually not a lot wrong. And there's going to be all white. No, I talked to a cop about it. How are you? I did. And he goes like this. He was like this. I go, but then find a lot of bodies. Just any body in Florida city, find bodies all the time. Themselves,
that's why the Mishnah says 300 Shiites. Oh, really? Is this considered wrong?
That's a good name. Paddleboard. 5,000 signatures last July.
So this one, let's see the video.
Today you will learn how to prepare a minimum.
We will start with the shippa. It may not be accidents.
The shippa is done with your hand, press on the funnel, pull,
Oh, I want to tell the other Jacob sweating season. Just for MDY, we're both sides.
I just out there looking around, guys, fishing. How many active serial killers are actually? Is that still a thing? It's like 53 paragraphs. Yeah, all fun. They have serial killers. It's like one guy who saw 3 people back in his room.
wait, friend, it gets stronger.
What did you type into?
Sweating himself,
No, type in how many active serial killers in Florida.
It's not Israeli flag, it's the Hitler flag.
National parks are kind of crazy. Like, I have that theory that there's like there's aliens or something. I don't know if that. I don't know. I just think serial killer just camping out, killing. There's not been Appalachian people because look at the United States are doing 25 to 50 active serial killers in the USA at any given time. There you go. So it's like the wide scale. No shit. Go to how many people go missing in national parks.
Here's the thing. If people thought that the
I don't know if there is a connection.
a lot of people thought it was real. When I got emails, people saw me in the street and a woman came out and goes, you know, the physical news is real, not real. They think that's real, but they don't think that
Here's how I know this coupons because people disappearing. Have you ever seen Brian trying to find his car?
but we don't read it.
I even not going to an actual site. It's a half hour late.
Hello, I gotta hear that saying.
I looked for my fucking car.
Just one thing.
I've never been like 50 or 80 minutes. It's your car. I looked bigger before you came on my name. It's wow. I don't know how this isn't a thing. It said 600,000 people go missing in the United States every year. And you don't worry about car.
Okay.
Thank you. 30%. That's fucking bananas. Just like 10%.
Actually, no.
Yes. I remember.
When it says that you do all the punching and all the catches, you do it on the players, meaning it's really beforehand. It's only the best. So you say Shifu Benito, he repeats the word Shifu Benito. In other words, you say Shifu Benito, say no, it's not the Shifu Benito. That's it. It's only in the dose. Next sugi, I can tell you, this is stuff that is following up the page finish. You're looking at Family Epics. The Torah says, by looking at Family Check this out, the Family Epics so he says, they Esrei Talos, it says, we do the Pasuk that is 12 hours, looking at Father. I think it's going to go, now I want you to remember this just for a moment. When it comes up, who agrees? Is here we go. Why not? So it's Friday. Let's Shabbat. He agrees twice a day. Boom. Twice a day. So the Kohen Gadol agrees twice a day. And learn him from the Lachman HaCham. Lachman HaCham says he includes his Torah. So the Kohen Gadol agrees 12. Now let me ask you a question on both sides. If it says in the Torah, we learn it in Torah. You say you know the Kohen 12, so I learned that the Kohen Gadol is 12. And I learned other than nothing from the Kohen Gadol. So that was a city that we had here in so once I learned Kohen Gadol from the Kohen Gadol, now I can get 3-1 from the Kohen Gadol, I go on to something else. Then I want to make the Torah. Maybe you have to the first Kohen Gadol, the boys, the rest of the life. The rest of the life is the Torah don't spend that, right? I learned from Rabbi Rothschild. But what not I learned also, check this out. It says about Torah, from the Hebrew, the thing is like, it's to save veterans, it's a good cause. So no matter what side you're on, left or right, saving veterans isn't a political thing. Thank God Joe has a relationship with Trump, where he can text him, and he responds to his layoff, and gives us that kind of done. I don't understand, again, anti-Trump, pro-Trump, whatever the fuck side you're on, veterans, it's a good thing, saving lives, it's fucking awesome. I gotta advocate shit. It's an unbelievable track record. Like, I was shocked. So let me watch this two things that I said was pretty funny. One of his head, 10%. Remember, I know that he's 28 years for the prices went up. And I did it now, 1 quarter, 1 year. I was so proud of myself. So you only wanted 28 years to it. That's amazing. And there is, he's wearing the same outfit you would be wearing if you just got done with you. There's no black shirt. Sure. The regular men have to go to the right, which means so if you go to look at the this is 12. That's the reason why I learned from Nothing about this because a regular mission is more similar to a fighter than a local opponent. It's 6 against 4. What is a 6 then? This is a classic, where you hear it. And since not even, you say, so the Western Torah is the individual, and all other enough of the cultural and also from the individual. And it's not that they're all with Dava, whereas enough of Hanim is not with Dava, it's something you have to do with Shaman. Enough of Hanim does not have oil, but regular enough do have oil, and not with Dava have oil. Nifsai, if you leave it overnight, it becomes possible with Lina. But the Lechem HaChaim does not become possible with Lina. Why? It takes for a whole week. You don't leave it. It's not overnight. You don't get puzzled with it overnight. Shalom to Shabbos. You cannot do the Lechem HaChaim. You can't do Shabbos. You Torah. You think Shalom on Sunday. You don't do it on Shabbos. Other than nothing as well. The Lechem HaChaim is without Shabbos. You should never do that. you have to eat it. Yes, the way you go in one shot. Repeatedly. There's no figure that is coming back. Believe it or not, when the Kohen Gadol has a thought, you say, I'm going to eat this bread in the mountain there, it doesn't come to the whereas the regular Rabbi Rothschild, he sees that I'm going to eat. But in the mountain now, they figure the thing comes that you eat the bread. Why is there no figure about it? Because you can feed everything. There's no not the means. Part of it goes in the bread. And part of it you eat. In order for you to complete what you need, you need to flow the blood that allows you to eat the carpet. So if you're not there, you eat it. Let's try to see. You said already, the carpet played off. Not being how you do it. Played you cannot do it. Whereas everything you know, you can do it. I'm sorry, you know, and you do the thing. It's touching column. We said Pedro is touching column. Habibti going Gadol is touching column. He's not learning about the Pedro, but he's learning about the Pedro. He says, Lachim Pedro, one of the breads are column. The Etzem, the Pedro comes together with the Pedro. Whereas the Pedro comes all by itself, and so through most others. On the right, you don't really touch his back. Whereas the Pedro comes over, you touch his back with it. Mission, nothing on the right, nothing on the Pedro goes on his back. Pedro comes over, goes on his back. I show you before the video, it takes 6, goes on his left. Now, Pedro takes another 6, goes on his back. The biggest problem is 8 against 6. What was the baseball game? One team has 8, one team has 6. One has 8 wins. So you want to tell you, I give him a head yoke because take a look at what they did. The one in the guy in the center is winning right, the guy in the right is winning right. Because they're having a date of the both simple people. The best of all, simple person from a play bubble. However, what's easier? Take a lesson from the Rosh Hashiva. Say you see Rosh Hashiva learning on a plane. Are you going to learn from him to learn on a plane? No. This is a Rosh Hashiva. You're not choosing inspiring. So what? He's over here. But when you see Molanzi learning on a plane, when you see Yossi Klein doing Chazera and shots, when you see Mark Ashkenazi going back to the beginning of shots, learning on the plane, and learning something, learning something, catch up, Chazera. You say, wait a minute, these are Balabashim with themselves. They can do what I can do. That's inspiration. See the words over here. Head yoke of this one. I'd rather learn from another husband, another single person, than to learn or take advice, take a lesson. That's strong. I want to take advice from them. But they can give me a grade though. I don't know that Kankanesky inspires me as much as Balabasa works all day long, but he comes home and studies the race 3 hours. Because I can relate to that more. I gave me everything. Young email. So they are killing boys, they argue. They say, no, every minute is fun, it's not fun. Like I said, what is the art? It's really the devil of money to show the person around me enough. Don't get dramatic. Don't get to this same drama. This is the simplest thing. It's only because if you don't like it, it's going to be over 35 seconds. Seriously. You learn the same brothers from the left of my corner. Left of my corner, we all know it's 12. So we're on the right side, it's 12. He goes here to the Pangala, it's 12. Now from the Pangala, do I pass it on onward to the other Menachos and say it's 12? Remember from the eye. Perhaps he says, yeah, I learned there, so I'm going to learn one thing and out here. Just like this. It's 12. So the other Menachos is 12. So if he holds that, yeah, it's everything going down there. That is easy. It's much better for him to learn from the Pangala because take a look, the list is divided, it's 10 against 6. that's one way. That's one reason why the man would say that it's wrong. Israel that I learned from Shada everything but it's perhaps he heard. It's not learned from the Kohen Gadol, because the Kohen Gadol is a learner. He's a learner. The way you know that he has form is because he's a student. He learns it from the Lachman HaPanim. A student doesn't have the permission to transfer information to someone else.
There's another guy. I don't know. I'm sure it's easier
Why is it that let's say that reference to the Rebbe, to the soul, the Lachman HaPanim? What's wrong with Lachman HaPanim correct? Why? Because Hajj and Hajj is other thing. Lachman HaPanim is Kodesh Kodashim. Touchy touchy. And so too are other Lachman touchy touchy. Whereas when it's Kodesh, it's touchy touchy. And that's the other learning from Lachman HaPanim. Next grand city.
I can't unsee this now.
I showed you before, it's the 1 out of 10 out of 3.
So he has some sick
Shlomo also, it's a possibility inside, you can look inside.
So this is not what I want as
one more, possibly removing the piece of Torah, the Shabbos, those of you who are watching your Shabbos, I don't know if you are watching, but it's not watching. And those of you who are seeing some much Shabbos, okay? So, you heard it, you felt it, you knew it sounded familiar. You knew Shlomo, it says, like crazy, it says Shlomo. The rabbi comes in, it comes to you here, Moses is also, okay, I told you like this, I'm not to know that, because it's not that kind of shit. If you take the amount of dough necessary, and instead of creating 40 bread, creating 4, 1 for each height, this is the 4 heights times 10, 4. Because I know, you're only doing 4. You're good to be height.
That's great.
Oh, but yeah, no, I'm gonna ask you to pay this. I'm gonna do that right. Ask it. How many breads is paid that? I mean, we'll tell you for me. That's if you want to do it the right proper way, all the way. But if you don't, if you don't come back to this music, do it again. No, you don't have to if you only just one.
So,
you know what? I bet I put you 2 million. If you only have 4 breads, how in the world are you going to get some of those 4 breads? When it's bread on the fuse, you're going to get like, no, you know, you got to break the bread. You take 1 at a time. 1 at a time. You're left with 9. 1 at a time, you get to the time. 9 at this time, you're in this house. They're not breaking any bread.
I don't know the lady.
If you didn't know, you don't probably have bread. Instead, you're going to break off of this bread. That's
Skin
what
condition
it's
is just watch it. This is so stressful. It's a disaster.
Well, I'll tell you how to do it on the bread.
That's a disaster.
When it's still in the full form, not in the bread. That's the bread.
Water and just tipped over.
I was on the phone about issue with me this one. That's social media. So this hello, so chill. If you don't give your the problem on the bread, it's touch your foot, so the things to put aside. And that's the problem.
What is it?
It's like, I guess they said this is real good up to go. This is the ones that we don't want to hear, but it's both the pallets and he's slowly getting crushed. Off from them now, so you put 42 bread. 40 after 38 bread. Also,
That's a good one on top.
Dr. Fagan is you. So then, so you know that we go all night, down, and boom, 100 days. You know, they kind of, somebody that says like,
Doesn't cut it though.
beside you, tell them enough, Sharif, what we do is tell us, and Sharif, we just tell us the chair. Of course, the left, my friend, I need to tell you that though. You hear what it says? It doesn't bring here the last flavor. If you do too many breads, or too few breads, it's okay. Besides, Chaim and Chavit Chaim Gomer, but it does not mention Rabbi Rothschild like the other Mandama said. So he goes, this Mandama, it's not a problem to give you the Shem is not Rabbi Rothschild is you. And there's another time, okay, but he also, he's not understand, it's okay.
No one's out there. He's trapped. So it does seem badass. It's kind of moving it. There's also metal bars that just duck under it.
Unfortunately,
something went wrong, and the employee got stuck up there with the bars.
There's just actually short circuit. Why does this not seem that heavy? It's not like a 70-pound box.
It was a great reminder of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes at stores like Lowe's, and the risks that employees sometimes face in their job.
It's real bad.
bringing it up a guy's logo, exports his cross-border payment, the shot of that pound, he's ready because every shit that happened is first.
I bet he got down the guy feels like,
Omar Abu Lukas Mata Shafal,
when you make that noise, you gotta leave that job.
the only thing one, Lukas Mata is your
That's an overselling job. I actually ran over someone one time. Ran over somebody.
It's missing the vault.
So imagine being in the aisles. That's like an outside aisle. Imagine being inside the house like you're yeah, so I'm like stopping these boxes on top. You're supposed to tell someone if you don't walk underneath and go under the machine. This guy, this thing went under my machine, and I ran over to swim. He started screaming like that too. So he tried it multiple times, but hold it tight. He got it, and he's like, what? He's tired of it. But he's like, it really hurt.
Rather like a Vega, wait a minute. He's going to say that by looking Vega, he's going to 1 instead of 4. He did 1 for every day. He said that's okay. But if I'm writing, see my face, so lose the ball. Oh, they're like, he's going to small like a baby going all like the outside. Says the Gemara.
Asian driving stereotype.
That
That was Asian dude that walked in there, so it was like
but it says that 1 is the same.
TLC shows just
I would say that if it says my choice, it's not okay. It's really going to so that's why you the Zinkan says a very, very nice thing. It says Sass, the first time the first talks about it, it says not six yapping, but it says it without a part. And then it says not six spicy. Look at that. It says really wow. When it comes to individual, you don't need to stock up on a lot. Just for yourself. It's not fast, it's passive. It should be missing. But when it comes to helping somebody else, that's it, regardless. Then you're not stealing. It's not choice. It's mellow. It's with the belt. All it means it's full. So for the other, try to give more to the other than you take for yourself. Says that anything is the Omer, the Yabal, the Sarah, the son's son. Kids think they already have this we've definitely had it in the Bible. That the other response is really sorry from really sorry. He's sorry as a person. So basically, you're getting a You're getting 10% of what you started out with. You started out with your rough material, which is barley, we saw barley, and then after all, the entire process is barley. You put in a nappa, they say you have to sift it. After all the sifting, you see next week, 13 sifting, 11 sifting, the sifting, you come out with a product. Your product is going to be 10% of what you started out with. Yeah, that's what stays right in the phone. You start out with the same amount of product, but you're going to come out with 20%. Instead of 10%, you're going to come out with 20%. Much more, supplement. Look at my family, SNI does. When we start out with 24 selling, we actually thread about different. The SNI has 6. Like that's my last writing. Set up. One selling for the owner with 23 friends and 24 subs. Basically, you're getting a third. You're producing 33% of the material. So we want my time, why is it that the owner gets so little? You get 10% of his card out. So you want to tell you why. Giving him a sub out. This brand new stock just came, it was just harvested from the ground a minute ago. We decided to do barley. So barley is more material. We started with barley. Us, the other time, I'm telling you the fact on the ground is that in order to come with a nice, serious product, you need to start out with 10 times the amount of the final amount. Yeah, like I say, same thing. And that's a child over the wine is legend truth. Even the people ask, you know, the owner is from the shell, that home is from. We'll see how it can be perceived, but it's kind of always had been one of our things. So that's something inside. Yeah, that home is
so he doesn't talk about better that's the first like you know, just Steve Flair when he's
slow night hustle is closed.
This is you guys remember that footage of these two girls and this guy took them to like a pizza place to start a fight with this chick and these people up. Yeah, it's a girl. She was a girl. Oh yeah, girl. Hopefully I have the actual video here, but so this is the I'll just put this one. So this is the inside security cams. You can see the whole thing. Dude, this chick is a meeting was like something you'd seen like a PET movie. Yeah. What we saw was already cool. It was on like
so
they filmed me up this girl ready to meet the chick. 16-year-old girl. What's happening? She's like, girl, say what's like you're crazy. Just
see them all lined up over there. We're trying to sift the soda. So you have to understand, there's chemical, cellulose, and sugar. There's three products that we're trying to sift. The sugar is super large. The shaft, the chemical is super thin. That's the what we use today. The flour, it breaks up, and then there's the soda. It's thicker than flour. The thinner is then sugar. So there's a little bit of a problem because if you're going to sift out all the shaft and let everything else fall to the bottom, it's going to include and soda. You want to get rid of the chemical on the one hand, which is the thin surface. You want to get rid of the quickest of the quickest, you see them and leave the middle part. That's why it's problematic. And that's why, in order to get the best of the best, we use the 13 sifters. Now, what are these 13 sifters? שתי עליו ב-12. Regular schools only use 12 sifters, not 13. The level machonim and the bread on Shabbos, on bread, only in the level. There's also a motivation to see now. Whenever I ask questions, they look at the group for me, but they will 13, 12, and 11. 11, 12. Whatever the mountain is. And also this Manuka from Tonga, maybe you could bring fine flour, let's call it soda. You can even buy it, purchase it in the store. Whatever it's for. Then I have a cup of soda. You buy it, you can take it. But if you say whatever it takes to get that stuff. You don't need to use flour. How do you use the back of the gas and the back of the gas? So it says the Gemara, you go very, very thin, small hole, larger. Small hole, larger. Small hole, larger. So there's only one, she's not the same thing. No? Zoom out and zoom, she's zooming out and zoom. There are 13 sifters. And they all have different size holes in the sift. So there's 1 through 13. 1 is the smallest hole. The only fine come out of. And 13 is the largest hole. Only super will fall out. Only, okay, the shemach on the soles will fall out. The super will fall out. And the other some of the other one,
How about that?
Very thin. Small hole, then you go to number 1, very large. Then you go to number 12, small hole, number 2, large. It's smaller than number 1. 2 is smaller. And you keep it going like that. You do 11 and 3, 10 and 4, 9 and 5. That's it. You shouldn't mind the way of the kids. But look how fun there wasn't in the mouth. They don't see that. I don't know about sodas or pizza. Long story short, the girls said that she came to the teacher to see that she's a fan and she likes them all stuff. And they're just like, she was trying to sit at their table. Yeah, well, what do you know? Obviously, this is her taste. Yeah, yeah, she knows that you're allowed to purchase your raw materials and start from scratch. They look after me that much. She's like, anyway, she's taking her effort. Yeah, so then one of my friends, she comes out and she was like, maybe that's why I just like some of that. And I'm like, okay. So I go up to them and I'm giving her, and the other girl, she was with her, and then she gave me ice spice for just being rude. She was like, why are you doing this? Why? And I'm like, why are you being so rude? And she was basically saying like, because you, why? Like, I don't even know why you're on our table. And that's what I'm saying to ask, because I know that I'm just giving you guys a compliment. I'm like, you know what, where are you from? She said, I'm from New York. I said, let me tell you something. I don't care where you're from. I'm like, you in LA, you know, I sit me down. No, you can't be out here disrespecting people. Like, if you wanted us to leave, you could have just politely said, oh, I'm not in the mood or something, right? Instead of just yelling at me. So she kept going on, and then she called me a bitch. After she called me a bitch, I hit her. So I hit her, and then I got escorted out the McDonald's. And then after they escorted me, I'm like riding my car, and I can't ride a bike in the middle of the street. I'm also wondering that bitch that I don't want to find her. So I come back down the street, and then girls that I'm so short. That's terrible. Like I'm hearing her sound and I supposed to leave, but I can't leave. Just leave.
She was all this week. What's the saving? I won't say my father. She's funny. But I don't sit down with my friend. And when she really tried to sweet it, I was like, yeah, she's on the phone. I saved you $100.
Mas I never got thrown out of school. That's not this. But we want to come to school. Cover is low. I tell you, that's an amazing thing. The Torah was considering and great care that households shouldn't spend a lot of money. Why?
It's embarrassing, but it's like,
Because
if you say if you follow how they got out, he's like,
so
oh, it's cool.
they're spending a lot of money. He said, listen, since it's overrated, you can pick the one product
Probably not gonna be the best
you
season.
don't have to buy the other game.
Imagine just sitting there up there, just like everyone just walking. That's
It's a better
embarrassing.
chance.
Yeah, one job, you got a whole
Even in the Mishnah, says that if the price of fish is very expensive by Shabbos, back in the day, they would take it down to the Jews and hike up the prices Shabbos. You don't have to eat fish and Shabbos. Everybody should get together and they should protest this, and they shouldn't buy fish. If you have fish already, then you can eat it. There's another one, Dachshund. If that Dachshund is too expensive, then you could share it actually. You did it for me.
Yes, he was using out of the hospital.
So I wanted my daughter to push the buttons here that the best moral, according to Mishnah, according to Halacha basically, the best moral is roaming levels. Why? Because it's number one in the Mishnah himself. Not parade. So then, why is parade so popular by Nigerians from the Western family? Get a crowd. It's more. Reason is because in Europe they don't have roaming levels. You never think these boys, but in fact, the better one is roaming levels. And he's a relative. I'll tell you, so, the Torah, number one, is same people that sent you here from the road, man. I'm not an expert like you. Was the weather the next day or the same day when the store was closed? The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto. About what windshield wipers or want to replace a brake light or want free service? Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or just visit them online at O'Reillyauto.com/finder. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/finder. A couple of miles all the way from our keys. From our down from it's a very long walk. So you see the fish. You don't hear it from the like a fire. So the question is, you have to feed your animals before you can do that. You have to give your animals just help on headline here. But then we have one zooms around this that when it comes to drinking, before you just try to see the because they're curious about your animal. They don't want you to spend a lot of money around. So crops, and they skip your animal. Let's see. So the next day, the guy comes back and his donkey has been stomped to a fucking still tied to the ground, like stomped, like what a terrible way to go. I know. And they were like, well, that's because the farmer was disrespectful to the owner. So they were like, okay, they're gonna come back tonight and stomp your fucking donkey to death. And apparently, they do something dictions of Joe Pesci from yeah, so there's this I'm just not sure about that. Guys, here, hold that. Joe Pesci wants you to get your fucking shot. Yeah. Now this guy showing this. This is my Caruso, my Rebbe. Watching him cheer. He gives you a massive credit. He really enjoyed. And they played. Look at that. Look how many guys come to the field. Involved in life.
Where does his hand start? His finger end? And his chest hand? Looks like 3 dicks. Just like 3 packs of dicks on a bullet. You fucking get the bullet. Show your hands. Fucking disgusting. That's guy.
One of my best friends home too. So now, great to be here. Small level. I think something's wrong with this. Yeah. You've changed my life in many ways. I love you, Shir, and brought many, many friends to Shir as well. Some of you never really heard before. I am based. We were joking around about 3 things to say to your wife, one of which was a plain passage of how called the Guardia. He said, Oy vey, I fully get it, it's a joke. That always great intentions. However, I thought this was a good opportunity to share my daughter's best friend who's on a respirator. I was sitting in seat 1 on that phone. I heard about that. She was hurt very badly, facial trauma, broken bone, paralyzed spirit, which is fighting. What's her name? Oh, here it is. There's a word like one being said for her, so just want you to be aware of the name. I realized this guy was like, he was a photo of 2 years later. The photo of the twins had even paper recovery thing was Jason's son. They're not always in my life, but the name started very sure, and then my new license plate arrived. And I was a good time, I heard the McDonald's going to the back.
I found it right away.
But it's 365, not 322. So let's try to take a pig shop and I'm going to pay you with the Mini Morgan Store. Pay stuff in Orlando. Jesus. So tens of thousands of going to Orlando and the Benmogi Union, the brothers, are doing satellite location right over here. Check it out. You don't know. So come see our tours. They did some sort of show over. Yeah, I showed it. Didn't I show it to you? Maybe not, but I just want to. It's the only satellite location that we allow. So we don't tell them because it's only yeah, we do it. It's the kids that are struggling. Easier and you can do those. You're the ones that run it. And they have a minion that's no talking. And I'm going to shout out to ladies who do Brown, Shoes Brown, Young Side, Stop, talks about the Iranian families, Eric. Oh, this is official New York shots. Something about the Iranian family. Eric, Harrison. some of an hour. Our vision rebellion over the world is how to utilize the United States Rabbi Rothschild was our children of Holy Abu High and Shlomo. It is of responsibility to sound them to the memory of the murder of school partners and to the rough and the dirty values and the passion. Thousands of information given us about a bird from passion and English. And as the simulation is all, and it's the struggling to live assessed. The strong logical those people opposite of person is a party of the party. So we go to family, family islands, and the party change the meaning of life. Many are many as much as many know those who simply have desire to question by the sorrow, and silence the sin of the very body. Miriam, and the very first dead Miriam, lions from Miriam, of the cold, dead sorrow, and left about sorrow, blessings, and all years of life. If you reach your family, the generations of your cousins, choose the life of the Hallelujah, you reach the sponsor. They sponsors, Gideon, Yoga, Azula, Yanaba, Son Yosef, and Rexon, Shabbos, everyone collaborates, Abdullah, Mazda, Jimmy, and Yoga, Azula, and Yosef, Dalisco. But those who know is like, and the Yuan, Isaac from Isaac first. He originally was the lady that the region of Isaac. Rando, Jamie made this guy's a pain. Benny, the chef. You know, you ever did it? I just heard the name ins and outs on like how to write yes, that sounds true. It's going to be long event. Yeah, I'll be there. So, come do some time. The podcast on the 24th. So, what? Got it?
Let's go. Yeah.
Here's the question. The both sides. What rough are you making off the
Just a little bit this week, and then the Air Comedy Club in Stamford, Connecticut, which doesn't make sense, but and then I'm at Atlantic City Comedy Club this Thursday, 8 p.m.
Oh. Yeah. I see they have it. Yes. They have it. The other one, Sherman's not just right. The last day above it. It's basically taking out some and soaking them in oil. It's more of a. So some people don't soak it so much in. But there is milk, there is eggs. There's different ways of making it. Some people make it with egg, and then how do you make it? What's your recipe? Let's hear it. There's no food. There's no okay. Another question. Tomato made out of salad. What's that?
April 20th. How we doing? How's everybody out there? How was your weekend?
So,
a lot of rain here in Texas, kids. A lot of rain. Kiddos playing some baseball. We start tackling football in July.
It's one of the seasons
He's going to be playing as
I hope everybody in home that's running this. Even if you're Hold on, the numbers are not as complete. So these are some of the numbers when you're speaking about the list of over here. So all from the numbers that are dominant for you. But there's others that are not dominant for you. They require
in the fight world, man, in the fight world, you know, the fight night was solid, especially with some of the younger contenders.
The last one.
You had some burst on the scene, making their
it's after you already have
basically. Joe Jordan fighting Kyle Phillips is one of my favorite. I go a lot.
this is obviously
His older brother was a professional
think like that. It's just number three. Lila, number two. Number three. Nación, so he released it. Then you put the you do believe it. You really mix it up good. So that's two. When it's done, you put the third one. So Rabbi says that when you have math class, math specialist, take the flour when it's ready done, and then you pour the oil on. How about when you don't put the oil on when it's at a oven. You put it on before when it's still flour. How do you do it? Lila. This over here, number 4 and 5, I think it is. Number 4 and 5. We had a number of discussions. Shimon, Machlokes, we combine the 5 and 4 we're going to have again today. They go together. First it says he's going to bring the double, mix it up, and then repeat. As the Mishnah, how is Uno is they need, that's the number 3. Lila is number 2. So we're going to see the Gemara. I don't want to give it away here, but you decide to just go Mexican style boxing. That's cool. It'll be another sheet. I'm not going to say all of them. So Rashi says in that's an X. Over here, Rashi says S. It's an S. That little piece is really to use. It's without tapping to use. So the other ones are basically like use. It's a test. Then she knows and finishes says it's like a little. I will not read the sheet later. The new key, whatever it is. New key. Some people say it's C. Not C. Alright, that's it. Here. It's like, oh, we don't have any retirement packages. So hopefully they back to one of the cards and give that whole tribute. All these sheets, all the sheets that the kids when you take a brush, you go like this, make it like some sort of like a shine, a thing down, the over, trough, the oil on the ground. It says Gemara, the Mishnah says all these manavas that are done in the face, they do 3 oil. What's not done in the face? And the Minchas Mafa. That is, the Minchas Mafa doesn't get number 3. It gets 1 and 2. It doesn't get the third one. So over here you see they have to put the oil in before you even start. Like this is a process. Now we learn from Kabbalah, that's what that was. Short, rhythm, and Kabbalah, it says one Kabbalah. This is one Kabbalah. Just we say that you put the oil in the back. Kids are like all 3. Yeah, by 1, I did the oil in the beginning. By the other one, you have the idea to put it number 2, number 3, and then take the 2 together. 1, 2, 3, by both precious and next, you mix the oil in when the still flour. The oil is flour for you. No. We say it's in the Mishnah, before the oil, mix it in when it's already to make flour. How many loving faiths are there on both sides? 40. And over the years, the actually telling them since Khalid and the Sailors can't put the oil onto the Khalid because of the chain. The second why is because how you gonna put a tiny amount of oil on 40 pallets? It's not gonna work. Obviously, it has to be when it's in the flour state. Because it is first you put oil on the bottom of the plate, then you pour the service. Then step number 2, and then you knead it, then you add warm water and you. So every time you make this, you take this out and then you break it up into pieces. Now you have shaman, and then you put it for a third time. So you see how the time is in good meat. So at the end, I was going with oil when it's ready baked. So then how you use the shaman? It's so sad. No, just have a plea because that's just what okay, daddy agreed. Probably put oil and stuff on into it. Well, that's about it. Thank you. Here you are. You get to step number 2. Point number 2. You do the kneading, you bake it, you break it up into pieces. You know, it's another shell, and then after you pull it out of the oven, you do the second shell. This is where I was like, how do they do the oil before? So it says, you know, you have a ready-made bread, they pouring oil on it. The flavor, the nation of oil, some of the flavors. He actually, the honor they are about in revenue. What's the shot? Yeah. What's the shot that really says, I'm sorry, about to Rabbi, you can't pour the oil on the plate. It's pour the bread on the plate. You can't pour the oil on the plate. I'll tell you what. You know how much flour the plate has? Over 30 pounds of flour. 30 pounds of flour. That's what that water. Yeah. It's a lot. Then you take, I don't know how many pounds coming out of 30 pounds. And then you're going to take a revius of water. A revius is less than what's in this cup. It's what you use the shear on Pesach, little table. Something like this. This amount of oil, put about 30 pounds of flour, not dough, flour, not ready with the flour. I mean, you have 30 pounds of flour. I don't know what that is. 30 pounds of flour is probably, I don't know, 20 pounds of flour comes out of it. You add a lot of water. Yeah? I don't know. Yeah, could be a lot more. Yeah. So therefore, it's impossible that you put the oil on ready-made flour. I assume Chalep is about the flour. So it must be that you pour it into the giant bowl of flour, and you pour it in the revius of oil. Then I put it in. Next thing you have is step number 2 is the second portion of support. The lower Mexican blue. The Mila, number 2 oil doesn't go on the Mexican, only goes on flour. He said it's the same ingredients, but one comes out much softer. The one on the right, you can put it in a dish. Probably chicken is flatfish. New York flatfish. I don't know about the shrimp. So you know that? Yeah, you know it. Yeah, no, it's other things, but that sounds stuff like I just don't. It's all the sense. What's the sheet? If you're not a purist, some sort of letter on it. Let's call it a puff. No puff at the end. To highlight patty and color it's all oil. You can, the ones on the left, you can never sheet the apple. Just should have to do step number 2. I'm going to let it know. College get step number 2, Repeat don't get step number 2. So we know Repeat shooting is how to shoot those. And by the way, Repeat is very special to the college don't do. Repeat can get draw a letter on it, called the Shifa, and you don't get it all blue. I'm sorry, and then the college don't get it. You don't want to do it. Same Simukada Planner. And it's Simukada Planner. So one of the things is when you leave it from Shifa, a record that doesn't get step number 2 draw. Yeah, you smear oil on it. Called the Shifa, college goes below. So college says, do need step number 2 draw. This was Shifa certainly from Shmir. Why not Repeat in the Shifa? With college and Shifa. Okay? Why don't you just mix it all together so they both need the sheep and they both need blue? On the other, the list of college and Shifa is Repeat in the Shifa. The concept never mixed it up. Every single time the college says, college blue. That's the logic. We had something similar now. How do you know that today yoina are the babies and the Torah are the Ordeon? And the answer is because the Torah never mixes it up. Torah always calls it B'nai Yoina. Never Yoina and never B'nai Torah. So it's B'nai Yoina and Torah. So B'nai we know that the Yoina is the smaller one, babies, and the Torah are the bigger one. So we always get the Torah always says Chal Palula. So I know Chal are the ones that get step number 2. And it says Repeat and Meshupa, so that they always get the Meshupa. Next subject. It's a Meshupa community. So how do you do it? What is Shreya on top of it? Okay. China, I can agree. Gemara, Rabbi Rothschild, money. Like Greek feet. Okay. So, over here. What are we doing? What is it? Right? So over here we have 4 sheets. Last year it says like a test. I said before, some even say that kind of real test, you take off the top, it looks more like a test. Last year Shmuel says it's a nun. So basically it's like a cloth. It's like a nun. Nun is a little small. Last year it's a test. And Rashi says it's a X. The Rambam says X, but in one place and another place, some people want to say that he says it's really a X. And he put an X over it. I don't know, something like that. The X says X, the X says V. Almost. As far as this fighting goes, he's trying to fight it. You don't know what version you're going to get. Patty's been relevant. He's been fighting tough competition. The stylistic makes sense. Now, if someone can get down to 55 in this season, it's 4 different types of bread. It's like, the amount of shoving, how you get it absorbs it, you're not going to be able to screw it around. Says one version of college. I believe this is where I saw Rashi back then. I thought one boyfriend who was debating if he was literally left to 505 or be 8 college or 2 repeats. He said, yeah, it could be 8 and 2. The world is called it left to left. So if you have 50-50, you have 50% house. So repeating, maybe look 7, but they say you bring 1 look of oil. And you divide 50% goes to Kala, 50% goes to the repeat. So I'd say the Kala is going to the Kala is going to and like we said, the second guy, the Kala is get the second step of the oil. The repeat can get the final step of the Shifa, you do some sort of puff on it. This man down says that you don't do a puff, you smear the entire puff with oil. The Shara Shem of Zero the College. Once you finish with the Rekikin, you do the entire puff of the Rekikin, so the next day you shoot the puff. That's what he was saying. You don't smear the whole puff. You only do 1 letter, let's say a puff. Doesn't go to college to get the heat. The Kayada get the heat for it. Rekikin has everything he asks for. Maybe the Shem, which one, Pedro, which one, that's different for Shem to be loose. The Rekikin that come by themselves, you grow up 10 Rekikin. So you bring a good Shem, and you do it with the Shifa. And you keep on doing the Shifa, and keep on doing the Shifa. You keep on painting the cover for this world Shemina. I'm sure it's motion can be key, only do it once. Shemin, wow, what is this for all you guys? I think this is the smallest Mishnah, shortest Mishnah in all of Shas. To be honest, not 100% sure. If you find a smaller one, shorter one, let me know. It's only 6 words. I'm an upper analysis of the Lunois Sisa. All Monopolis need the Sisa. Why is it Sisa? Season means to break it up. First you break it up. Now, how much do you break it up? So there's also Gemara, Limudim, really, which means it's not done in sleep and doesn't mean Sisa. You're down in the oven. So they don't break them up. And Rabbana, the Rabbis come up with people. It says in the passage, Chassid says of people, it says twice, Chassid people. So when they learn, it's to say they have to take the mincha and you break it up. You also say, I got to even the 2 breads of Shavuos and 12 breads of Shabbos. No. Everything else besides the Shemin, or the Rabbis coming up with the sequence. Every mincha gets the final third pouring of oil. Maybe that you include the mincha of the confession. So there's a very progression. I'm going to say, it says maybe I should include also the minchas matzah that should have the third one. It doesn't have a third one. It's 1 and 2 here. Maybe only the follow doesn't get the tzibah. So the etzem, we have two rhythm over here. We have number 1 is Allah, number 2 is he. One of them is maybe to come, that's kind of way on the face. It's good. I'm around here, he's looking so creative. But what makes creative? The powers in the recipient, they go together. That's why the power needs to be united. But they go together. But they together. So it says he, another one. Otherwise, the power wouldn't say it's just tough. That's the exclusive today. Every tree of half day. Seesaw. This is seesaw. I've been on board with all the activities he's doing. It's all been great. This one also don't feel good. You see what he did? This also shows you like this is the side of him where you can kind of tell he folded it once and then he folded it twice. Okay, no. I'm sitting there like that. That's a pretty cool picture. I can we're gonna see this. I get everyone, says the Mishnah, Minchas Yisrael, Yisrael brings it according to the Rebbe Shalom, made out of flour. It's like you know about this. What's the flour? Yeah, we do flour. So I think a lot of people know this. We're gonna ask you guys. How many times when you fold a piece of paper, what's the most you think a piece of paper when you fold it? They get folded in half. They will have folded again. How many times? What's that? That's just during takeoff. Imagine how much of a headache they might be during the flight, so they have to be like, guys, you gotta balance that. Most people can't do more than 7. 7 is the norm. Can't do more than 7. Let's make it flexible. 7 means that it's 128 acres. You're at 128. So you're saying 1, 2. And again, it's 4, 8, and that's all enough for 5 inches. And then goes 2. You're right. These are women are very toilet paper. And it's very, very, very long. It's folded, it rolls, and it's trying to shoot down to 12 or 13. If you just take a regular piece of paper, normal size, even a large, you only get 7 or 8. Alright, so here you take it. Fold it up long. Fold it up on the top. Yes. Now in our bar, again it's 4. Then he breaks it off. You have to make sure that maybe you should just fold it in. Fold it again. You only do that season once. Fold it once, and then you fold it twice, and then you try. You have to take each piece and fold it again, and then fold it again, and fold it again. Okay, so how does that work? Milchas Rosh Hashanah for the Shnayim Shana Arba. Where the Smith have a Jew of Israel, you fold it twice. Once and then the second. And then he breaks it into pieces in Milchas Shnayim for the Shnayim and Arba. Any man does it. It's a guy we don't break. Milchas Bayad. Yeah. You didn't understand. Not that you know he doesn't fold it at all. He doesn't fold it white. Fold it all. Rabbi Shimon oimim milchas piano milchas pei mishach in the ksisa. Alright, listen to this. Grab a sugi. Rabbi said, no shots will come. This is matzah bread. This is French toast. This is a lot of interesting halachas over here. All of this is high chavitza is being ruined inside. Chavitza is pieces of bread that are small pieces of bread. So if the pieces have a kazayis, if this chavitza has pieces of kazayis, the kasha, you take bread and you cook it. It's like French toast is not for it's rice. Sometimes you take it and you put it in a plate and you cook it. Has a kazayis left over, then you open it down there. Like some of it has long, and the tomato. Size kazayis. You go to Malay, or your name is over. Then you only make one. from the base side of the muscle, by cooking it, removes the hamaitzi. You see the hamaitzi, what are the hamaitzi? When you fry away, by cooking it, it removes the hamaitzi. And Rabbi says, how do I know this? Tanya, I really not going to be flying, but this people on the porch of the other people. Says Rashi, the first time this kind of brought it into this year, this is a big China. You make a shachianu the first time you make a mitzvah. It's a big China, so they say that you really there's better or something. It's not supposed to make a shachianu on a new mitzvah. What if it's the first or second you ever made a siyum? Or the first time you made a siyum on Nefesh, right? It's crazy on this way outside this work. How about you, Dave? It usually seems that he's so talented, so good. He works really hard. But if they're just being like you, I don't know. I'm saying if you see a guy who's doing a little bit of things online, there's no way he's trying to hold contest. This is a word. What do we say every day? Sometimes every day. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Al Shefki Somu, Viki Ashami. Shefki Yonu, Viki Imanu. What's the respond? You have to say it to the left. Shefki Yonu, Viki Imanu. Keep us light and sustain us. So, the cash cows, I'm sure with his entourage, he's paying for it. He's doing something. Question the guy who's in charge. Yeah, but if you don't have the friends like, sit in your seat. Just sit in your seat. Let's get there. And then when we're there, let's ask like, that's nice. Let's see show us what we have. So your friend, then he says, I'm going to see that on the mincha, on the pieces of the mincha, makes our mighty. You know what I'm saying? We put it in his eyes. We learned in our Mishnah, the last word, we put it in his eyes. So, yeah. Then you have to make sure that these pieces of the mincha of his eyes. So, we're trying to explain that there are some minchas that you cook. And you have to think that you make a mighty on the pieces that are his eyes. His eyes, you make a mighty on it. The times that we're in Rabbi Yosef said that. Right. As pieces like this, make our body I don't remember. We had this back in the day. Break down the mincha. You take a bread, you break it down such small pieces that it's literally like flour. So you should make our mochi. You eat the makanami. Yeah, you should make our mochi on it. We talk about Pesach now. We're not talking about a minimum. If you take from the 5 meals, you have a little bit of flour, of wheat, a little bit of flour you put together, and you have together a rice color, and you have little bit of colors on the shelf. The matzah, and then you eat it every day for the rest of the Pesach. If you have flour, broken down the flour, and you eat a kazayis, you go to Pesach. The first you go to Pesach. That makes sense to me, I like it. It's a few very nice.
Thoughts on this? Connor back
Funny things.
Well, he signed now a multi-year deal.
You ready? You got it?
The whole thing's weird. It's just like, if you watch his fight, look at it, oh my god, I gotta see the guy fight again. I think we'll talk about Conor versus Ryan Garcia. Yeah, he said that's the only thing is, did he sign up as his multi-year deal? So did he make it? Did he do a 100% five-fight deal? He said that's $15 million. How did they got it? Well, you're not gonna go from $15 million to $1 million. Maybe that's like the bonus because he signed once. So it's like, oh, here's a bunch of money right now. So maybe this is how it works. Think about how much more he gets paid than any fighter in the UFC. Give it a chance. One fight for $15 million. That's not a bonus. He fought that fight on Netflix.
he's eating salad.
Supposedly that's what Alex Rothschild's getting. You're talking about the guy who's meant to be a fucking 3-division champ? Come in, make it make fucking sense.
Alright. Not bad, huh? No one's laughing here. Let's take a video of you laughing. Hold on. Let's take a video. I'm not thinking about this.
Because he has the funds through that shoot, I'm sure he's gonna do this. Just to show off, like show off.
So you have to see it twice. All the little. Okay. And it says, give me up. Yeah. So, you love it. We do well. This flour stuff, and you kneaded it together and became one giant piece. It says, on condition that you eat them. It says, then, these broken pieces, in the amount of time it takes you to eat a half a piece of bread, right? We didn't put it in, we should have put in the half a loaf of bread. Okay, fine, never this class. Ibishir, so if you ask more about Ibishir, so it's one piece, one salad piece that went together, you get shachal and shachal. It's one piece, one, not a bunch of pieces. One, say a halal, say a halal. And over my skills is going to go left and down. If the carbon pieces come from a giant loaf, so then even though the smaller pieces, they have kashiva. They still have kashiva. But if a pizza came from something that's exactly kazayas, then no good. Then it loses its kashivas and it's not having. Says we don't have it. At the end of the day, what's the halacha when you make a chavitza? You have pieces of bread. He says even if it doesn't have kazayas, you have to make a mochi. Why? Because it came from a bread that had a says. See that it looks like a bread. Okay. So that's it. That's if it's less than a desire. But if it's more than a desire, even if it doesn't look like bread, then it's a mochi. By the way, there are people that have French toast. They have a problem. French toast is boiled. They make small French toast, or they make a mochi on a piece of bread before. I just want to show you this. Let's read this together. Maybe Mark, maybe one. So the Mishnah is like this. Chavitza. After Yizah, see the Gomez Torah. We didn't do the first time. I want to finish today's show. If you take a piece of bread and you break it up into pieces, all of the Zem of the root, bread and sugar and desires, if they have large pieces, remember, that's what we just said the second. But if it's larger than desires, then it remains a past. You don't see that it's bread anymore. They them desires, but that's not exactly. We also should have failed. You see that it's bread. Before the Zola says, and this is why a lot of people will break matzah bread. That is matzah bread. But because of matzah bread, you take matzah bread, break it down to smaller pieces of desires, and you add eggs, and this, and you postulate, so you really can see that it's matzah. A lot of people make this mistake. The same tafshel aleim, the tafshel is mafkir, the motzi from it. It's more I love the bakes, he says. Just the Rav Shapir B'Kara. You didn't cook it. Just broke it up into pieces inside a bowl. But it's hard to say they flash more. This is how someone should have known here. This ear symbol for Rabbi Fais's movie. So he came together with honey or soup. That I live fair lechem, but you should still see that it's bread. And the bread I wait till I think it made me after it dries, you know, if you put it on small pieces in the bowl, those dries, you still see that it's a lechem, it's a lechem. The main thing is that but man covers bread, you know, that bird is up. I don't get any of real designs. Look at how designs with well in the Shalom Bisha. When you didn't cook, the guy made a scabber of Peru. And you didn't cook, and the crumbs didn't go together. Definitely ain't mashed bread, meaning food. I feel it was brewed back in Silas. Even if the crust are less than the like flour, but they'll have a moat. Here, that's the video that we saw. The guy was gonna feed the rates of matzah with crumbs. Matzah, that's how mighty. Break it down into crumbs. That is a mighty. Why is that a mighty? It's from Pasalam. It's still considered bread. It's only when you cook it, and it's small and it's like this. It loses its shell. When you didn't cook, just take matzah. You take bread and you break it out with your noodle. You take matzah, you break it down with the, you grind it down. That's still a mighty. You like to, you did matzah. Very good. Rabbi Zad. Wonderful.
On sight of this each other. That's why I love the fact that Dino was like, no, we're not putting them together. They were going on pre-plan. They're not how safe stuff, you know, especially during the president. So it's just crazy, dude. Just like so fucking good. Yeah. Yeah, so Hamza also signed with RF. This is their match reaction to it. Just this is how you know it's the dude. I saw this. This is how you know Dana got paid and he's checked out.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. This morning. I thought it was one of the weakest tries of all time for such a large crowd. So these are all movies. So we're going to go through something. What we're doing here tonight is we're learning Daf Yomi. Daf Yomi is a program where we learn a Daf a day started by, you guys know about this stuff? Okay. We're holding in the middle of the Sefis Menachem. Touch it. So some of you might be familiar with this term now. I'm going to try as hard as I can to go through terms. We're here live in Miami in my good friend Max Disco's backyard. Behind me is somebody's boat. I don't know who. This guy just parked the boat in the backyard. A beautiful view. We're on the water. Somebody wrote me and says, you know, it's not Miami. We're sitting here in shelters.
How's it going, Rabbi? You can take a name, tell you live in San. Yes, sir. What's good, son? Absolutely. All right. So, did you create a Rumble account? All right. I'm gonna walk you through. I'm gonna hold your hand like you're a toddler, and we're gonna watch you grow before our very eyes on my screen. Sound like a plan? Excellent. All right. So let me know when you've created the Rumble account, okay? You're welcome.
It's an expensive share. It costs $2.5 million to produce the share. You'll see why during the share. And therefore, we have a lot of sponsors.
Do you already have a YouTube channel?
Some emails.
Well, I have like YouTube account, right?
But I have a guy by the name of Marcus Schnell. He's online. Mark, do me a favor. Load up for me, not for that.
That's okay. It'll take 24 hours for you to be able to stream on YouTube.
He's from South Oregon. Well, listen to yesterday's share. SHARE. I heard a sponsorship.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second. You want to be a serious streamer, right? Okay, what's your username?
My username is
All right, is it that on TikTok?
I mean, it is, but like I have a different name, so I should focus on changing the name to more.
That's the thing. That's what I'm able to do. That's what Aiden Ross is able to do. Hey, go to Aiden Ross on Kick, on YouTube, on Instagram. We're all the same thing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. That's what you want for yourself. So, the first thing that I would do, even before making your Rumble account, is so do you have just Pashi on Instagram?
Everything.
Alright, look, take your time, check it out.
You can see that he wrote it on the side over here. I just threw in the screenshot. The guy with the white yarmulke at Sally 4K. Also, I guess he grew up in this Square. It was there I saw the beauty of what the daf can truly be, a place where healing happens, where we find our unity, from traumas into comfort, from the past to the new. The MDY family, MDY is us, by the way. America's Daf Yomi. MDY family is daf helped me find my way through. So let this be a message to anyone who's known that kind of pain. There's a gentle road back home again, where learning heals again. But in the embrace of MDY, in the daf we come to know, we rediscover the beauty of Torah's endless glow. Join now at mdy.com, YS. Yeah, this is a typical email that I get every day. For whatever reason, Daf Yomi, I'll explain it in just a few words. Daf Yomi, because of the consistency that it provides, it's 365 days a year, every single day. Matis told me he had surgery.
Okay, should I also like should I always be authenticated with all my work so that no one can access it?
That's what it provides. What's going on with
Through
the
like authenticated apps, like like
Doug, that becomes such a pain in the ass. You gotta say you oh dude, it becomes such a pain in the ass. And then if you break your phone, you're fucked. You can't get in. Okay, so here's the thing with that. Right now, nobody cares about you. No offense. Nobody wants to have you. When you become bigger, yeah, then do all that shit. When you have 100,000 followers on something, or maybe before then, even just 1,000, okay, then do all that shit. But right now, you're gonna be authenticating your ass all fucking day if you do that. And every time you log in, I think it is. Because you're gonna like today alone, you're gonna create like 30 different social media accounts. And if you get into the two-factor authentication on all that shit, okay, that's cool. What happens when you drop your phone, you break your phone, you don't have access to it? Like basically, when you get into that world, your entire career is in your hands. And I see how you are on a phone. You dropped your phone earlier today.
I am really possessions. Like I need to be more careful.
Do you have a phone case? All right, you gotta do that, man. I mean,
I gotta get my phone case right.
Word. Get a selfie stick and a phone case. Those are two big things if you're gonna do IRL streaming. They're really cheap and they're important. But that's not that big a deal. Literally everything I tell you, we're doing for free. So don't think that you're gonna have to buy a bunch of shit. Okay, so answer my question. Did you? Are you the same name on Instagram?
No, I have different names.
Okay, that's all right. You want to commit to this, right? All right, then you're gonna have to change your name on some of these. I don't know if you. What is your name on just what?
That's like my childhood.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So just see if you can make your Instagram just Pashi right now. Oh, okay, excellent. Do the same for TikTok.
Same way you consider the Kaddish for other people, that's how it counts for you. Don't talk during Kaddish. So Menachem Kaparovich heard this, and he's like, I want to sponsor the first $5,000. He's that kind of guy. He says, Hashem should have an aliyah. What else do we have here? Oh, we have 30-something satellite locations in Israel. And we have a couple here in Florida. We have one in Nick Show every night, and we have one in Hollywood. They have a caravan.
You're good. I do that shit all the time.
Caravan.
Hey, word.
Excellent. Let's go. It's right. All right. So those are the two big, like probably two of the hardest ones to get. So you should be good on everything else, especially because you're not just going with a common name. Your name isn't John Smith, and you're trying to get John Smith everywhere. You know, that kind of stuff's going to be taken. All right. So now what you want to do is go to Linktree. linkttree.com.
In Hebrew, of course. All right, now we're going to do this 5 week. I'm saying there's over 30 sponsors today. Official edition of the
yeah, there's that too. That's fine. But just linktree.com. Yeah, linktree.com. He got this parrot. He spotted this parrot out 4 months ago. Where are you? Yes, sir. And you're gonna get just Pashi on that.
With heartfelt appreciation to Rebelli and all those in MDY who labor tirelessly utilizing the internet and AI to spread fire and connect Jews everywhere to the eternal living Torah. Yishkar Ruben, the Daf, Ayin Daled, Anonymous, Bracha Bat Chana. The entire Masam sponsored by David Solomon, who's one to the
No. Scroll down. It's like free for life.
Check it out. Dedicated memory of Bobby Berry.
Excellent. And again, everything I tell you is free, so don't. We're gonna build it. Yeah, we're gonna build out your plan. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want to do. Like you can change it. You can change it. You may not have a YouTube. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you haven't created a channel, then you don't.
I've had this channel for a while. This is view channel.
Okay, yeah, then you do. Then you go to edit channel and make it just Pashi.
We're holding on the Ayin Gimel on the phase, a little bit lower than the halfway part. Yesterday we had a cutout because it was a normal shear. We're 11 minutes into it already. Wow, okay. Here's the question. Can a non-Jew bring a carbon? So the answer is that we have Machlokes. Rabbi Kiva says a non-Jew can bring one carbon and one carbon only, and that's the Ma'ila. According to Rabbi Haglili, you can bring all different carbonos. A carbon of lava, of course, that's bishlamim, but it could be wine.
Are you able to change it to just Pashi?
You guys might not know. If you don't enjoy me,
Right. Okay.
Your word.
That's great. All right. So now you're starting to build your brand, and I'm gonna give you all the tools that you need to be successful. And by the end of today, like you're not gonna leave this call for a few hours. If you have to, you can. But I mean, you're gonna be like making accounts and making logos and all kinds of stuff. And you're gonna be making your bio and stuff. But by the end of it, you're gonna be a force. You're gonna be a company. So be ready. And the name of your company is just Pashi. Which is a really great name, by the way. It's connected to you, and it doesn't have numbers in it. There are no underscores. Is it JUSTPOSHE or Y?
JUSTPOSHI.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. So it is kind of just how it's spelled. There's nothing like IE or anything like that. Like pretty easy to pronounce. It's not easy to make fun of. the worst somebody's gonna say is just pussy. That's so what, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I'm looking at, I'm looking at all. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at all the stuff that people are gonna use to make fun of you online and all that stuff, and you're pretty solid at that. Okay. Did you create your link tree and make it /just Pashi?
I am currently also. I see that there is different. Like I have X, I have Facebook, I have this, so I'm just trying to change my name.
Yes, do that.
See if I can first change it.
Yeah,
Or I can do the link for you.
You're already. Oh yeah, okay, do that.
Why can't it just send wine? Why can't it just send wine?
What said please try?
Okay, I guess. Say that again.
What said please try again later? Yeah, no big deal.
I was just trying to change my email.
That's okay.
This is X.
That a guy can bring any type of carbon, including wine.
That's like for people to find you, right?
It's the thing. It's the link that you put in your bio so that people are able to connect with you on all your social media. Yeah. So like, if somebody's like, Rabbi, where can I find your stuff? Like, keep in mind, I've been doing this live 24/7 for more than 4 years. Like, that's a huge amount of time. It's more content than any person's ever created on the internet in global history. Okay, so we're talking like giant amounts of data.
Giant amount of research and data.
Right, and I have a lot of accounts. I have more accounts than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual in global history.
Only a citizen could bring wine.
That's the password. Okay, I got my name, but I need to change the Or should I keep my ex private or no?
Should you keep your ex private? No, everything's going public, dog. You're a brand now. Now, have you tweeted anything in the past?
Just join Facebook.
No.
I tweeted all my posts.
Good.
Yes, I did.
Good.
I did say some contradictions.
Dog, shit happens. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Just so long as it's clean now.
Now it's
Excellent. Okay. So you got your ex. Do Facebook. That's a big one. Sir.
AI by any chance?
Dog, I use it dozens of times a day. Dozens of times.
Oh, really?
Dude, I've been using AI since before large language models were available to the public. On camera, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched on November 30th, 2022. My stream covers all that. I've been streaming live 24/7 since 2021. So, like, I have the whole story of AI and its connection with humanity live on my archived on my stream.
I'm gonna check that out, sir. I did get into AI myself a little bit. I started learning how to do that. It was more of a like a want than a need.
Well, it's becoming a need.
And it's becoming a need.
That's right.
Which, man, what AI do you use now?
All of them. I use Claude, I use ChatGPT, I use Gemini, I use
All of those are different.
they're all basically the same. But what I like to do is, like, I'll write blog posts and I will take one of them, like ChatGPT, I'll write the blog post. Then I'll take it and put it against Gemini and say, Gemini, make sure this is 10 out of 10 logical soundness. Or evaluate this article for logical soundness out of 10. And it'll be like 9.8. And I'll be like, okay, how could this become better? And it'd be like, well, you could do this, and there's a weakness here, and perhaps there's a little bit of overstatement here, and I'm like, okay, make those.
So basically, you're comparing and contrasting.
Exactly. So then I'll say, exactly. So then I'll say, make those changes. So then it'll make the changes. Then I'll take that new article and I'll send it back to ChatGPT and I'll say, hey, what do you think of these changes? And they'll be like, oh, those are really good. Those are really good additions. Like, I'm glad that you provided me with that. And I'll be like, okay, evaluate this out of 10. And it'll be like, it's 9.9. Like, how can it be better? And it'll be like, well, looking at it now, with the like new eyes or whatever, I think that you could make these changes to it. And I'm like, okay, make those changes. So then it'll be like, okay, we think it's a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Gemini. I said, Gemini, is this a 10 out of 10? It'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Copilot, and it'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Perplexity, and it'll be like 9.8 out of 10. Like, Perplexity, how could this get any better? And they're like, well, there's an overgeneralization here. And I'm like, okay, we'll fix it. Then it'll give me a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it back to all of them. Not saying they all have to say it's a 10 out of 10 because that's not always possible. Sometimes they'll make little changes, or one of them will be like, to have this opinion can't be a 10 out of 10 for some reason. But I'll get them all in either 9.5 and above to 10. That any normie who's reading this on the internet is like, this is the best thing I've ever read. This person has all of the logic that I would want out of an essay, and then I'll publish it. So I use them against each other. Additionally, I'll make pictures with it. You're going to make pictures with it not too long, like very soon. And for your logo, and I'll say, make my picture XYZ, and it'll make the picture for me, and I'll be like, okay, edit it this way, edit it this way. Maybe it's not editing it the way that I want. I'll take it and put it into one of the other ones and be like, edit it this way, and I'll be like, okay, we edited it for you. What do you think? And then I'll get it to the point where I want it.
Then he takes the bowl and puts the rest in his bag. The bowl you can put on tonight. The pizza is the main part, but that only goes during the
Not
day.
to a certain degree that
It's small
it's
but that's my place.
people, they have their own opinion on AI.
Where do you
Like
choose
AI,
this idea? The first you pizza, then you put the rest in his bag.
that's my opinion.
Sure, Don.
Whatever the point of this bag should be like a mincha. What does it mean, like a mincha? Should they also share a that of
Straight.
Absolutely. Well, you should.
I've tried streaming myself, right? I've tried doing it myself, and
Yeah, no, nobody's going to. Especially if you're.
somebody else to let you out. A doctor usually doesn't do surgery on himself. He doesn't do procedures on himself. He goes to his friend. Hey, can you help me out?
Especially if you are not. If like you just create your account or you don't have a biography, you don't have a logo, nobody's gonna take you seriously.
yeah. If you're just saying things like
Maybe means because he's going to tell us that the kind can eat it.
Yo, your microphone dropped down a lot. What happened?
This puzzle is very close, right over here. This puzzle tells us
that. Is that a lot better right there?
Yep.
a carbon, there must be birds. You never eat from it. So the Lord now wants to say, well, maybe there's an exception to the rule.
Trying to configure some settings to see
This is talking about when he brings the carbon willingly.
right now.
It must bring a carbon. Hey now, fellas, maybe you
Okay.
should be able to eat it.
I tend to focus on the details.
That's a good thing.
It should be like a mincha that he doesn't eat. Basal is basal. There's a hekesher between his carbon that's a chay and his carbon that's in the tava. Man of the basal and the tava, the basal and the tava. Great. Here comes Reb Shimon. We're asking, how does Reb Shimon know who's Scar? Because he comes in the articles over here. Does the pasuk say about Haisel Akayim to mincha sai that his mincha should be like his own mincha, like the mincha should be like the five should be like the tava?
It's a good pronoun to use.
They, them.
A general mincha. You're right, says the Gemara. I gotta move my light here for a second.
The reason why is it's just easier. If you refer to people as they, them, as opposed to he, she, you don't have to think about it, and you'll always be right. Unless you get somebody who's like, you have to call me Z, Zay, or something like really weird, which like that never happened. Like, nobody's gonna correct you if you're like, if you call someone who's transgender they, them, they will appreciate it.
Really?
100%, as opposed to misgendering them. 100%. You don't want to make somebody feel badly. So
Right.
another thing you can learn is just call people by their name. So like, let's say somebody's in your chat and they're like, um, "Yo, go check out the UFC fight," and you can be like, "This person's username is, let's say, Sammy1234." You don't know if Sammy's a boy or a girl. And you just be like, "Sammy1234 wants me to watch the UFC. Should I watch the UFC? Should we do what Sammy says?" And they'll be like, "Yeah," as opposed to saying, "Should we do what he says or she says?" I don't really know who it is because you can't see them or anything, and you don't know what they,
You're giving the people that voice.
Yeah, I would say so. Not so much a voice. You're keeping things very neutral.
Oh, it's like you're controlling it, but like you just ask in the chat if they want to do it or not.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand what you're saying because you're thinking because of my example. I'm saying, like, let's say you have someone in your chat whose name is Sammy1234. You don't know if Sammy is a boy or a girl, right?
Yeah. You don't want to identify them. You don't want to identify them.
Exactly. So you can either say, whenever you refer to them, Sammy1234 wants us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship or whatever. Or you can say they want us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship. If you just say they, them, you're never going to offend them.
What's going to happen? Everybody's going to be running to the some English. Everybody. Imagine all the women who gave birth are going to come and give her bonus. A woman who gives birth has to be a carbon. That 5 children, how many cars?
What do you think about the server tag Aiden's
Especially if you have bonus, you're going to have to bring 10 for bonus.
Server tag Aiden's Planet. That's fine. I mean, just use whatever you want.
Because that's where I originated from, Aiden's Planet. Like that's where I started talking.
Right. Well, I mean, you're gonna have your own. You're gonna have your own Discord, but no, you don't have to disassociate because that costs money. You have to boost your server and stuff. You're not gonna get that right away, so you can keep it for. Again, everything I tell you is free, and then if you have some money that you want to spend on some cooler shit, we can get into all that. But for right now, don't worry about it.
Oh, so right now I'm just trying to look good. Like, what am I doing?
Exactly.
Spending too much time on looking good.
No, you're good.
So, according to break the line, how do I know?
In the future, you can always get, like, you can always get Nitro Plus, and with Nitro Plus, you can, there's a lot more categories where you can update this, update that, you can use this there, you can use that, more features.
Maybe you could do this on a carbon that doesn't convert sin.
Okay, so when I write my bio, right?
Yeah, so we're gonna do that in a second. Are you ready to write your bio?
Let me get to that link.
Yeah. Did you change your Facebook yet?
That's the one thing I did.
That's okay.
I'll say that's only when he did it by accident, but he did it on purpose, deliberately. So let me ask you a question. This is a tough one. How in the world is a person bring a carbon when he does something
Yeah,
deliberately?
it's gonna be.
If it's, let's say, Shabbos, and he deliberately is without Shabbos, he doesn't bring a carbon. But got to get skila to say this. Like, where would you bring a carcass? Where answers the question?
Can I have my Facebook just as my name and my last name?
Yeah, that's fine. But
Wait, you want it? So then you can just name it.
yeah, the username is different than your name, your first name, your last name. So you want to make the username just Tashi or whatever.
So the same thing, we're just going to bring another sword. Now what? Reb Shimon says that when a kohen sins and he brings a mincha, he brings a bunch of flour, he takes the 3 fingers with mitzvah by itself, puts it on his back, and then he takes the rest and puts it on his back. Reb Elazar, Reb Shimon Omer, who's Reb Elazar? The son of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. He sat in the cave with Reb Shimon for 15 years. He argued on his own father. What does he say? So in the Beis Hamikdash,
Okay, so then you just ask ChatGPT.
I'm going to show you at least 2 of them. One of them,
Do you use Sora AI?
Yeah, dude, but it stops in 5 days.
Oh, it stops after 5.
No. They're stopping it.
Oh, it's really? They actually are?
Word dog, and it was amazing. I used it all the time.
Dude, that thing was so clean.
That's where they
Still have it right now. Like, I have a code. Right?
Yeah.
Like videos with it.
Right, same here. But they said it was too expensive, so they no longer.
They couldn't maintain it.
I mean, they just said it costs like $15 million a day, which was just too expensive.
So then what happens to the active users?
They're just gonna go dormant. Yes, sir.
Is that what happens when like companies shut down? Like
The company's not shutting down. The company's worth like gonna be worth trillions of dollars. It's gonna be one of the biggest companies. It's already a Genesis. But that project, Sora, was started by ChatGPT, and it's too expensive for them to run.
That makes so much sense.
So I'm here for it.
Every morning,
sign up with ChatGPT. After, I'll do that in a bit. My main focus is Facebook.
Yeah. So just you don't have to sign up to ChatGPT. You can just ask it a question without signing up. And the question you want to ask is, how do I change my username in Facebook? Well,
so he says put it on his back, he says put it on the center of his back. It's the same thing. It's on his back.
So is that how you guys started streaming? You just started using the AI stuff? Or that's one of the things that you said.
I was streaming before AI was a thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How was that? How was streaming before AI?
It made shit a lot harder because you had to like hand type everything and like hashtags and all that shit and biographies. Like when I write something now, I can write it so much faster, and I can make it in different languages and all kinds of things. Push of a button. It makes me like 1,000 times more. I don't want to say 1,000, but like 10 times more efficient.
You know what he said? The evil. What do you mean the evil? Destroy it. It has to be forever. So,
okay, can I give you a question?
You can ask a question.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely, you just did.
It's a great time.
Let's say
to say,
you have not the best
It's a schos. A lot of stories with this Rebbe, with that.
Yeah.
How can I
He said this, this one said that.
That's what we're doing right now, man. We're gonna make you a nice logo, a nice biography. Everything's gonna be linked. You're gonna create a bunch of different social media accounts. You're gonna connect them all. By the end of the day, you're gonna have a huge footprint, and then that's gonna start getting crawled by Google. And in like a week, when you Google just Pashi, you're gonna be the top 10 results.
Made fun of him in public in the White House. That's the it was like what is it called? What? Correspondence, yeah. And he said something to the point that you'll never know, you'll never be the president of the United States. And at that moment he said, I want to be. And Baruch Hashem, he made fun of him, called him, and humiliated him because I think it's a great gift for Klal Yisrael. But for us, but again, to us, if somebody does make fun of him in public, I wish, because I even today I got a bunch of emails, just like sharpy emails, even from some advisors. That because I started out I love pushing buttons, that's my job. So I had a whole thing. I was going out a thing on Chodesh and Yashar, and I wasn't. I kept repeating myself. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you I love it. I'm telling you.
Should I do WhatsApp when it's not important for now?
Yeah, you want to do all this. Here, I'll send you the list.
They just didn't know that Yashar or Chodesh is a concept in the Torah. They didn't know. They're like,
I recommend getting the top 30. And here's why. As you get bigger, you'll get some punks who just steals your name. And you'll be like, darn it, I should have gotten that name when I could. And then you have to pay them to be able to get your name. It's known as username squad. So, do you have just Pashi at gmail.com?
Wait, I think I have just Pashi 7.
Yeah, that sucks. What about just Pashi?
That's all I care about. The source. Once you know the source, I'm good. Anyways, I got these sharp emails and this one and that one and the house. You don't even have a beard. Two people. You don't even have a beard. You think what this one is not to have a beard. The whole thing. I'm not giving you muscle that you should be knocking on the. Just know. I know this one is shaving your beard. At least I know that. I want you to know about this one. Yeah. I guess I shouldn't have said.
Yeah, it's just Pashi 7. So should I try changing that first?
No, just try to get a new one with just Pashi. You probably can't, but just try.
Oh, okay. My username on my email is a bit different. It's
Just create a new Gmail account. You try to get just Pashi. If you can't, then don't worry about it. And then don't create a new one.
I'll try to add one real quick right now. So for my work, for my business?
You can do it for business as well. It doesn't matter.
So far, I hate politics personally. Rabbi Rothschild's father said, the person I showed you before,
yes, where were you born, sir?
They can't eat.
United States.
I'm
based out of Irvine, California.
I made a heckish to this
What about you, big dog?
Well, I was born in Russia.
Not for no, you do it a base of again, you take the flour and sprinkle it. It's a different
I moved when I was 3 years old
What does he mean?
to
Why
the
would he
States.
say you take the flour and you sprinkle it on the base of wherever that base of is? We said it's outside. It says in the fruits of the Bible, just read.
Okay, so that username is taken already.
All right, don't worry about it. Go check your Discord messages. And I sent you the list that you need to go through.
Okay, you sent me all the things I need to pay.
Yes, sir. And
since we have this,
Telegram is
see if I
next.
can find it. It's hard for me to reach over there.
It's already on Facebook, covered up, Instagram, TikTok, covered
I
up,
want to show you where you guys are
Snapchat.
listening. Oh, here.
Okay, so I have like half the list already.
Says about it.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
so connect all your shit to Linktree, and then also I'm gonna send you, like, I've helped. Oh man, probably at this point.
What about Ashi Just?
I mean, that's no big deal. You got just Pasha stuff for right now. Okay, so the next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send you somebody else who I helped, and I'll send you a couple of them. It's whatever you want, but take a look at it. You're gonna want to make your you're gonna want to make your logo look something like, yeah. So look at what I sent you. Now these are just some like random people who I met. Yeah, exactly. But you want it to be at the top, just Pashi, then at the bottom your link tree. Right now, you're just a random Discord. Like, honestly, I'll tell you this 100%. I did not give a flying fuck about you, even though you were really nice. Like, I mean this, like, kind of heartedly. Because you just had that random Discord emoji, or whatever, avatar. And if you're like, you judge me by my avatar, dude, I get so many different message requests a day that all the people who are bots or have brand new accounts have what you have, just that random green Discord guy. So what you're going to do is you want to create something that's you, and then it'll make people pay attention to you. Like, oh, this person gives a shit about their account. It's not just the default thing that everybody uses. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Excellent. Now for just Pashi, you see the one that I have, like it says Giant Judge or whatever. For yours, I would probably make it a capital J in just, and then a capital P and Pashi, and no space. So that when a person reads it, they read it as just Pashi, not just Pushi or whatever. They don't think it's one word.
Like, people are gonna mispronounce my name, like, regardless, right?
No, it's pretty easy to. No, it's actually really easy. Just, but if it's all one word in lowercase, then they're gonna have difficulty with it. If it's capital J, UST, and then capital P, OSHI, they'll recognize that it's two words together. Does that make sense? Exactly. So what you want to do, and you can do this now, is go to ChatGPT. You want to log in. You have to. This is a feature that you need to log in for which you need to log in.
I have an account already, but
You want everything to be just fine.
He says you're right.
Exactly.
The pasuk is talking about two different things. Just let's read it straight. The first two parts of the pasuk are one thing, and the last part of the pasuk is talking about the second thing. Is that the middle of the pasuk talking about another thing? You hear about this? Makes more sense now. The Minchas Tia is referring to Minchas Nidava that goes on the Mizpeh, right? And the last part of the pasuk, let's see how is talking about Minchas Tia. Great. Which goes on the base addition. That's the other path. The self on the bus goes basically. Ask Gemara, take a look at the screen for a second. Maybe we could reverse it. In other words, you see that? Maybe the beginning of the passage is talking about a Minchas Choita, and the Minchas Choita should go on the Mizbeach. Look at this. I want to show you this. The technology. Check this out. You see that? April. Maybe we flip it.
So like the first step in like content creation is just like putting yourself out there.
People need to be able to find you in order to follow you. Let me put it to you this way. If you created these accounts right now and didn't touch them in 10 years, you will have 1,000 followers on every single one of them. Just randomly, people will follow you. If you don't have the accounts created in 10 years, you will have 0 followers.
The algorithm.
Exactly.
You're very
We're dogs.
If you bring in a dava, does it know how many sard? Even if you did MDY, how many sard can you bring maximum for on a dava? The answer is the famous sard, the roy, the bila, ain bila makebas. If you're able to mix it, then you can bring as much as you want. What's the maximum that you can mix it and stir it in a bowl? 60 sard. So you can bring the 60 sard. So it's 60 times the amount.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the
We're
restroom.
talking about. So there's two things that are similar. So we had 3 things that are similar to Chavitin. So 3 is more than 2. And that's why 3 wins. Next sugya. Rabbanan. What do Rabbanan do with the pasuk that Rav Shimon just learned? That the Kohen, when he brings his mincha, he takes a kmitza and then he puts the rest on the mizbeach. So here, just to show you what Elyon and Tafna is, let me see if I can get it. Just to make it easier, Pasuk Tesvav is the upper. When you're looking at a Torah, what comes first? Tesvav, then Tezayin. So if you're holding the Torah upwards like a Sfardi, so Tesvav is above Tezayin. So it's called the Elyon. Elyon, the top Pasuk. You guys know, we just learned it recently. You know that our mezuzah, a lot of people put the mezuzah on an angle. Yeah? Like this. Sfardim, put it like this. Villadonian people, put it like this. Why? This is Machlekes in the Gemara. Rabbi Rothschild says it should be laying down. The Sefer Torah should be laying down. Even in the Aron Kodesh, laying down. The parashas in the film should be laying down. Everything laying down. And Rashi says standing up. So we make a pshara between the Rabbi Rothschild and Rashi, we put our mezuzah like this. That's why in most shuls you put the Sefer Torah like this. In the Aron Kodesh you put it like this. It's not that it shouldn't fall, but that it should be a pshara because according to the Rabbi it should be laying down. That's why also our bima, most bimas are like this. They're like this. So a lot of people think, oh, so it's easy for the pirate to read like this, like a shtender. No, it's a pshara. So
what's good?
Put in, that's why it's called really, there should be like this. Oh, but even if it's like, it's above.
Yeah.
into the AI and categorized them by.
So if you take a look over here at this pasuk, it says that this is referring to the Minchas Chavitim, and it says at the end there's a
where the media, audio, microblogging, communication, social media is separated.
Right, I've got you.
So the question is, can I mix and match the 3 surahs?
Doug, but you don't want to do that, right? I mean, that's fine, but okay, what you want to do now?
It overwhelms people. Okay.
What? No, it doesn't overwhelm people. No, that's what you want.
That's what the AI is.
You want to overwhelm people. You don't have a social media footprint right now. You want all your shit in Linktree so that if somebody's using, I don't know, they like to use Snapchat, and they know you're on Snapchat, they're going to connect with you there. If they like, you have to go to where the people are. You can't force the people to go to where you are. Okay, moreover, if you meet with somebody, like I met with somebody the other day, we did a podcast together last week. They're in England, and they're like, hey, will you follow me if I follow you? Absolutely, after we did the podcast. And guess what? I didn't have to be like, oh, well, I don't have one of those accounts. I had every account. They were able to connect with me on everything. You got to think of it like this. If you don't have the account, nobody can follow you. If you have the account, people will follow you. They'll organically look you up. All right, so here's what you want to do, though. Okay, so you know how I sent you two examples of um, pictures or logos or whatever?
Yeah.
Do you have a picture of your...
I have to put my name up there, like I create a profile picture, so then people can, once they see the profile pic, it's gonna they'll see my name on there. That click to them. Okay, he has a name. He's a professional. Boom, 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 and that's just a quick stuff, right?
Word. Okay, do you have a picture that you like of yourself that you don't mind sharing with the world?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So here's what you want to do. You want to take that picture of yourself that you like, and you want to take that example that I gave of Giant Judge, and you want to say, please replace the person in the middle with my picture, and at the top make it just Pashi, and at the bottom make it Linktree just Pashi. And you want to make sure that you don't have everything all capitalized. It should be capital J, small U, small S, small T, capital P, O, small S, small H, small I. Does that make sense? Excellent. And then at the bottom, you want the same thing. Capital L for Linktree, linktr.com / and then capital J, small U, small S, small T, and then capital P, and then small O, small S, small H, small I. So that it reads at the top, just Pashi to anyone, and the same at the bottom. We didn't need to do that with Giant Judge because they have they use an underscore, so it's pretty clear anyway. But with you, you don't. So we need to make sure that's clear to people. And then what's your color scheme? What do you want? What colors do you want your stream to be?
Probably like red, white, and blue.
Okay.
I like the red, white, and blue. I do like the configuration of the different colors. So like it could be red, blue, white, or white, blue, red.
Do
It
whatever.
doesn't really have to be in that order.
Do whatever you want to do. I would say for yours, the do whatever you want to do. That works because it's the Russian flag. It also works for the United States flag. It's a cool blending of who you are, and it shows patriotism in the United States. So, how would I do it? So, you're gonna want to tell ChatGPT make the ring red, the text white, and I would say make the ring red, the text white, put a black border around the text. So I said make a red, the ring is red, the text is white,
Ring red, text white,
black border around the text, and then I would say the inside of the circle should be blue, and then your face in front of it is going to be whatever that looks like. So red ring, white text, black outline of the text, and then a blue center circle with your face in the middle. Does that make sense? Excellent. Now it's not going to get it right exactly generally on the first try, but it'll be on its way.
Ring red, text white, black border, text border around the text. Inside the circle should be blue. Face in front of it. And the inside of that circle should be what color that the face is.
So do you see how Giant Judge's yeah, exactly. Giant Judge's face is on white. Yours is going to be on blue. Now, blue might be a difficult color because it's depending on the picture that you use. It may work perfectly. We may have to make some changes to it, but let's try that. That gives you your red, white, and blue.
Interesting.
And when you've got a version that you like, send it to me. You can send it to me on Discord, and then we'll get something that you're with which you're comfortable.
So the Gemara answers yes. If a kohen goes ahead and eats a spurt's day, he's chayav on koltia plus what's the zor leisof, the lav zor. Turning the daf by our global experts in cross-border payments, shaduf.com. Please rent the shidduch today because every shidduch that happened is first rent. Okay, so update the Gemara. Says the Mishnah, Minchas Kohanim, Minchas Kohen Mashiach. What's a Kohen Mashiach? Everybody say? Kohen Gadol. Every mincha that a Kohen brings, a Kohen before he performs the Avaida, he has to bring a mincha in the Beis Hamikdash, and that is called a Minchas Kohen. Or any mincha that a Kohen brings. If a Kohen Gadol, now a Kohen Gadol, everybody check this out. If you haven't seen this, it's Kedai. A Kohen Gadol has to do this twice a day. You hear? What's his name again? The guy with the phone. What's your name? No, it's fine. What's your name? Jordan, take a look at this. A Kohen Gadol has to bring 2 of these a day. 5 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. Boom. That's called the Kohen Minchas Kohen Mashiach. The mincha of a Kohen Gadol. The minchas the sachem is there. And when you bring the sachem, all these 3 things go 100% in his bath. Nobody gets to eat a single bite. Zero. If it's a Yom Kohen, Mizbeach without bread, and this is something that Mizbeach has more power than a Kohen. Right? Mizbeach gets it, the Kohen don't get it. Shtei Alechem, the 2 breads that we bring on Shavuos together with the 2 sheep. The Lechem Achanim, and the 12 breads that are on the Shulchan and the Kohanim eat every single Shabbos. Lechem Kohanim, 100% goes to the Kohanim, they go to Mizbeach, and 0 to Mizbeach. It's the exact opposite of what we said before. If we say Yom Kohen, the Kohen is down, the Gemara is going to explain why did the Mishnah have to say, and this is something that the Kohanim are scoring in Mizbeach. That's the Gemara. Suleka, what you can't find other providers that go 100% in Mizbeach. What is the Oila? The famous Oila. The carbon oil is 100% in Mizbeach. 0 goes to the Kohanim. What's the answer? It's not 0. There's a certain percentage of the animal that goes to the Kohen, which is what? The hides. So for this coming video, I got to give you the background. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the background goes like this. We have a tech guy, this is a genius. One of our guys in the shoe was lifter at a very young age, and they couldn't get into his computer. He had a password and everything. First thing you do is call up Rabbi Cohen. He's a genius. He knows how to get in 10 seconds. He got in, password, no password. He found the bank accounts for the wife, the whole thing. So, without me knowing, he goes to our CEO. He says, "Listen, we're doing a big event in Bnei Brak, which actually there's a lot of people there. So I want to buy audio equipment. We keep on going off road. We go to all these different places. I didn't know about it, but he got an okay from our CEO and bought this equipment. I come in to the office, which I built a basement and the office with my money. That's a different story, but I'm saying this because I think it personally. It's like, here's these offices. I built them for my artists. I want my artists to sit in a beautiful, state-of-the-art room, not cluttered, everything so they can focus. I walk in there, and they say in Yiddish, Schwarz in the Eugen. I see these giant, what do you call them? These pelican cases, whatever they're called. These traveling boxes. For every speaker gets a box. Well, what's going on here? He says, "Where do you want me to put it?" I said, "Why do you buy it even? You bought it, you don't even know where to put it. You're going to put it in my kitchen." So now you know that. That's the guys that make fun of you, basically, the poking fun. And just today, we got one of those giant containers, that they have on ships, the shipping containers. So we bought one of those, and we were storing all our audio and the extra cheer.com stuff, the spears putting in there, etc. Good. So now that you know the background, now maybe you'll understand on this video. It's more of a personal joke, but whatever. The Gemara just said that from the oila, even though the entire oil goes in his back, but the height, the coin goes. Now, this guy, Remy Cohen, looks exactly like him, and he does try to test that, just not in that color. Everything is hides over here, plus the Pelican cases, or whatever you want to call those cases, at the end of the video. Enjoy. Just sign right here, please.
Well, here for me, I'm going to continue watching this podcast.
I'm good, thank you, sir. Yeah. I needed just the right amount of information.
It's right, it's pure, it's full of good plays. Collegiate wrestlers and Olympic level wrestlers and guys with high caliber wrestling pedigrees have a place they can go on a major platform.
This is literally the picture taken today. This is the joint that they had outside today.
A ton of clicks and they're being compensated heavily. These guys are making six figures.
I used to be a wrestler.
Worst possible thing that could happen is TKO Danigo. That is big. It's actually better than Slap Fighter with the bullshit we're doing.
Once in a while, they give me a hammer. For me. It says the Gemara. The bird is a bird that's completely an oilah and it goes onto the mizbeach. So why are you telling me that only these things go on the mizbeach? There's another thing that goes on the mizbeach. It says those of you who remember, one of the hardest things in the Beis Hamikdash to do is the murder of the Moshe. Hey, let me show you this before I show you that. This is our hardest this from scratch. This is a pigeon's inner, so it says crap over there. The crap doesn't go on the mizbeach. So it's not 100%. It's 95% because of the crap. But the reason why the crap is not in step, why it's not finished, is because the bird is a goner. He goes to other people's fields and he steals weed and different stuff. And he goes into the crap. Hashem says, I don't want that. That's the part of name that you keep for yourself. So what's one of the hardest things with Beis Hamikdash? That is to throw the feather and the crop from where the plane is standing on that side of his back. It doesn't weigh a lot, although in this video it seems like it does. It's just feathers. And it lands right over there by the base of that head. And take a look what happens right after it lands.
You guys have sponsors or something?
It disappears into the floor.
These matchups.
So that's why it's not counted in this. It's only 95%, not 100%. Look at this up. These are some wines that are things that you put on the bath. There's 1% in his bath. So no, some of the matchups. Let's see the just like those. Take a look. It's just about so we look over here. There's some beautiful bodies in there. There are two cups that are attached to his bath, and that's where you pour the wine. Now it goes into the cup, and on the bottom it has a little hose, and the wine spills out of that hose, goes into the drain, and we'll show you the X-ray, whatever you call it, to see how the drain goes down his bath. Here, so first, take a look at this. Pour that there, it comes out on the bottom of the sheet, and that's where the sheet is, and falls into his bath. Now, the way it looks, just a demonstration sheeting, because this is like this is your vision of the sheeting.
This, and then TKO comes on like, hey, here's, I don't know, 200.
In his bath, this pipe, and you can see it over here just by the red pipe. Those red, obviously you don't see them, but they're built into his bath itself.
If you're a purist, if you're for the love of the game, and I'm sure they're being
so therefore, it's not considered that goes in his bath. It goes into the drain. So one value small. How much are we? Over now. Okay. We're almost done here. Let's just get to the Mishnah.
At least for now, that guy is he that you know the coach is he whatever was it Jackson's or Flo wrestling? Yeah. Jackson's.
Why does the Mishnah say, oh, this is why the Mishnah is more special than God? Stop looking at the schools, it's so small. That was small. When you bring wine, you do something live. Yes.
So it's good that he's still there, so it looks like he's going to be still
directly onto the fire. No, he's wrong. You don't do it like that. You put it on top of his head. You say, wrong. Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Shmuel, I'm Mishkan Shemen, comes in Shor Nachal. They'll make oil. You should do kmitza. Now, how in the world do you do kmitza? You don't do it like this. This is not the way to do kmitza on oil. Because take a look, if you do it like this, what's going to happen? I think you grab anything with 3 fingers. So they say that you're trying to say that if it's 100% olive oil, then you put olive oil in a refrigerator, it will become hard. That's hard. And it has to be that state. It has to be congealed. And when it's congealed, then you can grab it with 3 fingers. Yeah, I'm going to have a pot. You like that. So it says in the Mishnah, these are the 2 things that they have to be 100%. That's the moment it's born. But look at how it's hard. Look at the bird factors to go on and get to eat. You want to get to eat only 95%. 5% that's called tikadama. What about the blood that you smeared on his back? They don't get to eat that. We can look shemen from the side. There's that extra. I'm not going to show you the video because we're late. Okay, I will show you as I'm talking. He brings 3 korbanos, and he brings that jug of oil. And that jug of oil, the leftover goes to God. It says, yeah, but look at all the stuff he does with the oil. He has to put in the guy's ears, put on his clothes. So it's not 100%, it's only 95%. Think about the noise, so what I do, and just 2 more lines. Why does the Mishnah say that this is so special that the guy don't get to eat it and nothing is bad? Because the Rambam says that when the 2 breads and straws don't have a carbon with them, because by itself, you couldn't find the carbon, you would straight out, so you must burn them and not eat them. Not true, the Mizu Yom Peh Peh the client always gets to eat the bread, even if there's no carbon. While both sides have a wonderful day. joke. You mentioned regarding the position of Chodesh not to remain in the Amaris. In this period in Europe, this cultural profession they have its own shul, carpenters, blacksmiths, wagon drivers, even shul's cities for Amaris. Everyone there, the Torah, the rabbi, that's been on one Shabbos during the reading of Torah. After some things on the beam of speaking from a swarm of the Torah, after all the Seder, sing the Torah, study the Tov, and Seder, we sing Torah, the Tov, hey, the one, yeah. But there's this Torah for the fifth. That's the uproar broke out. This one argues, and this one argues. Every Amaris has their opinion. In the meantime, the rabbi finished the Torah and fired him on the spot, saying, "You were able to notice such a mistake. I have a beard, and I also have a name. Jerome, of a bachelor down just over New York. That's what you're right now. This is one of these hats that you wear, and then you ask, how do you know how to do it? That's just the best way now. Doing the job around the surface because I told you when I was 19 years old and I went to Europe, I think I was wearing the same color hat. We got a coach me up if I need a place to eat. How you gonna do it? Because I'm wearing Shabbos shoes and I got it. Okay. Nice. Ari Friedman. That guy's email is why it's so popular among everyone who get religious work. Amazing people believe that people do great work. Who religious rebellion. I've always said today is the roadside of having never done the film is a big part of the new life. And we're all very shocked when we got sick. And was not the little last very long and he's lifted at a very young age. I don't know how he was 41 something. The earth was to learn 5,000 after tomorrow. He's a big shot. He's on Zoom every single day. And just a reminder that life is very short. Some live it shorter than others, but even if you live 90 years, it's still very, very short. You know, Papa Ryan, it happens to be that it was in his house, is the picture of the very, very first shear outside of Empty Rock. When I went out, I think that's the thing. It's not the second stop, this day. That's very Venezuela, it's a lot younger. And that's him right over there with his black beard down there. Michael Chester, this is all something there. Now that MBY is taught my issues how to be a mixologist. Our relationship has been elevated to new levels. Last night, in the show, the women of MBY got on the Zoom. The season, I think it's the season. We thought the women had a mixed drink that is new alcohol. So, Michael Chester is very excited about this. This person loves the God, the whole thing, the halacha, the ashkafa, the AI, the whole thing. But then it says, secondly, I'm 10 weeks into doing the God. And this is going to be my first extended run with the MBY. I'm nervous it's going to be hard to catch up for the That's important. Be nervous to think about it before. Because if it hits you, but what happens, that's when you fall off. You have to be aware that Yaakov is a time that people fall off. And that's why we're going to be careful not to. So I'm going to work really hard to record as many things for Yaakov so that people can go before, before, after. It's a very, very difficult time for me, especially a 3D Yaakov who's have drama. I can't even tell you the last 3D Yaakov face off when we were doing spelling. And now, that was then when I gave future, I had to do future, not 6 years. That's so I got a lot to think about it. I'm not preparing yet for next week. We'll see what happens. So the idea is just be aware that it could be a problem and do whatever you can do to stay afloat. We also have a product called the back. Fall behind. You use that. It's like 25, 30 minutes. Yes, no growth, no story, no muscle, nothing. Just Torah. With all this to catch up. Consider the tears to it. Same here, the two of them. Look at that. I didn't even know. Here, let me show you. I don't want to zoom in. You guys here, both mention something, so you don't. These two guys, both made me an email. They both happen to be sitting next to each other. It's very interesting. And you see that, I know this month, about 30, 40 emails today, in addition to these two. So, the fact that you're in here, before you read it, the very important piece, we hear important details. There's a Ron Shabbat, as our neighbor. Ron started shore, Shabbos, that's called Ron. What up? I told Ron. Ron started shore, Shabbos, so next to 12 is no membership, and the only requirement is no parking during the entire day. But other than that, no, and it works, you know what? Not work, but. Well, why did I know? In the beginning of his relation with you, when I first met him, I tried to get him to be right. I don't really want to call him up to where when you watch on the phone, spin it on tomorrow, AI good as said. I was very trying to get him to start sometimes using him like sheets. About a week ago, he came over to me, waving at some AI on the right. But I heard today's share, and shout out to him, I can't remember which time. Here was his response. Typical Rabbi Rothschild. You got it. That's one of the reasons he never showed up in our basement. Thank you for sharing that. It means a lot to me. How precious my people that got me started feeling because of him. There's a lot of explicit. Thank you for sharing. It means a lot to me. How precious for now. Your comment on the way back to Florida speaks and show you. Spray out, Steve. Show color rounds. Okay, let's jump to the. This position of your class, so the class in a tonight is just so my official reception, but the running family's part. It's hard to appreciate your money, and everything under why your living parents will utilize your internet and AI to spend payroll and connect dreams everywhere to the where is it? Who's around here somewhere? That's you. So, how you doing? Pay a lot of value. I see you around here. You're very quiet. And now, a name for your face. Don't expect me to remember, yeah? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. This was just another one shot. Stop trying to give me a memory of the song. That's because every children, yes, Rebo River. This has to stop to the town. The ones who show it every night. Dedicated memory of everybody who spoke first time. Great story about it. This doesn't stop to go down to reading special files back down. Now it's a sort of working guys. Very strong, David. Who's the most slept on performance trainer, MMA trainer that you'd like to see? Congratulations, it was much a lot of learning. Like Johnson versus Vegas. And that was the first game of the nation. So, what I'm actually doing is I'm What's your name? Flew from New York. I know you're embarrassed. You've got to embarrass a little more. Raise your hands and let them see you. Shout out at them. Nothing, don't say you know what you're let's say a little bit. Who's nothing? Wait. The two people flew in all the way from New York. Unbelievable. Thank you. And that was the first thing? Porque esse family was responsible for your cousin with sister allowing the son having a Leah. These sponsors are Friday Levy Queens, doing this last week, we also did about some shows at home, on the road side, Arnie on Megalbound, and everywhere by our son, Avi Megalbound, who enjoyed winning the back of you. Nothing on the back. then with my brother, when I just read an email. I read an email from Yossi, who joined the dot to help his brother have a Jewish layman, and he has in his dot the whole long email how it changed his life, etc. He thought he was doing his brother a favor, doing him a favor. Really free me.
Hey, thank you, Rabbi. I got some things I gotta take care of right now.
Take care of you, baby.
I'll get back. I'll go back to the thing. I'm just put my data. I got times before, right? And I don't want to get more data. I just want to take care of all my
There you go, big man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all the guidance, Rabbi.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
I don't understand something, but I think one of the big editors over there. Anyway, לפורשתם יונתן הייתם בהם בשם ברכה, לפורשתם אמורכם בנסקה, לפורש היז, אני עוזב בין היד דסקה, פויסם פויסם פרדה. We started the parak yesterday about the 10 menachos that the Torah takes pizza from, and the rest, what is it with pizza? He puts on his back. And it goes up his back. The rest of the mincha, whatever's left over, these are 10 menachos, whatever's left over, the first 5 are menachos that are ongoing menachos. Then you have the mincha of the guy, the mincha of the woman, almost. That's what we hold. So Gemara says, Yorayim Lakoyan. But the Torah says, the Mishnah goes to the They mention again that a lot of the psukim, unfortunately, we were supposed to read this yesterday. It doesn't happen very often. That you read a passage in the Gemara on the same day that you read it in Shul. On a Monday. We read this on a Monday, we're going to read it tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, Thursday. What does it say? How do I know that Shirayim goes to the point? I gotta tell you guys, it's a very easy daf. Today's seriously super. It's just an easy daf. It goes easy. How do we know? We know the ksiva. The ksiva. If it says it, the passage of Torah doesn't say it. Well, the like ksiva, and if it doesn't say it, it also says it. So this is the passage that talks about one particular Mincha says we're going to use the article. The leftover, Aaron and the son should be. This is the first whatever's left over. And if it doesn't, that's by the Mincha side. If you don't, it doesn't say the first. So it also says a generalization, and this is Parsha. Hashem, you're going to see it. Pay attention when about 30 reads it on Thursday and on Shabbos. You'll know what it's talking about. Because it's talking about this concept a lot. Besides, Eretz HaMincha, I think this is the Torah of the Mincha. There's one halacha for the Mincha. How do I get it out? It says regarding all the Menachos, all the left over, and the tongues should be. The Lord starts off asking, where do I know this? So, what do you mean, where do I know? It's possible. No. What I meant to ask is, the Achit and Loikim Mikol. All these guys over here, most of them are all from wheat. That was my question. In this list over here, in the 10 menachos, there are 2 menachos that are made out of barley. Which 2, Rabbi Isai? Anybody? Saita, what else? Who's the over? You, what did you rather see? Sit down. You don't say no. Sit down. The over, Rabbi Isai, we've been discussing the over for the last few weeks. The under and the Saita, they are barley. It says all 8 out of 10. I wouldn't even have a question. You can make that alone. Regarding the Omer and the Saita. So, guys, you have to remember these 2. That's what we're discussing today. These 2, the one that comes to the Omer. What's the Omer? Whatever is the second day of Pesach, when the time to be something goes to God, the Mincha Faith, the Mincha Shemer, and that allows Klal Yisrael to eat the Mincha, any meat, foreign meat, meat that grows up until Pesach, it's also to eat. Until we bring over, what's the cycle? The cycle, the husband warns his wife not to have people with another man, she doesn't listen, now he doesn't trust her, he brings her to the Mikdash, the whole long process, she has to get dressed with this clothes, that thing, you give her the water, you give her some things, but one of the things is, she has to bring him Mincha. What is the Mincha? To see what it is, she was faithful. She's saying that she's doing fine what she did. I'm saying this, I'm just doing nothing for later on. I only need a symbol for those two. Well, sorry, now he says no, but even those two, with the Metzes, Shirel, Kahana, the Metzes, Shirel, Kahana, once you hit pizza, why think about it? If I go with it, and take the man and put it into the oven, so what do you do with the rest? Obviously, the rest goes to the Kahana. In the Gemara, the Rabbi Rothschild in the Mishnah, we saw about 20 days, I think, Rabbanon, the rest of the Kahana. Sometimes even if the guy goes like this, there's a mitzvah, the rest goes in the bath also. There's two applications. There's one mitzvah goes in the bath, and there's the shredder. Well, it says, you go over and then I'm in Shimon. No, American mitzvah, the Mikdash, so what's after? There's a mitzvah that you take a mitzvah, and it doesn't go on in the bath. It's not a shimon or a rush. You don't have face for animal expenses. How about it's sorry? You take a mitzvah, you put it on his bath box. Maybe I should run very bad. You're separate. You both down in his bath, but it's a different time. Okay, so now we're supposed to be narrative down for the rest of the day. Yeah, Shimon says sometimes you take a minute and put it on his bath. You should write on his bath. According to him, how do I know that these two korbanos made out of, this suminah is made out of fires, which are the oimer and the salsa? How do I know that the leftover, after the kohen takes the meat, that the leftover goes to the kohen can eat and benefit from the milk? You might tell you that. It says the passage, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The mincha, the lila, the hashemen, the haleva, the kohen, the arashi. There's a mincha belula and there's a mincha hareva. This is a mincha hareva. I'll show you real quickly. It's not like a big thing. Hareva just means it doesn't have anything in it. It doesn't have oil. Sunflower, what is it? Sunflower. The kohen takes a pizza, and that's it. It doesn't mix it, it doesn't do anything. Okay, so this is this passage we're going to deal with a lot. The passage again, the whole mincha, the lula, the hashemen, the hareva, the kohen here is there. It says in the Gemara, this passage alone, when we deal with leadership eating, I already established that any mincha that comes from wheat, the kohen gets the benefit from the shirayim, they mean with the lula. So must be they made it in the blue. She thinks they're in the blue herself. So you must say that it's talking about the farmers version, not the wheat. They made it in the Sarayim, she did it in the Sarayim. So what's the blue of barley? Which one of the two? You have the Saita, you have the Omer. Which one has oil? The Omer has oil. And the other one, the Saita, that's Hareva, doesn't have. So now we have for both the Omer and the cycle that Cohen gets to eat whatever's left over. Now, the Gemara asks, you tell me what this passage is green, so you know that Hareva gets to tell me that these two, the cycle and the Omer, the Cohen gets to eat. Guess what? I have to do something else with the passage. Once I do something else with the passage, I don't have enough time with the passage to teach me this already. This question is going to be 25 lines long. Super easy. The MS. It's the same thing over and over. 25 lines. So it's like almost like a freebie. You just have to ask, and then we get the question. What's the question again? I don't have an available question. This question from this to 7 is not to teach us the Torah that a
So
It
I
could
think
be
it'd be
something
great
else.
and it'd help people understand why it's
You can
important.
buy $1.
But I think you do
Another
in German, but
says
also have the super
that
matches.
a
As
cousin
far as longevity,
who
yes, if they
receives
keep
a
doing what they're
portion
doing, as long
from
as
the
they have
base
the
on
funding
Liga
to keep paying these guys,
cannot trade into this friend.
you don't want to have happen
You
like
hear?
I alluded to earlier in the show is you don't want them to sell out to TKO because that will make it corporate suey.
That's right. Now, let's say the client is not like
so tired of
he likes
it.
steak.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
He
Yeah,
wants
sometimes you have
the
3 or 4
bird.
matches.
He likes schnitzel. Like Dave Song told me.
But
I'd rather have schnitzel from Penn's than a steak. So he told me there's a steak there. So let's say you need your schnitzel.
Theme song, we got everything.
What do you smell?
Relocate studios. So
We're
we're in the same
But I'm a player. You gave me steak. I don't want steak right now. Here. You give me steak. Give me your steak.
Pretty fast.
No good. What about you give me your schnitzel and I'll give you my schnitzel. I like square schnitzel. I don't like it when it's more like that. I like square. No.
So this is
I like it well done and you give it no. You're not giving me your oil and take my steak. You're not giving me don't even trade. The same item. Don't even trade. Waiting in line, tells the Rebbe, you don't say anything to the Rebbe. What do you tell the Rebbe? You don't give him instructions. These guys tell the Rebbe, listen,
toughest fight to date.
could I have just a little bit more cooking? I don't want the cake. I want the cake. I want the cooking. So Rebbe says, with a smile, when he buys, the Rebbe tells the guy, he says, listen, my time is going to be more than enough.
So he has some work to do.
When you get a portion from a historical, it's a portion from a historical. It's a piece of steak. It's not, oh, I'm here to have a barbecue. You're here to enjoy a flavor for a shop. So you don't trade it. You don't say, listen, can I have a little? This guy came for the cougar. He came for the cougar. He didn't come for the shiraya. He's a cougar presser. We don't want cougar pressers here. We don't people that understand what shiraya means. What a cougar is. That's the silk right there. So he's going to go through all this things. You trade meat for pigeon. You trade pigeon for flour. You trade flour for flour. Well, there's 25 lines that basically goes, I know all this. And this person is confused. But it's not available. To teach me that what the wheat came from, what dollar they were trying to find. How do you know that a client gets to eat the leftover under inside? Now, inside. Well, the other does, I'm a very big sound, I'm a man, she's open enough, it's connected to that. How do you know that you can't trade a piece of bread from the Mizbeach for a steak, for example? The Romai, the Falamincha, the Offer, the Hammer, the Korban, the Kia, Ishka. Okay, so let it pass. We have to wonder. You soon will get that. So there's a passage that says, everybody cheers with everything. Great. There's a story with Dr. Ruth, Rabbi Rothschild. A person came to him and said, Rabbi, we don't know anything else. So the other says, go to the marketplace, first business that you come to, I'll give you breakfast for your day. I don't have any money. He said, if I win with this, it's not a lot. Five business. Yeah. He goes to the marketplace. He asks around. If you use around, it says, if you have a business, or you can. Since I laugh, you don't have anything to say for you. So one left says, yeah, I'll tell you what, my own haba for 1 year. Got a food stamp, whatever said, the first business that comes for you, fine. This is what they do. Here's the river, give me your own haba. Okay, what is it? The guy comes home, the guy that sold his own haba comes home and says, you're not going to believe it. I sold my own haba to some idiot. I bought it for a ruble. I said, what? I sold my own haba for 1 ruble. That was checked it. She said, no, you're so good. Get out of my house. You don't even do mitzvahs, and the little mitzvahs that you do, you sold it, you gave it away. Like, we're partners in the whole house over here. We have a partnership. No. Better not do. I get half and half with you. Half and half. Yeah, of course. Anyway. So, well, nice try. She did. Maybe, Jonathan, yeah. I'm not putting up with all this for nothing, you know. Anyway, so, the guy, you know, he's going to stand on the side. He goes, looks up and says, it's okay. I made a mistake. Give me back my own idol. It'll be it. Go away. He said, what do you want? He says, I need 4 rules of now with the kids, the whole thing. 400, what? They only paid a room. 400. Guys go like, oh, you're not coming back on things that I don't care, 400, 500, whatever it is. You pay the guy. So the guy works it after it. And I'm like, listen, the captain over here says, stop the room, this, that. You pay it for a ruble. I want it back. It's not fair. If it really is worth 400, then you get enough. You charge me more than a cent. The whole thing goes up. Rabbi Rothschild was very sharp. He said, listen, when you sold it, you didn't think it was worth anything. You didn't think what was worth to you. For you, it's worthless. You, there's nothing to ruble. Lucky you got a ruble. Now, so you figure it out, and you're right. Okay. But it has worth to you. It's worth more. Interesting fact that he's asking. It goes by what do you think it's worth? I was thinking out loud. I didn't say this in leadership, but it's like that in everything. When you show how much value that tomorrow has to you, you're willing to give up a wedding, you're willing to do this, you're willing to do that. That's how much you put in. That's how much it is worth for his muscles. Oh, the doc is worth that much. You're willing to pay $1,000 to hear that doc. You're willing to go on a more expensive flight to make it in time and this and that. Oh, you just up the value of every doc you ever learned. And if for $3.5 you're not willing to do it, then your doc is worth $3.5. There's a certain thing you decide what the value is. Like you said, this is people trading stuff. Yeah, he's trying to trade a nickel for a steak. Some people trade a nickel for a dollar. You can't trade anything. So now we're going through it. You know what? I'll give it. You cannot trade bread for steak. Why? So any dollar. Let's talk about early growth. Early growth, as you know, it's certain of the refugees, and you should bring an animal. You can't afford an animal before. Bring a bird. If you can't afford a bird, bring flour. The flour is never instead of an animal. What's the flour instead of on both sides? The bird. The bird is instead of an animal. You can't bring an animal, bring a bird. So you can't bring a bird, you bring flour. So the flour is instead of a bird, not instead of the animal. It's one creation now. I'm asking Mike, you look a little bit, you got it. Okay, good. Anybody didn't get that? You're good, what you said. You got it? Some guys like Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper. Yes, Mo says, again, you cannot trade freak athletes flour for an animal for the very far apart from each other. But let's say flour for the bird, you should be able to. So I think the reason why they should. I'm not saying the balance. It takes a lot of discipline to get the Super 4 replaces the bird with flour. Every person in Koguna gets a piece. Okay, I get it. Now we're ready to decide you can't trade flour for bird. Shalom means vitamin, aluminum, nothing. One is an animal, and one is bread. It doesn't go. One is protein, and one is a What about the bird? Why can't you trade chicken, or not just chicken in this English, pigeon, for, the pigeon, pigeon. Yeah, why can't you trade pigeon for steak? Tell me that one minute, the boat. I'm not past the double hierarchy. Okay, so you have another test. Now, I'm not past the double hierarchy. It makes sense that you cannot trade steak for a bird because a bird, how do you chef a bird? How do you do malika with your finger? And how do you chef an animal with a knife? Oh yeah, so maybe you have to trade one thing for another minute. Let's say I have a cracker type of minute, and you have a soft one like a sponge cake. Yeah. Because both of them have pizza. This is our puzzle right there. Okay, so we have our puzzle. Very good. So, maybe you can create different types of menachos. Shizuma said Pashizuma, so Latin. Is this easy to learn or not? If I lie to you guys, please, maybe you should be able to trade two different types of cheese dating for chocolate dating. The one is exactly the same. Shizuma said Pashizuma said Iraqi. One is soft, one is hard. Maybe I'll trade the same exact item for the same item. What does it mean? I'll give you an option. Let's say I'm going to be in the base of English on Wednesday. You're here on Tuesday. So I tell you, look, I'll give you tomorrow. You take my share and I'll take your share. In other words, we barter. I'm not in the mood now. It's not enough now. Every time gets a very small piece. Let me build it up. You build it up. We'll trade a different time. No, even if it's the same item. We're just going down the list. Rabbi side, easy stuff. So we know the list of kachim. So let's say, by the way, it's important to know. What's a mincha, Rabbi side? Is a mincha kachim or kachim kalim? You say kachim. Does everybody agree with them? You agree? Yes. A mincha is kachim. So I would think all this people are talking about menachas, so maybe you can't trade kachim. You can't trade a chantos for an asham. Oil is not part of it. It's not deep. Says what if I want to trade a title for Shtab? Kish Gaf is the first of the It's by the Menachos, right? The passage of in the middle that says Ishkaf and we read it before. Title is talking about you see that the change of the Hekesh. The change of the Hekesh is that they're talking the Hekesh you can't trade Fish, yeah, when you buy mitzvah, you it's a tiny cancer. This time I think about milk. And a ball, you get a piece, even if it has a blood. Don't have a fertilizer, that's a good time. But a wholesome pumpkin without any milk cannot take a piece. Robinson. Now that we did the 25 lines, what's the most time? What that is, the compulsion. The Mitzvah that said in the Hareva is not available. You need it for these halachas that we just spoke right now. But there's no trading in all future circumstances. So we know our rule is in this puzzle, I'm going to zoom in to the first row of the puzzle. the passage that says the part. So we're going to learn from the word part. So we just learned when they use this particular thing, this particular passage, and this particular chapter, the idea. Like what? The third say one minute from another? The word part, not the rest of it. Before that we were learning that a Chayim gets the Shirayim of the Omer and the Saita, that was the rest of the passage. But now, this one is the word part. As Gemara, I think it was Yosef of Yehuda. Remember, Shimon says that there's a certain yesterday's Gemara. The first time, I don't know how to we didn't learn it today. We should have maybe done that, but we had it 2,000 before. Where Shimon says that there is chicken in the hollows, you can mix them up. You take 5 chicken and 5 cows, and it's considered in the dozen. That's what Shimon. They really argued. How did you learn it? He learns from the word cow. He says, well, I already used up the word cow. How you tell me that all the lessons you just learned was from the word cow? He says, no. Every word you read, and then you just read. And I read, you look at it. That's why you see that I put the vav is important because the word the phone is split into two. The only word that we're going to read and learn that is the art that you can't mix. Sounds from here, you learn from the vav. Now I left over here that we just learned that you can't trade a mitzvah for a mitzvah that we learned from the word vav. That left that we started off with Sylvia. That a point gets to eat. The leftover with Omer is from the rest of the parcel as the shadow, the rest of it. Yeah. So that's that. That's his question. Now, again, going back to the original question. You have 2 menachos that we don't have a source for. What are the 2 menachos? A soita and a oimer. How do we know that word that a kohen gets to eat all the leftovers? You find a giant bowl. He takes a little bit, like 3 fingers worth, put it on his back. You have a ton of flour. How do you know the kohen gets to eat it? I'll tell you. You're like what? 12, 13 ounces of that. Asiyam is the fun lady. Where's the lady? The fun lady. The whole korban will tell you the 5,000 You hear this? Once again, here's the sugya. It says, all the korbanos, all the pasim, the 5,000 pasim, we're going to have here at least 4 yinudim. The korbanon the rabbis, loy, shemen, shemitzayah. Right? So Yoshi was trying to get a fast forward on this. You guys remember this? This is the story. He has all these korbanos in the back of his wagon, and in the front, what do you see in the front? Let's say that we use a quarter of that oil for the whole process of the service. The ears, the head, the face, whatever you want to know. So that's the oil, we're putting on how I know. So let me just show you this video real quickly. Follow the video. So he doesn't fast forward over here. Oh, he also has to scoot on the floor a little bit, 7 times, right? So you ground and pounded him with like some sort of a rich hand type. I think I actually kind of like came around. When he's done with all his oil, what do you do with it? That's what I do. He's really good with it. The ball is in the house, I'm trying to. What do I do? All I know is that the leftover of the oil goes to now. Why not use special customs? Because it doesn't mean it's special money. What does the coin get for leftover when he has leftovers from the fire? Except for those in his bag. Oh my god, I can't believe I was drinking everything here. So I think we can use it for leftover or whatever it gets to his bag. So how can we get to leftover? Next, new silver leftovers. Your former fossil. What I mean is from your former fossil. The rabbis, your fossil, and their business price. That's the silver. Again, we were asking, how do I know when I have these 2 minutes? The minutes are saying because silver. How do I know the coin gets the extra? Here. So that I would say that it's different than everything else. Why? That's why it's not super bad. When does the coin go deeper than what you said before? When does the coin get to eat the milk? It gets to eat the milk when after it's cool back up. What is it called? Oil. When the milk appears like oil. What does that mean? So what does it do? It allows house price or to get a new craft. It's a market. What does the site do? What's the link of the site? What's the link of the site? If she's over that day, what happens there? She explodes. That's the Kapara movie. It's exploding. So what is the link of it? It comes to be a fire. It's speed. It's like by the way, I tell you this. We're sitting here in his mind. There's so been his mind in America, but his mind is already up his fighting to shoot it off. We're sitting in learning Torah. We're sitting in their Pesach and his learning culture. Yeah, learning culture. I'm very happy. That is the thing. Don't take it for granted. But at the same time, remember, don't fall off. This is the time that people fall. The Benazman trips, the Haramay trips, the Charoises of Pesach, all that stuff is zero to fall off the dot. Don't fall off the dot. I'm serious. That day, that Erev Pesach, you know what the Hakabah is to learn? I don't got to tell you. It's a good idea, by the way. You have a scale. It's you, by the way. You guys might have known this trick. Find out what your shear is according to your rabbi, and then you break the matzah, put it in a Ziploc bag. Each person gets a Ziploc bag. Sit there with the person that you do before facing. That is pretty powerful. If this line's ready, the boiling, the thing, take the whole day. When you learn the dot. So one dot down. Okay, I'll make it up tomorrow. Tomorrow there's no shit, no this, no kaprusa. You're tired, you're up for 3 mornings. It's a time to fall. So keep that in mind when you feel like it.
Thank you so much, Melanie.
Something about it.
I feel like a reverse Simon Cowell. It's like it's Simon actually helped people instead of just being a British dude.
Reach here one day. Shut up to the Seder.
No.
It's the last opportunity to shave, right? No shave. No shave. You shave and then you go 30 days. No shave. No shower. No hours like this. You gotta make sure that the earnings is dug off. Check it out. I got a short one here. Okay, good. Focus. Nothing about it. After it's good, now, next to your voice, I'm helping you with me. Even though it's on long speed, the guy in the one has to make any sense. They out of their mouth. They don't do it. Why should you just go? So much. You are
Why are all the American red, white, and blue shows being hosted by English guys? It's like they're getting their
Helicopters. The nation is at sleep right now. It's time to rise. The internet lets the world know what the fuck is going down. Helicopters trying to stop the aliens plans the NSA.
So what happens when you punch your spine? It becomes an evade on the spine. Only afterwards, a millisecond later, you go through the esophagus and the trachea in the esophagus. That's 2 days. And luckily, you made it a straight one. So maybe the point should be eating a straight one. Should be eating a straight one. So without even a daily. Let's choose your face. We don't do it for things in the head. That's a measure that's on the shoulder. When a knife is, it's only something that things that's coming down. You're getting left. I believe it's when it's done, it's the zeros, and when it's always done, it's around. I said, no, wait a minute, you just mentioned nothing and it's all together, but you made a little bit of a mistake. I don't need this word about Shabbat. It says, according to the Torah, the Father saw us and you like Torah to go to the Torah. So you know, right. Only one of them. The Nazir Hashem Mitzvah. The reason why I put the word Mitzvah there is because it's light. The Nazir is like the Mitzvah. So, the Nazir, why being a part? He's a part because now he's permitted to drink wine. Now he's permitted to touch dead people.
That's
It
happening
doesn't
to me
come,
right
and
now.
it
There's
doesn't
this guy
come
that always
as a
follows me
kapara.
across
So he said, as your kupar band, the kohen, you don't eat some things that are kapara. After you see one more. We discussed it a few times. If somebody takes from a ger and he swears that he didn't take from the ger and he makes a shvuah sheker, and then the ger dies, what does he do? How does he get a kapara, right? He gives it to the kohen. He gives it to the kohen. As you see, again, the kohen is enough. This gezel ger that was given to the kohen, it becomes a personal property of the kohen. It's not hegdish. It's his money, and he can do with his money whatever he wants. He can do with it. It's the kohen is enough. I feel it's like big shit. The Lord says many times, sometimes when he's not a great enough community, the Lord says, what's enough community? If you do say Isha. Can I be with a woman with this money? I heard once, it was a couple once asked me, Shiva, what's enough community if the child is like with her bear or shimshka? I don't know what's that community. He said, the community, if you do say Isha. But I tell the woman, you are able to get this, I think this is itself like a damn bad. So now it's enough community, the child is like there, that's shimshka. Okay, very good. So, this is Gemara. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any videos. It seems like I went a long time without video. I didn't even show this in the Hebrew. That's what it is. I don't even know what it is. You guys can see this?
Wow, here right now, what's going on? I'm trying to figure out this. He was talking about on how wanted to marry. This was like changes in the
Start coaching the Zoom. It's increasing.
It's going to be a Mrs. Sachs, and it's because of your sack. You just knocked her up. Now you don't have a choice.
Okay, not bad, not bad. I didn't get to those up. You guys get it? No? It says that you could be the kindest of women if it's me. It's the kindest of women if it's me. What do you make a mistake?
It's in ball sacks.
And then you got left. And then you go, okay,
That's what you've been getting.
so what's going on with this college? A boy is permitted to bring his home. He brings him a dog.
Call back for Christ's sake.
What do you do? What's in a dog? How many for dogs are in a dog? I can do this too. And also a schlubber. When it's the boy brings Shami over to find him.
Oh my God.
Automatic.
She's an
If a boy brings a partner, even if you say it's a schlubber, it's an item. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? All the other partners are that. And a schlubber,
Let me ask you this. Do you think the baby is going to take on your look and all that Ghostbusters 2 bad guy?
It could be lots of
going on?
That's the story. You might say, well, as far as the logic is, like, the kind of legal tonight. A boy, he has one intent. He's not interested in supporting the family. He wants to do his good for himself. He's putting himself. What he meant to say is an item. To me, this is fascinating when I read this.
Congratulations, your daughter
I know
is going
people
to
say,
be one funny baby.
He's a very great.
Because you're a funny guy.
You gotta be official. You don't need to bring a schlubber. He doesn't know. He says it's schlubber. But you know that he meant that it's for Hashem. Don't try to eat a steak. No, but it's just a blood. No. We're not going to go. Just last Parsha on Vayikra, the time brings a crazy story. It's a very long story. I'm just going to cut it down. But basically, he had the opportunity to become a shaman.
There's going to be a new Sachs.
I would probably say. His work was local tragedies. The guy was working 4 hours a day. Big topic, did a lot of stuff. One thing he didn't forgive him. When it came to the contrast, forgiving the God, no. He said that he was a Rebbe, he was a Malamed of a kid, that the kid's father was a big deal, and he signed on a deal between the father and the guy, and they ripped off the guy. Somehow, I think he was involved in ripping him off, and he doesn't have a machine, he doesn't, he's not getting his kapara. So it's stealing from the guy. You know what's going on? Stealing from the guy. All right, so he's saying that global experts across the border escaping. So scary. Okay. No, I want to show you these pictures real quick. Right? You know, let me show you this.
Should we get one more? All right. Normally we would move on to our two lovely regulars.
I'm very happy with him. He's a
Traveled so far.
He's a real
Heck yeah, you are. Next comedian, it's Dennis Wilson.
This is the, how do you say it in English? When you come outside. Exception. Leave me in Shemai. Yeah. It's interesting. There's a few things that I can say, but I gotta run. We gotta finish in 5 minutes. But with Rabbi Kamenetsky, I'll just start from Rabbi Kamenetsky really. He says that why is it the guy does to Russia? Because the guy doesn't have a concept of enjoying wickedness. By all religions, the higher up they are, the closer they are to Hashem, so to speak, they have less and less dashes. They're not married, they're this. It's about, we have a balance. We have a balance. We have a mitzvah to have Hanoah on Shabbos. To enjoy music, to wine, to dance, sing. We have enough. So a guy says, oh, I want to do something that I'm going, he doesn't fathom this idea of, oh, you're going to have a good statement. It's not part of it. It's truly Hashem. It's not. Okay? It's interesting, I once heard a riot, and it's a thing potatoes, but a riot that Torah was given by the therapist because it says in the Torah that you should enjoy Shabbos, you should enjoy certain things, and it's human beings don't have that idea. Every religion in the world is the exact opposite. No enjoyment. There's nowhere in any other religion say enjoy this and this and that. The fact that it's written that you should enjoy it is a right of a human being that is right. Okay. Something about it. So that's the logic. Same as correct. What's the cost? Actually, if you Hashem no Oila, because if you the Oila Mechavi, actually, if Jesus is Rashi is really learned, that's the point that we learn that a boy brings his carbon, so that's the second of carbon from a gun. It says the next word, no Oila. It's going straight to Oila. What? Completely word. So the macro, anything you bring, Oila there. Once you have I have a question. I mean, the famous is not in love with Shlam. It says, if a guy said he's bringing in a dog and bringing Shlam, the suddenly says he's the Jew, he's swell like one. You can eat it. It's on the phone. So you see, that's not a Shlam. It's a Shlam. You get to eat it. Oh, my Rabbi didn't understand Shlam. Funny comment. I'm not just starting with Shlam. How come he wanted to bring a Shlam? He wanted to benefit the Jew that has to bring a Shlam. So I'll pay for the Jew, but it's a Jew's carbon. So that's right. You can see it. I'm not just stop them, right? They fuck position. The kid said the guy said I was taking care of the bills, but it wasn't everybody's carbon. Okay, this is another question. I didn't know who much for him with the island. It says these are the muffins. they just mitzvah, and the leftover goes to Kohanim. One of them is different, right? I don't know, the other one is not that. This is the truth. That what? One of the 10, if you look over here, ending this comes, number 6 is Mitzvah. And it says in the Mishnah, look at the top, better, 80 years chances to shoot in the water. It's like it's 8. It's not 2 minutes, it's not 9 minutes. Over the river, it's not the whole year, it's losing over the year to year, right? It's not sign of a fish. That's how I want to fish. It says already fish. Mitzvah, a man. Why say twice fishes? The rabbis will say, people probably should not do the garden and double speech right. That a guy could give a mother and a taba instead of 5. So again, what's in a taba? It's the Russian joy. What do you have a beer in a sea? So, sea. When the person says in the taba, it means only this animal. This animal dies, that's it. So if the person says in the end, it's even if this animal dies, you have to do another one. It's replace it. And the point is, it's a gift option. That a guy can give a gift. So no one will bring them to yourself. After a deal, someone else, anyone else. Now, exactly which one. So what the point? The gift says only an oila. So when he says you can bring anything. So there you go. Then after a deal, someone else, anyone else. It seems like only an oila. It says in the Furish, in the first oila. How do I know they go to reach them? I don't know in the Graham. Okay, one word to the Graham is confused. How do I know they can bring a Faida? I don't know in the Gosa. I didn't know that it could bring a size, a bird, the ayah, the balabang, the baitin. Now remember this word ayah, because we're going to take it out. Anyway, it could bring frankincense, it could bring wood. Diamond is grave, Michal is grave. So it's Michal, all types of the dog. What is it? Michal is grave. How much is Michal? The actual word Michal includes everything. If you're including that a guy can bring everything, he can even bring wood. Of course, you can bring oil. Why is it called oil? Why is it the only thing that's oil of God that a guy, and we're going to see in a second, becomes excluded in the Jews. There is this a Jewish, so if you got someone, oh, no, I disagree. A guy can only be really taken and you start off the top, the almost shopping over the 7 oils. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I'll ask you now, what's the difference if I learn that a guy, whatever your Jesus woman, you think it's an oil? In logic, or from concept? What's the difference? If I learn from logic or concept? Anybody? For 10,000 points? So it's better. But if you're right, you're very good, but it's good. So there's difference. If it's a concept, then there's no way around it. Whatever, anything you do is a further, it's automatically another. But if it's logic, what's the logic? Oh, you didn't want to bring this one, you wanted to bring it over. Well, that makes sense. I want to show them. No, I know the difference, and I want to show them. But if it's logic, then you can bring it over. If it's a concept, you can never bring it over. Because it says it. Whatever you bring, you can never. Okay, so give them those. That's the Gemara. We're over now. So what do we do? You keep on going. The question out. Same little bit. Okay. Just trying to say fucked up shit. The other problem I want to when I'm in America, then the shooting you gotta take it out. I'm relaxed over here, man. Chill. Traveling is serious. I'm gonna ask you. I'll tell you real quickly. First of all, if we're ready over now, I might just tell you this story. But I forgot what place this was. We went to a small place. I don't remember what place it was. He's gonna tell me. I swear, baby, swear. So it's the right place there. But the reason I'm saying this to you, hey, it's actually a video. Just to get it on. No? I'm showing you because the oilers try to be composite with satellite rotation. So here in Miami, try to be composite. The guys put together every night. And here, once you don't have to go every day. Oh, it's all right. Do the thing because it's not when we bring it together. It's a different thing when people bring together, they laugh together, they learn together, dancing together afterwards. It's all different stories. Wherever you are, Hollywood, your wife's there, your father's Hollywood. All over. Anywhere we have satellite location, go. Look. Next. Looks like a fancy stuff like this thing. I just told the owner, the same guy that my son, like my 15-year-old, really wanted to race for shooting me. Driving me crazy. That's what I said. But I'm going to get up earlier than I do. It's here earlier. Give the shoe, the Hebrew shoes, then I'll have time to go. So I look up, I saw a place here in Miami. I showed him up. I said, yeah, better be reserved. Yeah, well, somehow this is going. I have a license to carry over the flight. I go to the place. Big sign on the front door, not bringing your own weapons. There's a big flag right there. What is this? Who's that? A machine gun place. Black and white, something like that. Okay. How much does this cost? It's not a lot. It's $150 per gun, but you have to take a risk with gun. She told me it's like $450 a person. Yeah. But I share the gun. No. It's per person. $900. We're already here. It's driving crazy. I made the whole day around it. So you just do it. So he did it. It was very nice. This mistake. I was warned by him. Go to rock and roll. It's not $50. Okay. I thought it was going to cost. Maybe I can buy a ticket. So he's like, in Chicago. So no. Maybe get the shoes exactly what you want. That's fine. Yeah, it's easy to see. It's nice. It's like when I listen, you take one of the guns and zoom in. Still disappointed. It's too bad. Damn. And it's automatic. What do you say when you say like No, they said they have this caliber 3 as well. Something for similar to that. Yeah.
saying bad words and talking about bullshit.
It's smart. You can't share. It's not like going there. It's not like each guy's shoot 10 bullets. No. Then you can correct. That's the action. Two things down. You know it was free. Crazy gun for me. Next. Don't do my. That was worth saying it really. Where are we? Oh, yeah. So all we over there is like Natasha. Well, there, minus shop there. By finding zeros, not going to score my zero. So why are you telling me that the Nike, the owner, why is it the way that looks like the Nike can, he doesn't come enough. The guy can't be enough. And we live in a different place. You don't live in a way. The man is really slow. She told me. But I said, hey, this guy doing that. They're not relaxing. Only if they shop to be a Nike. It's all like, you may not think about Nike. I actually need a partner in the air. See, I think that partner is always referring to the partner. The guy cannot bring the partner from the house. Out of the zero, it's called like. But it could be another. I don't remember when I went to Vail. I don't remember what. Before my daughter, I guess, moved to Utah. So I was in Vail. And I met a Nazir over there. I asked him to take a picture. Look at his hair. It goes all the way down. The real Nazir is coming. That's the right. That's like the bag. So, yeah. Next time. Okay. You want to come and play some music for life? And I said, that's what? Just explain. You look at it. Probably going to sort of explain. If a boat can't be a measure, so how do you bring it further? If we look at what part is going to be a measure, so how do you bring it further for us? The answer is, maybe bring it further measure for another Jew. That also is good. Well, I love it. You just stop there, and it goes out there, and they're constantly working and writing on that level. Rabbi Rothschild, at least trying to push it that far. We're holding Don't talk to them.
first tonight out of the two. She went on stage for the first time, much like a couple of guys did tonight, right here on Kill Tony for the first time. And that was many, many weeks ago. She dropped out of college at the University of Florida and stayed out here and said, I'm going to keep doing stand-up. And here she is, the college dropout, Kill Tony Queen Pin, Kimberly Condon, everybody. Condon, everybody, come on! I read the other day that a guy was prison for 4 years for leaving his child in the car in a really hot car.
A couple of emails before we start to share. This is from Penny Rapp.
I planned this whole shooting.
I want to tell you that you're not very sure me, but
I never hired a photographer.
about this passing diagrams and the videos. Every time I watch the film share on after all that.
I was really pushing to get
Every day
classes
for
for free.
Don't call for one registration.
Last week said it's all
Double day. A bit as we shine on through rap. Riverdale that we just moved to 5 times.
As an American, I feel like I have the right to bear arms,
I already said this.
which is why I shoot.
This is the Bible. Critical, to be honest, at gmail.com.
This guy told me he liked my brain.
There's a lot of
And I was like, I didn't do
gotta
it.
be kidding. Really? I have so much to write in Spanish.
Oh, can I do my last one?
Yeah, go ahead.
I like to follow the speed limit. Because who likes to eat too much speed?
The player says it's a lovely player, a directed for addiction, and even if they're planning, won't tell anybody. So really, there's so many kids being trained in Australia, and shooting things yeah. The world of the kids, and Shaver, is not running too. But with 5 and 11, and that happens every time one does so. Of course, not even contrasting his wings with the food. They're telling us him, which is spoken of enormous significance to his Zohar. Even in contrast to feeling the similar regard, yeah. This is what was having said on this difficult time. See, the stifling of Holy Son, the Holy said, this Anogia, this Eros, our Chazanish, etc., and of course many more. Whereas, the cloud is the parents regarding the side for his pace. Is the book need to be looking not at the joy, rather than reading a bit? And I'm not talking about, maybe something like this, not even a bit. Not even a bit. And I'm not talking of the yeshivish law, even the Torah religious things. Allah loves the whole idea of conduct is about the looks like the go. Which unfortunately is so much that it should have that look. This you really think it's creative? More complicated than yesterday's stuff. Would of course add as the idea here should ultimately be then understand around and simply keep it. Of course, before some of the flows and create a better yet greatest accomplishment to say the least can be right. So my point is not to say
they were actually really, really good. Your style and all the timing and the stand-up that you worked on is all talking about real stuff so far. So timing with those jokes was the bomb. But the jokes were extremely well written. But you don't know how to really, you don't know how it's just, you have to talk to like, even if you can make those jokes, you can say, I don't think so. I never figured it out. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, they're laughing. Such a fucked up way of putting it. I think take those jokes and make them funny. I mean, that's exactly what I just showed you to do. Oh, yeah. Say one of them again. Quickest one. School shooting. I never hired a photographer. That's how I'm like. You know me, bro. School.
No, this is not for that, but that's a good point. Don't follow it. Just know that it's a passage in the Torah, and that what you have to tell them is. So what I do is now, when I have the kids doing the film, and they feel like we just have a good point of, and she's going to become the average from the shot for being the living. I don't miss a single shit. She felt the relationship. I'm writing to my story because of these things, but if a child is struggling with my learning, I couldn't understand the more, I didn't have the motivation, I couldn't even sit and learn. So she would no longer be the publicist, and that's how I eventually got there. After years, someone convinced me to try turning the top ladies here, starting from the very first top in such a and afterwards, I said to her, I've been learning this stuff. I've really changed my life. I've been learning more and more. Like, this email is not about changing life, changing his life. But young generation, I don't think it's good that we do all that now. I learn more and more, and today, but Hashem, I learn things about the Torah, as well as we should do in the Shema. Because the interest, if it's the interest of moving videos, some shots, even though they're saying it's supposed to be you, of the youth who invested a phone call in me and convinced me to try that place. That guy convinced me. And that's what you have to do, convince another youth. Learn Torah. That's how I look at the special, look how proud of himself of his accomplishment of his shots. Thanks to him, I can do the shots between hours. Okay? Best regards, David Lapida. This was in his cheers today, just putting his measures, showing his cheers. This was in Ramat Dalet. It's in the Chumash, we're in Ramat Aleph, Ramat Dalet. So you guys didn't see this,
I don't feel like you were ever actually going to get surgery to a piece of plastic. However, you being a crazy girlfriend, I could totally understand in a heartbeat.
This guy, his son, is the most he's the one who sponsors the Playground set up on Facebook. Money, rents a very nice office space. These are the 34 locations. I don't know, I didn't count them now. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Right now, 34, 33 locations.
She did. I mean, it's been a year, right? So it's been
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 27.
a little bit over a year. A new minute each week.
Drop.
Yeah.
Official edition of New Shots Masechta by the Irani and Levy family of Paris. Adar writes, because by Yovich Yehuda Waldman for his unbelievable translation of multiple prophets. I am based anonymous. Our dear Sadie Shelley, when the operating needs funds for sales and groceries each stop, even missed its flight. I missed one side of my whole life that sold groceries with that. By David Solomon, who organizes this location for the day, including this setup right here today, and this beautiful screen behind me, he donated. This full bar for his friends, he does very well. So the guys when he's looking for $5,000 and all these things, Some of the greatest families on the island became all the W things by meaning of life. Only on maybe this much rebellion and all the issues of social life and social times color. Our silence is monkey country with the thing of the married, but we're new. And I was married because I'm sorry, that's my sorry, the message, the whole years of life.
One of our regulars.
She matters.
She is a regular.
So they can each now have a good cousin, the truth around, and the son of an idea. They respond to Mayor Paya, Maya, and Hyrupka Kitchen. In honor of two sisters and Toby Baker's wedding tonight. Here's the big stick up. As the after party, I want to wish the hearty mindset to Maya and Mustafa, everybody in this room is using a Maya official position. The man of two brings it up in the air and things like that. Anybody that's using the Gemara, I don't even know what he's doing. Who else is using the Gemara? Just everybody. Higher, I don't see it. Higher. Get higher. Every single person in this room is using Gemara. So thank you, Meyer, and we have a lot of nothing for you. This Pastor and Mitzvah and all your children and grandchildren. Amen. Iron Max. The celebration of Iron Max wedding, 5:45 p.m. is dancing at Paris Dendo Monsignor. I guess he's inviting those. Simeon Shiger. The Israels are Rav Yaakov Aryaleib and Rav Moshe Jacob Shiger. Zion Forsky in honor of the wedding of Mayor Amir Forsky, Mayor Amir Forsky, Shecheva Ruben Slava. I think I know Zion Forsky. I'm pretty sure that's Iran. Maybe not. If I make a mistake, I apologize. But listen out the roast. The yard side of our grandfather Yusuf Hirsch bed, Roman Isaac's prayer Sigler, in honor of Eden Sigler, celebrating 1 year of the Yomi without missing a dot. Amazing. February art month, Eden Mebishal Bracha, Esther, the fourth Ayala, Daniel Zed, Ben Ayala, Esther, both sides, here we go. We're holding on the top of the iron vase of olives, which is a very, very important dot for me. We're holding two lines in. Oitzrim Mipnei Hanetios Mipnei Beis Ha'evel Mipnei Beis Hamelech. The halacha is we learn that you should not harvest wheat farming the place community before you bring the carbon, the Passover, which is on the second day of Pesach. Why? Because it's this year, the rice of the new crop in our strawberries, and we don't want people touching the new crop because they might eat it, unless the carbon is ready. So, I want to pause here and tell you a crazy story that happened to me 22 years ago. I was supposed to play 22 plus years ago. In 2003, how many years ago was it? December 17th, 2003. 22 plus years ago. I was running my own business. I was walking around Chicago. And my brother-in-law, father, noticed me. And he asked me if I could step in and start giving back to them. And I said yes. And the first dot I gave was the knuckles, dot, ayin, and dot. So it's a special dot for me. It was the time I said yes. It was in the middle of the South Bank. It was in the middle of Hutchins. It's in the middle of the Paris. He's not even a missionary here, so he looked. He started learning. And that lasted for about 8 years. Yes, I'm up to my gals over there. You know, work. I wasn't as consistent back then as I am today. He gave me that opportunity. He's the one that's starting on this institution of learning. And I owe Ronnie Shabbat a tremendous raise of over points for asking me to do that for us. Alright? I think I mentioned this point back when I made a single shot. When I got to that 9 days. That is, I said over the story where I went to the temple for 30 days. And I was newly married and I didn't have a doctor. I was literally married, I have children. It's like, I'm not worried about financial. My father was giving us, some stipend in the beginning. He's living in Arza Bureau, living a life. Like, what am I going to ask for right now? I got something that if it comes true, I know it's because of the person. I know it's because of the Holy Ghost. Okay, if I ask for $1 million, this year, maybe it's for something interesting different. And I didn't tell anybody until that scene I made on the office. And I never told my wife what I asked for. That was part of the deal. Like, you go to anybody, you're part of the deal. People know. So you want everybody to know about it. You tell me school like this. They want to finish shots as a next year. And I believe it's a nice open race media. Also, the missus coming from the line against Colorado. That's also nice media in a way. So this for me is a nice media. So, what's interesting is we're starting to talk on this path. I used to go to the Coco. I didn't think to get to the building or not to and luckily, myself, we put every single day together. We go every day at the same time. So at the same time. And on Shabbos, we do it. This was 8 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night, we were there. Either Erev Shabbos or Motzei Shabbos. Like, we were there. It was on Shabbos, so it was like 7 o'clock, let's say. We were here at 7 o'clock. And we did 40 days together. The usual one that comes to me and asks me to start Shabbos and do Shabbos is Friday. And that was very interesting. So years later, you know, 10, 15 years later, yeah. So thinking about it, my time, what is the reason that we committed to circumstances? So there are often circumstances that we are definitely for a mitzvah. The mitzvah of Minach Mavos. Or the mitzvah of base medrash. Here we actually have a video of base medrash. You know what I saw? Those bags, you have to have one of those bags. There's a big white hat. You get paid for it? שלא יניחו בידם, כאילו שלא יניחו בידם, מרכיבים קודם כל היום, yeah, first I'll tell you, 1 hour of learning without a Tani Kibur is 7 shekels, with a Tani Kibur, 9 shekels. That's exactly what they pay these kids. That's literally what they pay them. 7 shekels an hour, but if you don't talk all Seder, then you get extra 2 shekels. Yeah. Okay. Basically, I don't know which one of our hours is built up to 5 hours. I don't know which one is from the same shoes, but it's not but he does. He's ready with all this. Okay. You know what I mean? I'll give you $70. What do you got? $100. Yeah? Now what you get? You're a kid. I'm just doing that to things to learn for a while. That's what you get over here? 5 days a week. For 1 hour. $75 a week. That's like, you could do 2 full, you should have been as long as like $75. You get 100 kids for $75 an hour. Are you joking? $4,000 an hour. It's pretty good. What was that? Check out this $40 an hour. That's a lot of money. That's more than a color golf. Think about it. When I got sick, you go post. I'm sorry, I didn't say anything. You put on that for the best thing. Especially a passer. When you're cutting for yourself, you're harvesting yourself, that's awesome. But if there's a mitzvah that's permitted to do before that, then the yasik people have a different stuff. This is easier stuff today. So you're not permitted to cook, to tie the, is that our, must be like, okay. So we think about it, you know, like, I don't know, you gotta have a bundle. Why? Like, I know the kind of the extra with the filler. Unless when you're dealing with it, you're allowed to harvest it. Why? Because there's extra, because there's, whatever it is, that's don't tie. This is how I will have it. The We're going to learn a big insight from this work. That there's the mechakila way to do something. In the first place, you're supposed to do it as so. But if you don't have the mechakila, then you do it to be like good after the fact. Meaning, the people that are loving in a summer, you bored, you harvest the grain.
What's up? So many comedians there that ignore that question because they hear it so often. Comedians, how are you guys doing tonight? Still proud, so much energy. Probably because we have a new sponsor, everybody. That's right. We'd like to officially re-announce that our new sponsor is Diet Sport. Since 1930. Caffeine-free thirst quenchers. So Diet Sport, we appreciate you guys less than 1% juice. No calories. It's true. Slightly less than 1% juice. No calories and low sodium. Smart. Refreshing beverage since 1938. While you're shuffling one around. Who's having a wonderful Monday so far? I'll tell you, I am. It's a great Monday for me. I had a crazy job offer happen that the 12-year-old me wouldn't want me to take. I can't talk about it just yet, but that's going to be something in future episodes that I'm going to talk about. This job opportunity to get today. You know, you've already told me about this, but it's crazy. All right, yeah, we can't maybe talk about
Right after I've done that, first thing is
I think it's a full night.
But I should mix out in full weeks, from week to week, from Motzei Shabbos to Motzei Shabbos, Sunday to Sunday, I mean, whatever it is, full week. But I should mix up young, but then if you don't can't do it now, you can find anything, you can just lost them. And that's the big points that we're going to see right now. But we're saying you're not a harvest during the unofficial Shabbos. The
Tell you what, you can't do
one
a Sprite. You can't mix it with tequila and make a margarita.
at least
It's
according to
told me this last
the
week
basic
when it was
Shabbos,
through in my mouth.
the
The margarita made of
not
squirt
all
and
the
tequila.
weeping and everything
They
else.
had that
Not
before?
obviously.
I drink that by half applause.
We could bring it on the
There you go, Brian.
How you know?
There you go. Just so you know. No, I mean, like, really, it's if you mix drinks a lot, like myself, you get sick of something. Like, I think I got sick of Jack and Coke, which is 7 and 7 turkey and ginger. And I got it at tequila. And there's not really much you can do with tequila except, maybe mix margarita out of it or drink a press out of it. So, I mean, some friends told me that your Mexican friends did not tell you that, yes, it's a Coors margarita is what they said. It does the job anyway. So tequila tastes great. We can actually do it today if you wanted to. We can have Josh get us a try.
In a lot of ways.
Okay.
You have the nice very masculine, we have a lot of good artists.
Anyway, it's a crazy
So
Monday here, guys. You guys know what we do. We always have a bunch of comedians come on, and I do a minute
and that's what
and
we're going to say.
with the future comedians of the world and the universe, favorite rising comics. Sometimes it's a brand new person. You never know what's going to happen. I always have two amazing guests that come on and talk with me. Your comedians and get to voice fun. But as well, we always have every week a brand new bit of security to keep us safe here on the stage. This is this guy's second job, keeping us safe. Put your hands together for Autistic Thunder, Josh Meyerowitz, aka the Autistic Patriot. Can you imagine if like a diabetes
Whatever it is,
do that? You just like
tonight,
apologize. It is for the Autistic Patriot. If apologies that any other superhero. Really filling that suit out, huh?
So imagine if you had a child
one did not have a lot of extra slack.
That's fun. Outing with this child, go out to a nice restaurant with the child, and then we're gonna play together, and we're gonna go out there and have pizza together. Oops, I missed it. I came home late, so that's why I'm not gonna
Do you
talk
hear
to
your
the
shoes
child.
squeaking when you do that?
It doesn't make sense. So you're gonna have a 1-minute conversation with the child.
Yeah.
At least get something.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's the whole
Very
key to it.
annoying.
You don't, so you don't have a whole doc, but at least
Back
you
to
learn
you,
2
Diet
minutes of
Man.
Torah. Don't put down
Sound of
2 minutes
shoes
of Torah
squeaking. Are you
when
living
you're
on a diet? Like Weight
jogging,
Watchers?
That's what you have. That's also good. It's better than not doing anything. Don't be a
This sounds
perfectionist.
like a guy that
You
has
just have
no
a young
diet
person.
plan whatsoever. Just one step at a time. I eat a couple bites of the peanut burger that I ate daily.
It says in the Mishnah, in Megillah, that the entire night, shout out to Molan.
What did you eat
Just
today?
made a scene of
Tell
Megillah
the
as a
truth,
nugget
by the
cheer.
way. It's going to be much funnier.
The next step, beer, share,
Yes.
go.
I almost forgot.
Usher, the Tiras, Omer, so the entire night, yeah, you're supposed to go immediately after alcohol, but guess what? Sometimes it takes time to find the field and this and that, and you went to the wrong place.
Well, it seems like maybe
You have
you're
the entire
sticking
night
to
to
your
talk
diet.
there. And also, like, after
Now I
Halami,
sort of
they
feel
are,
bad for you.
Next time you have a salad like that, though, like the dressing on the side, and dip your fork in it.
remember,
Fork it on top
every
of your
animal,
salad, you save about half
the
the calories.
murim on the spare, and that you can do all night. But Rashi says, no.
Usually toss your salad.
Rashi says a finish here that's referring to in the they move pull up in spare. Famous video that the babies love a lot.
Picture in your mind.
They
So
all
all
of
of you.
the way red.
Have you ever tried to suck your own dick?
And it fell off, you gotta put it back on. Rashi is talking about that. Why they discuss why Rashi says that. But in fact, you just
Probably
put it,
not even close.
you're not really supposed to put it on all night. I made like a siyah, you stop it. So you're referring to putting it back on.
Your bush.
That's on it, exact cause. Something that the mitzvah is to do is
Well,
like
since you said that in the singular, so you have
you
about
can
one.
actually do that. You can actually
To this very day, I just don't have very many cute.
And some of the mitzvahs to do it after that night.
You're 30? This
Video.
period's gonna be the biggest 11-year-old I know turning 30.
That's like something that is during the day, you can't do at night. So something
You
that
must be excited,
a night
Josh,
thing,
because I know
so
for
you
a
can't
fact
do during
you're
the day.
a
So
wrestling
what's the
fan.
It's
Talk
a
to the
night
man into the
mitzvah.
minutes
It's
for a second.
the
So what do you think about Rowdy
So
being here? Can you
you
get
like to do it during the day?
maybe if there's somebody in the crowd
Well,
doesn't know, maybe you can give a
already,
little
I
short
wish there was a
background
way
on
to
the
do
man
during the
that
day.
is going to be on
With
this
the
show.
reservation. Usually the reservation.
Alright, that's not a good start. Just know the stuff that you do know, Josh.
Saturday came with his father for 15 years. He's killing people when it came out by mistake. He was looking for people for nothing. That's it. So I'm saying it because very soon they say that Rabbi Rothschild got it from Rabbi Shimon.
Very good. That's almost
Rabbi Shimon got it from his
correct.
Rebbe. He's the famous Rebbe.
Very good. Definitely the best promos. The first comedian to improvise his own segment on wrestling.
So,
Piper first pit. He always improvised, and these pro wrestlers weren't always, kind of on a comedic background. He'd really have to improvise. I mean, that's digging deep. He's also a 36-time champion, the star of the movie They Live, and many other great movies, and we're very excited to have him here. Awesome. And thank you, Josh. Josh Martin, everybody, hustling around, making it all possible. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin Comic. Josh Meyerowitz, the Autistic Patriot, is on Twitter at Autistic Thunder. You really own your autism, which I love.
Theoretically, you could put this mint on the back.
We had a really good show on Friday. The Ice House with Joe Rogan
But
and
we have a
Dr.
concept
Rivera,
called
and
Tuma,
it was just
which
exciting to have the show on the
it's
road.
for the
Are
community.
you going to be at
So
Comic-Con 2014
there's
this year?
another thing. Since you could go ahead and get another one. So get
Well,
another
we
one.
will.
Why bring it coming?
July 23rd and 24th, we have great shows. So any other comics listening to this at home, sign up. You got to go to the American Comedy Co. July 23rd, an hour before the show. We get on stage and we'll play some things we don't find. So try to make it down there.
Give me ready. See the way they're ready on walk. Then you could bring it during the day. You could harvest during the day.
Oh, there you go. That might, you might want to say
get
that.
another one. That means I'm telling you,
One of those is a lot
harvest
more
more
sad
volume.
than the
You
other.
bring a new one.
But
But if you don't have more
you
volume,
have
that's
some
it.
groups
That's
that
volume that's right. So I
disabled
think the
people,
coming one,
I
and I
mean,
put it on his
that's
back,
that
and I
taxi
tell
that
him,
gets you.
if you're very short, shut up.
They get a
Be
hell of a
quiet.
deal. I mean, that
Why be
special
quiet?
Uber
Because
is
I don't want
like,
people to know you brought coming, because maybe next year they'll start bringing coming for dollars without realizing that this was just after the fact. You're ready.
have to try that one out when you get
So
60 seconds on Monday.
get arrested. That's the famous line. Anything
Which
you
one
say,
indeed, if you don't know that, is Josh Meyerowitz's catchphrase, much love, because he can't help but to say it. It's his way of closing up everything by giving extra love. Sometimes we'd all be a lot better people if we had autism. We're going to together for Josh Meyerowitz. So fun, so exciting. Josh, are you here? We got 2 thumbs up.
Three things that you need to learn. They're not words.
They really blew that cover. Very good. Good job, Josh.
You're right.
We can talk real quick about everybody about autistic people, Josh. Is that the army and stuff, they love autistic people. They try to get as many autistic people in the army as possible. They keep gas at certain jobs.
If it's boring, if it's like you hear like
Some lady knows one dumbass autistic person.
It was like you're supposed to be surprised. Wow. So these are three things that just keep your man's life. But be quiet. Don't say anything because the more you say, it's over here. I think be quiet. You stay. Just be smart and be quiet.
Josh, you're actually, now that I think about it, not even our first autistic patriot. You are, however, our first diagnosed autistic patriot. So we're excited to have. Now, let's talk more about this diet for just a second, since we have a half a minute to talk about it. Banana, an apple, and a salad is what you eat today.
And it's the middle of the day now.
Really
Just
hungry
found out
right now?
it's coming. You know what you do? You inoculate it. There's no other way out of this. You have to inoculate with the tuna. You don't you tell everybody, don't tell anybody it's coming. So it's harvest in the middle of the day. Awesome. Now we know the 17th. The son of Shimon is saying it like Rabbi Kiva happened to be his father's
Love it. Glad to have you. One more time for the patriot of the day, Josh Meyerowitz, the autistic patriot. Let's move on with the show, guys. You ready for our guest? So what? Alright, guys, it's fucking Monday night. Kill Tony 57, and we're about to make magic happen. Are you ready for our crazy show? Your hands together for tonight's guest, the hilarious Annie Letterman, and the super funny and awesome legend, Insane himself. Rowdy Roddy Piper!
Now, here's the first thing you think about. Let's say you could do this thing. Pretty good. But let's say, no, it's good. But like, I can do it a little much better, but I think the first shot is a little more. If
You
you
guys
can
are
find
meeting
something
each
in
other
there,
for
you
the
can do it a little better.
first time, I do
What do you
believe.
guys
Two
think?
of my favorite people. Annie, one of the fast rising comedians in the world, all over E! and Comedy Central, and so many fun
Yeah,
things.
but I love that for all those numbers, there's numbers like no. I'm saying over here it's full shots, and a full shots in the
And
idea. Let's say you know
a lot
how
of
to
my favorite things,
someone
including
shots, you
most
know how to do
recently
this.
Legends House on the
But
WWE Network. Roddy Piper is
the
really
shot is real great. Most people can practice when they use their shot field to even compare it with. Why do that?
glad to have you back. We had you pop in a couple episodes ago. You were nice enough to grace us with your presence, and I'm so lucky to have you on as a guest tonight. Thanks for sharing.
Why is it why is it different?
No one's ever called me a lady.
I mean, it's even with the Philip shot is more interesting. I don't think
It's
there's
going
more than
to be a
the story, but it
fun
is
perspective
interesting
switch. I
thought.
figure the two of you will give two different perspectives for sure.
So let's see something. He's a famous Rubik Cube that plays
Toughest
10
chicks I know.
and then there's the fly number here with
Guys like
the silver ring.
Are we gonna wrestling?
So the numbers actually allows face
That's what I
off.
didn't
Man
tell you.
shots. Any molecules are duplicate shots. Even those are shot is not for sure. So we know it's and the loves are all.
A lot of people don't know this, but Roddy Piper is also a main regular here at the Comedy Store. Seen him for a few years, and who would have thought that a guy that could make stadiums and arenas and people laugh for decades could possibly pull off stand-up comedy in a room with 20 people.
There's no
But it's always fun. Some of the best stories.
you don't listen to her in anywhere. So same thing will apply to artists. You don't listen to her besides one place. That's what it should. So
I love that it takes an autistic guy to change dining advice for Ferdinand. Tipping the fork is funky right there.
That's true, man. I'm a weight watcher. I lost 75 pounds in Weight Watchers once in 3 months. No, what year was that? Year I had 8.
I'm sorry, was that too mean? You assholes in the belly room of the fucking Comedy Store? I don't know if you caught, I don't think you caught the beginning of the very beginning of the show, Piper. So let me update you. Our Patriots thing, we always have to do this. Our Patriots thing is Josh Meyerowitz, comedian, autistic, that is an amazing stand-up comedian that talks about his autism so you can get one. He just announced today that he's on a new diet. And all he ate today was an apple and a banana and a Caesar salad. So, I think it's a diet that seems like it'll last for about another 2 hours. I used to do it in middle school. It's called anorexia. I'd imagine from your years having been from a beer from and to top shape, you might have some kind of advice to give your child.
It's no different than the love of everybody's father. You should do the same thing. Listen to this. How do I know Rebbe's with Shimon's father? Because you know, Hayden parents were Shimon with the player. The place purple color. They were lily color. And in my way, Shimon, I used to talk to the guys about it. I was trying to give him a model for the rest of it.
Chicken, that's all you need.
When someone was going to the mikvah or whatever it was, and we had to get him a towel, we had to get him shampoo. I didn't get shampoo.
Chicken sushi.
The Rebbe.
The salt's really the tricky part because that's just water trap.
When you have two let's say it's next to each other, 2 yards next to each other, are you allowed to carry one around? So we hope that you're supposed to make a
Well, he's actually in
by
such
the way,
bad shape
that
he
happens
can't
right
pat
now.
himself on the
Well,
back. That's what we're trying to get to. Oh, you can reach there. Good job, Josh. I like that his microphone's just on his dick. But yeah, I don't know what it is. It's a little tradition that they have here where they keep the speaker box by the
Well, that's what I remember myself there. I don't want to ruin it.
You're funny, Josh. Josh, do you have any questions for our guests?
So, I'm sure it holds that you don't really need a hair.
I don't care.
The item is in the pouch, you just look for one part of the item.
I'm not going to be on it. We can check.
What
No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know. I think that's cool. It could be like interesting to change
and the
Netflix
towel,
up a little bit.
she
She seemed obviously really bored.
is which one for from one roof to the other.
Does that make it uncensored?
Like this,
Is she allowed to
I
make it uncensored? I feel like she was so close to being uncensored on E!
spring. It is spring. It is spring.
I come out, I do my monologue, then I do this,
So,
then I forget something like it's flying, so eventually have to completely jump ship. So she had normally will be, I know she didn't want to do the late night,
first let me show you
but
what a
first she
carpenter
didn't want to do the late night because
Carpenter just means it's like a large
going the
sculpture
opposite
that
way.
holds
So
stuff, but
once
it's not
she's
really a
found
custom
now,
because it has other
he used to
stuff.
have a really good show when it was late, a little bit more loose than the other shows, but now he's actually had to go backwards to a more little humor. You can actually see the censorship.
The characters are so.
How about for Piper? You have a question for Piper?
I've got you covered.
You know what he is. He's exactly good. Oh my god, I forgot the every. He doesn't say refer to disease. Okay. So it's McGowan, it's more like the fact that it's private property from God to God. I don't think we can fucking the government is right. This character is not fucking with them.
Oh yeah.
Says it about
You told so cleverly the wrong answer. Not so this isn't being a screenshots.
Pay attention how much mitzvah in the right time is. Hector Chalev is a very sharing color light. You know what?
Was it true?
This is a good time
Fight
just
scene there that was supposed to be like a short scene. You against Keith David, and then you guys just fighting it out. They just decided to record the whole thing, and it ended up being like almost like a 6-minute fight.
Like, it's some people just forget about the idea. Like, look at the calendar and play. The station will ask for after 10:30, whatever the time is. What time is that? But it's like, Chaviva is one who loves mitzvahs in the right time. What much do you know about the same? What's young? What do you have there? What does it say? No way, I just made it up. I said the threw it out. I have no idea what happened. 10:24. So past 10:24, the person should die. You know, it's not okay. So it's not for 10:25. You know, like you have to finish when I was like, anyway, my Krishma, that sort of thing. Yeah, that's what it says. 1 0. Once is 10:24. My Krishma, what time is my says my Krishma go to the draw? Like 49?
Today I stumbled across something on the internet. There's a scene in Alien where Sigourney Weaver, I guess after she obtained special powers, or at some point in the movie, either way, there's a part where she's walking away from the basketball with the basketball in her hand, and she throws the basketball over her shoulder, and she makes the shot showing how advanced she is. And I watched the clip today of her doing that for the first time, and actually doing it, and they couldn't even almost the ball. All the serious characters on the whole group, you know what I mean? And just like, the moment that went straight in. I mean, it's an amazing clip because you can tell she's really dialed into her character as a super professional actress. She's so dialed in without thinking, and she's saying in the interview that she doesn't know how she did it. You know, she was so dialed in that she literally did whatever it was to make her look that shot. So it's worth looking up sometime on her. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Josh. That's why an autistic sidekick is good to have around. And here's a fun fact about that fight that you did at South Park. Actually, in an episode, famous episode called Cripple Fight, and they did it shot by shot of that fight. That's why you ever watch that episode, you're like, why is this fight so long? Yeah, the guy was awesome.
That his own father said. Listen to this. So the Gemara says a big finish for it is that the difference is when you really push off Shabbos with the Shkita, then you can go ahead and bring the Imulim onto the Mizbah.
That's how I said the N-word too. I need like one black
You already
person.
pushed off for the Sukkot, so then you continue pushing it off. Okay, the Omer to go ahead and the first time on Shabbos, that we don't have a. So Shlomo learned an amazing lesson. You and I are going to be able to come. But he says that you see from here that once something is kind of pushed off, and you can continue with that Averis, so to speak. So a person is in Averis, and he's allowed to get married in his Averis. So once he's allowed to get married, we allow him to get a haircut. He's a Shloshim, let's say, and he's not supposed to get a haircut. Thursday, you want to get married? Oh, so you already pushed off. The Torah is ready to allow him to get married. Okay, so you can also get a haircut. So
I'm very excited about this. Annie,
definitely, yeah. This is. I mean, that's the discussion with the studio. I'm not getting into it, but the Shabbos Kukra,
starting out for those of you just joining us for the first time.
It makes enough meaning.
You know that 60
This
seconds
means
is
that's
up when you hear the
completely
meow
allowed.
of the kitty.
It doesn't mean that now you can be a
So wrap up whatever you're talking about then. You're going to bring out the anger he was talking to Bear.
A person is no longer alive, but they were very, very sick, and that is completely unconscious. They brought him to the hospital. They went around the neighborhood, and they went to visit their children. And I didn't want to say it because they're dying.
But there you go. So don't run the light if for no other reason than for the sake of the podcast
I don't know that they knew the they feel like yeah, no, I'm ready to fire. So
Every
let's
10
do it like that way, this way. It's funny when we spoke about the other day
just trying to
about
work
the guy
out
going
in the
to
gym and it's in your
San
show, but you
Francisco,
make it real hard
and
when
he
you
has
bring
no
out the
idea.
bear, alright? I read your
Like
tweets,
this, now
guys.
I'm
Yelling at the
when
people
I
that go
go
to work.
wrestling,
That's right.
and
That's
everyone.
the lesson
So
is
you
do your
the
time
episode
and get out.
they were like, wait a minute.
It's Radio Kill 2057.
This,
Here we go with Andy Levin and Roddy Piper, the artistic future and your first comedian doing 60 seconds today is Gil Garibaldo.
It's gonna shake everything up. So already to yourself, really got your Shabbos. It is something that has a decision of Shabbos. But not the harvesting, not the extraction going through the field. Burning it under the staff will push up Shabbos. But not the harvest. That's the Gemara 3-4 questions now that are all the same answer. What? Rabbi doesn't hold that the harvesting pushes up Shabbos. Even on Shabbos, that three people harvesting. But it says
It's 45 seconds to lead up to your first job.
Yes, it's Shabbos.
I thought we
And they continue reaping.
that was funny.
Right, Rabbi doesn't go through it. Makes it impossible.
You say you're teaching at the place?
One, it says that if
Oh, you have a son.
now we have a big problem
Oh, wow.
because it says that it pushes off Shabbos and you could reap
I
during the
want to
day.
know as an audience member,
It's only
what
a
was
person
the
that says that you
context
reap during the day. We
of
had a
the
place.
conversation when
What's my place?
he said that he fucked the
And the
shit
tree
up
by
of
place
the
song
police?
with the law.
Did he say
The
he
tree
would
by the
fuck
sun
the
says you
shit
should
out of the
not
porch
reap during
neighbor that he
Shabbos.
did?
During the day. And Rabbi says he could reap during the day. You could already during the day.
Gotcha.
But the same line says, Mitzvah by your culture,
So was the
reap
setup?
during
Okay,
the
the
day.
setup
And
at the
don't use
beginning
Shabbos.
where
It pushes off
the
Shabbos.
teacher
We
said
just said according to Rabbi,
you can tell
serious,
that
it's not pushed off Shabbos. Yeah, we're going to stop. But
Yeah.
that's the
Was that the setup that when he said
we
fuck the lunch lady, you were like,
Same
I wouldn't
sentence.
say that.
Same sentence.
Was that?
That's a tough task.
I think about like when they shut the fuck up. After they stop show. It's just a random chick. Oh yeah.
It's actually not the last. The problem is even here that the is not macabre. What's macabre is red? The shechita. Yeah, I don't know exactly. It has the.
Stick with the sober girl.
Let's go back here. Then design was great. I should have looked it up.
I like your style, Bill.
Yeah, no,
Coming on.
we
Come
just
back
over
soon.
there.
Yo, Mirabaldo.